shopping.
Ballin' out, ballin' out, ballin' out. Super!
Hi, welcome to Ballin' Out Super, the #1 recap podcast for the new Dragon Ball series, Dragon Ball Super. Great. So, in this episode, we open on Goku and his lucrative new farming career, and then Trunks and Goten decide
This is going to be a problem.
Yes. Buy a present.
Just because they look identical doesn't mean you can mistake them.
Just because they have the same voice actor.
They try to buy a present, and then Mr. Satan tries to give Goku money. Would we say that is the plot of this episode?
Yeah, that's it.
I think a more accurate description might be that this episode has no plot.
This is just a fun palling around to get you back in the mood.
Yeah, it's
to ball out.
It's very indicative, I think, of Dragon Ball, like as a franchise overall, that it opens with filler.
Yeah, there is a recap, but the recap makes no sense if you haven't been watching hundreds of episodes of Dragon Ball. Right?
And even if you have, I mean, I feel like it brought me further from understanding what was going on.
Right.
It felt like a fever dream that I'm waking up to. Like, it all seems familiar, but also maybe it never happened at all, which is much how the people of Earth probably felt after their memories got wiped.
Do you mean after they were killed and then all brought back and told to raise their hands in the air together as a people?
I love
to defeat the Pink Man somewhere.
I do love that this episode ends much the same way as the original series ended, which is to say, by negating all of the plot that had happened up until that point, right? By having everybody die, come back, and then be wished to have forgotten what happened before that.
And then they make no changes in their lives. They just go back to exactly what they were doing before. Should we talk about ourselves for a second?
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Should we say hello?
Yeah, I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah, that might be prudent.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm spot on.
Yeah. Alex, why don't you go ahead and why don't you lead us through this segment?
That's a leopard because leopards have spots. Hello, thanks for listening. We're your friends here on the Ballin' Out podcast. We're having a good time watching some Dragon Ball and telling you about it. So we're all a bunch of friends talking together.
What is this?
I'm Alex Patak. Love watching some life or death struggles, in any medium, but Dragon Ball is the one that really speaks to me as a broken-brained child man. And we're all comedians, right, in Brooklyn?
Yes.
And so we got nothing going on.
So
this is what we're doing.
Well, I'd love to know,
Welcome.
Alex, from you, what's your history with Dragon Ball?
Okay, well,
When
between
did
the
you get
ages
into
of
it?
11 to 14 is when the male body is going through its most turbulent changes. And in these years, you need a bedrock to kind of leash your passions to some kind of like external force, to kind of like narrativize and explain your anger. And I think a lot of people our age, mid-20s, found that in Dragon Ball, and they thought, why am I so horny all the time? Why don't they respect me on the football team just because I don't play football or like them? And Dragon Ball answers these questions by telling you at a young age you're better than these people because you have secret powers only you know about. And so I really attached that narrative as much as I could during these times to become a secretly violent and disturbed young man I've become today.
So real.
Wow.
I love the show.
Love the show.
Super fan. Super Saiyan fan. Just kidding. We're having fun. Jeremy, talk about your experience with Dragon Ball.
I got into Dragon Ball, I think in 96.
Oh, that was
something like that. I was very young. I was much too young to be watching a show with naked boys with little tails and things like that.
They were very big into wieners. wieners.
Big into wieners.
Baby
They
wieners.
I
love
like
the
that
baby
they
wieners.
put the wieners on because it showed they weren't afraid of the penis,
The male
like American
anatomy.
cartoons that pretend no one has a penis. Let's move on.
Anyway,
very
Jeremy
funny.
started to cut
We're wearing
you off.
pants for no reason.
I don't actually remember the first time I saw it, but for
I was on so many drugs back then.
so
It was
many
like-
drugs back then, for probably about a 5 or 6 year period of my life, I only drew Dragon Ball pictures. I only watched Dragon Ball Z. I only ever did anything like that. I didn't do anything else in my life. I didn't listen to music except Rock the Dragon.
Oh boy.
This is like what someone with PTSD says.
It was a big part
What
of my life,
happened
man.
to you?
I played text-based Dragon Ball
Wow,
RPGs
wow.
back in the Angel Fire days.
I think I played those for Gundam Wing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were not fun. Not fun
No,
games.
it felt very deceitful that as a child you'd be like, "Oh, I found a game. Oh, it's a book. All right, I'm still gonna play it. Okay." Time is just flying by.
Well, what about you, Katie? What is your experience of this?
Oh, and everyone should say their names.
Hi, I'm Katie. I had
I thought it was important. I'm sorry.
happy to oblige. I have a little different relationship. I definitely was into a lot of anime crap as a kid. But for me, Dragon Ball was a show either on before Sailor Moon or Tenchi Muyo, depending on the network you were watching it on. I also
That's
was...
both Toonami.
Yeah.
Tenchi
Well-
Muyo was wild.
Yes, we can talk about that some other time.
Let us never
saucy.
speak of it.
I have a lot of opinions. The thing is, once I discovered anime, like when I was, I want to say 12, I got so obsessed with it, I would watch anything, and usually out of order, on cable television. So I would just watch it. I never really knew the plot because I was always watching random episodes out of whack, but I did understand it was kind of a male show, which I was into because Jeremy has known me most of my life, and he can tell you that I was a very, like, angry weirdo girl.
Yes.
And I was very into being like, yeah, I like things that other girls don't. So I was like,
I'm just one of the guys.
I'm just like one of the guys who loves Super Smash Brothers and Dragon Ball Z, I
Did
guess.
they ever put a Dragon Ball Z character in Super Smash Brothers?
They did not.
Wait, no, they had Jump All Stars, which was like anime Super Smash Brothers,
Yes.
but
Oh,
they did
what?
not have Goku in Super Smash Brothers. Oh, I'll tell you all about this after.
That's
Because it's
insane.
going to be a whole K-hole. But
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
That sounds awesome.
meanwhile, Katie was young and doing whatever it took to get the next rush.
Yeah, I do have a very, like, clear memory of being in middle school and hearing this group of boys talk about Dragon Ball Z who normally would ignore me, and then I was able to engage in that conversation, and I'm like, this is it. I found my way in.
Get them where they sleep. Yeah. Now they respect me as a boy.
Kinda, except like I also drew a lot of like crappy anime, but like, you know, I would have like the Dragon Ball Z ones and the cool monsters in the front so they didn't flip back and see all like my schoolgirls and like
I was
Tenchi
so
Muyo and
ashamed.
stuff.
I was so ashamed of liking Dragon Ball so
Yeah,
much.
it
at
is a
that time
big
period.
source of shame in your adolescent
Right.
life, right? I had one toy that I ever got of Dragon Ball. It was a Super Saiyan 3 Goku
Yeah.
that my friend whose mother,
It's the one with the longest hair.
the longest
the most
hair, it's
illustrious.
so luxurious, you
It's
know?
gorgeous.
His kid's mother managed KB Toys.
Oh wow.
And for my birthday, for some reason, I wasn't very good friends with this kid, but he decided to give me a toy. He was the only person who knew that I was into Dragon Ball, and he gave me this Super Saiyan 3 Goku that I promptly hid under my bed and never played
Aw.
with.
I
No
didn't
one
give
else
a
knows.
shit.
No one else knows you're here. No one else knows about your hair. Just little Jeremy.
Just sneak it out at night and, have a little...
Just feel. Jeremy is miming combing hair. Oh no, he's flying the Goku.
Oh, that's so sad. You boys need to be supported more in your non-toxic masculinity because, like, I had all that shit. My parents didn't care. They're like, whatever. She's talking about Digimon again. I guess we support her. Well, should we get into...
I feel like we could have all said the same story 3 times and it would have been roughly the same.
Yeah. A lot of sexual confusion, a lot of weird masculinity.
9/11 affected us all in different ways.
Well, this, I think, actually transitions us very well into...
Wait. Before we get to that, let's talk about the episode a bit.
Okay.
Let's talk about, just what happened. Let's catch up on our friends.
Okay.
Over the Dragon Ball universe.
So we open on Goku in a... surprisingly foppish.
He was like a safari man with an ascot.
Yes.
Sans hat.
He's dressed very nicely.
He looks like what Austin Powers would look like if he went on safari.
Except he is doing farm work.
He's driving a tractor.
Yeah, what is he farming? He pulls up that brown root, but we never really see what he's growing.
In the intro, he has turnips. So he's probably just doing
But it is barren. The field is barren. It's like a Dust Bowl situation.
Could it be possible Goku is not good at subsistence farming? Out of the middle of nowhere.
Perhaps it's, in fact, foreshadowing what we will learn later, which is that Goku and Chi-Chi and the Sun family, is that how you'd call them? The Sun family are having some financial problems.
Right, because they were born into luxurious wealth on Chi-Chi's side, and then a terrible fire burnt it all.
Which is...
some dark stuff they gloss over in the show,
because
it would be too dark for an episode of Dragon Ball Z.
And that's, I don't know about you guys, but for me, Ox King is a beloved character. I really want to know what happened to the king.
Yeah.
He's the king. I feel like he owned a franchise somewhere.
Also, I feel like Goku is very glib about the collapse of their family life.
Yeah. Like, it's always, it's a recurring joke among fans of the franchise, obviously, that Goku is a terrible parent, but it really feels like they've, supercharged it now.
Here's the thing about Goku, is he has a 10 out of 10 alpha body, and that's what he's bringing to the table in his marriage. And Chi-Chi knows that, and she's presented very unreasonably in the show, but she has to work with just, a Beavis and Butthead dumbass husband who goes out and destroys the fields he's supposed to be farming so he can train on his lunch break. And in the 4 minutes we see Goku farm in the show, he drives a tractor 10 feet, eats lunch, powers up to Super Saiyan, and destroys the ground for no reason. And while he's doing that, his son drives a tractor off a cliff.
Which, by the way, weird scene. Goten can fly. We all know
Goten can fly. There is no danger. Even if the tractor hit the ground, he'd be like, I bet you thought that hurt. Or whatever.
They're establishing very early my favorite trope in Dragon Ball, which is there are no stakes because no one can die.
Yeah, there are stakes, all right, but Goku's going to eat them all.
Oh.
Goku's going to eat all the stakes.
So, after...
Get off this podcast.
It's not too late to cancel.
Oh, Lord. So, after our near tractor crash, we cut, right?
Yeah, we,
it's into Trunks. Trunks is at home, talking.
No, don't we go to Mr. Satan first?
Oh, we do. But before that, one interesting notable that I think we all made note of was Goku, before eating, sits down to pray.
Oh, right.
To who?
To people he knows personally.
Who he can contact with his psychic talk thing.
That makes it more likely that they'll help you out if you've saved their lives before.
And not only that, he as somebody who personally knows every god in the universe.
All the Kais.
It was all the Kais, and as well as Kame, who also is kind of a god. He knows none of them provide the food. That's not what gods do in this universe.
None of them really seem like they understand him or really appreciate the way he lives his life either. They're all just like, Jesus Christ.
I think it's
what is wrong with this monkey person?
When you're trying to go to bed and your friends keep texting you and your phone keeps lighting up in the dark and you're just like, I love you, but goddamn.
So, after this farming scene, we cut to Mr. Satan addressing the press.
He's doing a press release,
talking about how he saved the world.
How long has it been
he doesn't.
since he saved the world?
Only like a few
Is it
months.
like 6
they said
months?
at the beginning, a few months of peace.
Oh, okay. Everyone looks totally different for some reason.
They all look quite a bit old.
Except for the fact that even though this show is brand new, it is clearly 1994 forever in this universe. And you can tell by the sweet resort wear everyone wears.
Yeah.
Mr. Satan is rocking a fabulous, like, pink, like, power blazer a la Miami Vice with a ruffle shirt and pinstripe pants, and it's just slaying.
He looks like if Lupin the Third did like an away mission in Miami.
Yeah,
it's a Vice episode of Lupin
but
the Third.
it's voiced by the Macho Man.
Kid Trunks looks like he's in Criss Cross.
Yeah, he's styling as fuck.
Oh, so
honestly,
cool.
And he has the attitude to match.
Oh man.
I mean, that we're gonna be spending some time on that because he is really he's like very juicy for someone so thin. But Dragon Ball universe is, I think, exactly the same as our universe if Tupac never died.
Great.
Everything else is
conspiracy done.
So Satan addresses the press.
And then, what's his face comes out.
By the way, real softball questions from the press. They're just like, how do you do it? Still, it's been months. We love it.
Oh, the press is truly garbage, right? That's what a terrible. They're not holding his feet to the fire at all. They're not presenting both sides of this story. No. What about Majin Buu's
no one
side
wants
of
to
things?
hear about Hercule's war crimes while this is happening.
So,
his money from the Sod family.
Trying desperately to move us on here.
Okay, so the press is there. Hercule's knocking it out of the park, and then who appears but Fat Boo?
Fat Boo, who
is Hercule's close friend after all these years.
And
despite being an asshole.
He is throwing a temper tantrum.
A little tantrum. What a little baby.
He's ruining the press conference. The press turns on him. Satan turns it around, but barely.
What was the back and forth there? It was like, Boo was like, me hungry! And then they're like, oh, he's raising his voice to Hercule. He must have even more power than Hercule.
Yeah, that's right.
Where did you make that leap? Some fat idiot who's pink came out from the back room, was like, I'm hungry, and you were like, whoa!
A lot of tenet of Dragon Ball, I think, is like people, a lot of exposition and making jumps that make no sense, but you're like, all right, we're just going there.
Just gotta go there. Not one person is like, maybe this guy is retarded. I don't know. He doesn't understand who he's talking to.
Keep a slow adult child in his bag.
So after that, I believe we cut away. And
that scene has like no real, like nothing happened in it that you need to understand for what happened later in the episode. They're just like, oh, by the way, Hercule is still cuckolded by Boo for the press constantly.
They do briefly mention the 100 million Zenny that we know about from the title.
Well, Hercule's he's like international Illuminati from the beginning. Like
yeah,
even
he's
before
already
Dragon
super
Ball.
rich. We don't need to be reminded of that.
From his WWE exploits.
Oh my god, guys, we completely skipped over the introduction of what I'm going to assume is the villain of this series.
Oh, yeah.
We got so swept up in that Dragon Ball bullshit that we forgot there's a giant cat in space and he's hungry.
I think he might actually be, we don't know anything
He's
about him
foreshadowed
yet.
in this episode.
We briefly meet him, but he might already be my favorite Dragon Ball big bad.
Yeah, they don't try to make him seem evil at all, even though he's killed more people than all of the other villains, except maybe Frieza.
Yeah, like...
No, wait, no, because I already know too much about him, is the problem.
You have these guys showing up. You have Vegeta showing up, and he wants the Dragon Balls for immortality, right? You go to Namek, and you've got Frieza who wants Dragon Balls for immortality. Cell, I don't even remember what Cell wanted except to kill everything and everyone.
Android created to kill everybody.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have much time to do it.
Right. And then what was Boo after?
Boo was an ancient magical being who was sealed away, and then they unsealed him for the purposes of having him kill everybody. But this new guy is a god who's just the god of death.
Yes.
and he wants to eat.
That's what I was going to say.
There's no way you would know that from what happens in this episode,
No.
but that's what it is. So
I appreciate a villain whose motivations are relatable.
yeah.
You know, I dig that he like, we know his struggle.
Yeah, he
you know?
just wants food and he has no moral guidance at all.
Yeah. What a wonderful...
He's like, look, this world doesn't make any sense. There's dinosaurs, but they're people, and it's a democracy, and the whole world's Japan, and there's spaceships, but no one knows about them and is impressed every time someone goes to space. I just want to eat alien rainbow food.
Yeah, so he eats a lot of gelatin. He's displeased.
He doesn't. He likes the taste of it, but he doesn't like the consistency because it's purple gelatin in a martini glass.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then he blows up half the planet, and that's about it.
That was. I will say he made a really sly comment where he's like, "Oh, I'll give you half or something," and then blow up half the planet, which obviously fucks the whole planet. I mean, that's just part of his trademark charm. We're gonna get to enjoy throughout this next arc of Dragon Ball.
So,
But that's all we
Planet
got. For
101. You can't kill half the planet.
so we get Space Cat, who's hungry. We go to Mr. Satan, and then from there we got Trunks dropping some knowledge about the ladies.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Yes. What a...
Not to get his own, but because Goten wants to respect his sister-in-law, and he says, if you want to give these ladies what they want, you know you gotta drop the rock.
Which is insane. I mean, he's telling Goten essentially to propose to Videl.
Even though she's already married to
Married.
now very castrated.
Yeah,
Gohan.
our very
Gohan.
sad Gohan.
He's wearing a sweater, his pants are too high.
What's
and
gone horribly
Piccolo
right in his
is
life?
bummed out about it.
Gohan has a new set of Ed Hardy t-shirts that express
You
all of
see?
his frustration.
Piccolo for 2 seconds, and he's just very upset about
Yeah.
his sweater.
And you know
he's
what?
wearing.
That might be the most well-told aspect of this episode, is we know exactly what's going on with Piccolo there. He's standing up there just like, Gohan became a bitch.
You could have been somebody.
So
I think the Trunks story makes sense, though, in the way that they're 8-year-olds and they don't kind of understand anything.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
in that way, it was the only part of this episode that makes sense. As they're confused, they want to buy Videl a diamond. They can't afford a diamond because they've made no money saving the planet for 2 decades. Then they go to get a perfume and have to fight a snake. Who
A
guards
giant
the
snake.
Well, okay, they go to get perfume, it's too expensive. An old man tells them about a hot spring. They go to get water from the hot spring, but before they get directions, Trunks says, "How do we get there, man?" Which is very upsetting.
You have a serviceable Kid Trunks voice.
I am in it to win it.
This is going to
look
come
me
in
up,
handy later in the
Funimation.
series.
And then they fight a giant snake who looks like he was painted in MS Paint. It was very upsetting.
So bad.
He's a dark green.
It
He's a
was-
Piccolo green.
It was very upsetting. And then they fight the snake, even though they don't punch its face or anything. I feel like.
Yeah. And we're this is something we were talking about while we were watching it, but there's something so strange about the fact that when we last saw these kids, they were fusing together, becoming the world's mightiest warrior and beating the shit out of an ancient
Doing something no
demon.
one's done for thousands of years,
Yeah.
apparently. There's Super Saiyans at the age of 8 somehow in a way that kind of breaks the logic of the show.
Yeah,
And then they
fusing
can't kill
together.
the snake.
They can't kill the snake. They can't even. They don't seem to even know what to do.
They have one line where they're like, oh, we're going to blast this snake to pieces. And Goten starts like Kamehameha. And then Trunks is like, wait on the people down at the hot spring. And then he has to stop. But it's like, dude, just flick the snake.
Just throw it into the sun.
We've established you, like, destroy worlds. I don't understand what's happening with the snake. Who was, like, anthropomorphically upset at them for trying to get the water. Like it owned the water.
So they get the water. They bring it back.
Long story short.
And it is just water. And this brings me to the point of the women in the Dragon Ball Z universe who have
Yes.
one role, which is to do emotional labor for all these, like, golden retriever idiot.
Yeah, she like puts it on her face and she's like, is this just ordinary water? This is so touching. They're such beautiful little souls. And they're just like, we fought a snake.
It's just like, great. Poor, like, also, didn't she used to be, like, a really badass warrior, and now she's all, like...
She had those cool bike gloves and the short haircut and the
and
spandex
now she,
shorts.
sold out, man.
Vidal doesn't need that perfume either, because her man's an accountant at one of the highest firms in town.
I suppose, but he's also researching things.
I just feel like she got very straight suddenly, and that bums me out.
Yeah, they changed her hair. She's dressing in, like, preppy clothes. Vidal really lost her shine. We're pretty disappointed about it.
So,
and then the last scene, right?
Yes.
I think there's only one more thing that happens, and it's totally unrelated to everything else that happened in the episode.
Well, we miss Mr. Satan shows up, and then there's the last, like, blip of the episode.
Right.
Oh, right. Okay.
Mr. Satan. So we're back with Goku again, who's
back
just
on
been
the farm,
punching holes into the earth.
Yeah, nothing's happened at the farm. He seems to have just stood in the same position until sunset.
Mr. Satan.
Why won't the crops grow? I've been punching them for days.
Mr. Satan shows up with a car that says Satan on it, and he's just like, listen, I feel bad, you did all the work, and we're also, like, really concerned about you. Here's a box of money.
Please have $100 billion.
And Goku says no.
He says he doesn't want it because that's like Goku is he's stoic and doesn't understand what money is, even though now he is a day laborer in the outskirts of Japan. And then luckily his 8-year-old son is there who's like, no, Dad, you're working for money. Please take the money. And he goes, oh, yeah.
I believe he literally says, if you take the money and bring it home to Mom, you won't have to work.
You won't have to be a dad anymore.
And that's what he does. He goes home to Chi-Chi. He's like, look, I got this box of money. And can I go to the sky now to train? And she's like, get the fuck out of here.
Beat it, Goku.
And then we didn't see Dad for months.
Oh my gosh.
She literally says, just check in every once in a while.
Yeah, it felt heavily implied that she's having an affair, right?
Yes. She seemed really nonchalant.
With Hercule, probably.
Probably, yeah. That seems... I was trying to think in my head who it could...
Hercule's the only one who actually interacts with society in the Dragon Ball team, and I bet he's, hitting up every woman around.
Oh my god.
So, and then we have one last glimpse.
Quick little look at the Supreme Kai and that fella that he hangs out with.
Just so you don't think the show's stupid, at the end, Supreme Kai is in heaven and is like, oh, all these worlds are exploding. And then it's like, end of show immediately. Just so you're like, oh, maybe someone will fight in 8 hours. And then the show's over. And this entire episode was so you wouldn't worry about Goku's finances in the coming episode.
They almost pretty much say it verbatim, like, you have all this money now, so you're taken care of, so I can go train, and we don't have to worry about anything back here, which means we will not see another woman probably for 6 episodes.
Several more episodes. One thing I do appreciate, though, is that, that was, during Dragon Ball Z, that was one of my main concerns, all throughout the story. I was wondering, gee, how is Goku keeping the lights on?
Oh, man. If you thought fighting Cell was reckless, you should see his savings account. It is barren as many parts of Namek.
It's as barren as Chi-Chi now is after pushing out 2 Saiyans.
He does literally nothing to earn money in years because he keeps fighting princes and marrying into their families.
So,
okay.
Out of 10, Katie, what do you rate this episode?
I love a good shopping montage, and especially in early 90s style anime. So I'm gonna give it like a solid 8.
Wow, that is a high ranking.
That is surprising. That is
well. Guess what?
We'll see how you feel.
I have a feeling most of the show is gonna be garbage. So So I'm giving it an 8 because I wasn't super bored.
All right, Alex.
I have more faith in the Dragon Ball universe. I have a family in the Sun family, and I want to see them fight for my amusement. And so this episode had very little fighting short of when children fought a snake that they weren't really threatened by. And that was pretty disappointing. But overall, I did laugh a lot because none of it made any sense at all. So I'm going to give that a 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10.
Not
okay.
unhappy, but like that was a bad episode of Dragon Ball Z.
All right, well, I happen to be a big fan of the mid-saga filler episodes. One of my favorites is Goku and Piccolo going to get their driver's licenses. Big fan of that one.
I forgot about
and this feels an awful lot like that. And also with the snake fight is very reminiscent of early Dragon Ball back when snakes were a threat.
Monkey tails.
But they ruined that for themselves with all of the battling in between.
Oh, for certain.
Because the snakes used to be scary, and now they're just stupid.
That being said, I like the feeling of being back to basics. You know, it feels Dragon Ball-y. I'm giving it 8 out of 10.
See?
All right. Well, I don't approve of
8 out of 10.
these decisions, but that's the first episode, people.
Yay!
What do you want?
Well, I think it's prudent since we're already up to 30 minutes.
Yeah,
30
I
minutes.
think we could probably cap this one because it's our first episode.
Well, I think it might be a good idea to predict what we think might happen next. Let's
yeah.
say 2 sentences. Katie, go.
I have a feeling we're gonna follow Goku to see what that training's up with, and we're gonna see more castrated married life down on the earth below.
Alex, what do you got?
Just because I think they're going to fill more time, we're going to watch this snake defend more luxury goods around Japan and just be entirely incapable of holding down a family or keeping anything it loves from being taken.
All right, and I think we are going to follow Goku up to King Kai's planet, at which time he's going to realize, whoop, he misses the life of being a sharecropper. And he's going to come on back.
Oh, come back, Goku.
Wow.
He ain't seeing you like this. That wraps up this episode.
Stay tuned. Come
should
back.
we do Twitter?
Follow us on Twitter.
Follow us on Twitter. Katie?
Yeah, follow me at Katie Rose, early adapter. Real easy.
Alex?
I am at Patak Jokes, which is spelled P-T-A-K Jokes. I cannot put my full name on Twitter since a former member of the FBI interrogated.
All right. And I am at Jeremy Thunder. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Bye.
Uh-oh. Looks like Vegeta's training to be the ultimate number 1. Super!
Ballin' out, ballin' out, ballin' out.
And welcome back to Ballin' Out Super! Hello? Thank you for coming back. I'm Alex Patak. I'm here with my co-hosts, Katie Rose Leon
Hi.
and Jeremy Hammond.
Hello?
Hammond for him. We're having a lot of fun here. We watch Dragon Ball Super. We tell you about it. We add a lot of bullshit that is not in the program. We're joined by a very special guest today, producer, podcast extraordinaire, Leif Enoksen.
Hey, what have I got myself into?
Yeah, what have you gotten yourself into?
I do not know.
You in a world of shit, brother.
I just have questions. I don't have any analytics, anything. I need to know, what did I just watch? And I don't know any of the. I know Goku is a character that we saw at some point
Well,
for a little bit.
debatable.
He ate a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
He
That's
sure
all I
did.
got for you.
Okay,
Leif
so
had not seen the show before, and we were watching it together with him, and he did not say a word for a full 30
yeah.
minutes.
I
So-
just have notes.
Yeah.
And they are just questions.
Well, Leif, this feels like a good opportunity to ask you. So you've never seen any Dragon Ball thing at all,
correct.
but what is your like memory of it from when you were young? Do you remember people watching it?
Oh yeah, I had one of my best friends growing up. His brother dropped out of school his senior year to trade Dragon Ball Z figures online.
Wow.
Yeah. So like I
should get him on the
Yeah, how did it go for him?
I think it was fine, but not great. He after that though, he started a skateboard company that did very well.
Yeah,
Nice.
that sounds like the behavior of someone.
Yeah,
But
Disrupts
it took, yeah, he
industries.
did that for a while.
it's a man after my own heart.
Jeremy is very successful.
And so you, so you knew people who were into it. You knew a fella who tried to build a career off of it.
Mhm.
What was your perception of it? Do you remember like what you thought of it at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up. I've known his brother since we were 6. So like, he was always this like, he was the older brother, the coolest guy around. So I saw that, I was like, okay. I didn't know what it was or a concept of like what was going on. Afterwards, even as adults, we were all just kind of like, whoa, what was that? And I still remember being at his house not that long ago and finding boxes of stuff just like in his basement. But like that, and I did at times, like I would come in and they'd be watching it and I would sit for a couple minutes, but I'd just be like, I got nothing. I don't know what to do. And then that was it.
But
You're
so
really selling us on this other guy.
he seems like a great
perfect.
guest. We should have him, certainly have him on. Like, so you knew this like cool older guy who was
we're
into it.
really throwing the word cool around a lot. I'm not comfortable with this.
Cool.
I
It sounded
was
like you were
12.
cool.
I was about to say, I believe he thought he was cool.
Oh,
No,
for sure.
yeah.
Cool
No.
isn't strong enough of a word, is what Leif is saying.
Yeah. He was godly in our eyes.
Right, so as a 12-year-old, seeing this cooler older guy who was into Dragon Ball Z, I'm curious, like, why, like, what at the time was keeping you from being like, well, I want to be like this cool guy, like, I should watch Dragon Ball Z.
I just couldn't get into it. I like being busy and being outside and doing all that stuff. And at that age, I was ready to just be like running around in the woods, which me and his brother would do for
So
hours.
unrelatable.
Yeah, you could have stopped it outside.
I think unlike the parents in Dragon Ball and our parents who left us to be raised by the television, sounds like you might have been encouraged and...
I was just allowed to go. Like, I lived in the middle of nowhere in the woods, so I would watch TV, and it was a lot of cartoons, but never anime. And when I was there was just always so much going on that like I was like, I can't get into
That's
this
fair.
at all.
This just sounds like your upbringing was Dragon Ball, and then you were shamed for not watching the shitty cartoon version of it. Just going out and living life like an idiot.
How dare. So, gang, should we get into it?
Yeah.
I
And
probably
actually,
started with throwbacks because there's a lot of throwbacks in this episode. A lot of nostalgia to steep in.
Let's
That
get
phase
into
was
it.
to steep.
Episode 2's title is To the Promised Resort, Vegeta Takes a Family Trip?
Yeah,
big old question mark.
that was the best part because as it was starting, I loved the opening credit music. Amazing. I was rocking out real
It's
hard.
fantastic.
Oh, it was wonderful.
We have not
Yeah.
talked about in the opening credits. There's an incredible shot of Goku's boost knuckle. It's just
or Goku's 2 Saiyan penises. No one's ever confirmed.
okay.
All right,
I don't know what
Jeremy.
any of that means, but it sounds kinky and I'm into it.
You can see the outline of Goku's penis through his pants
Oh,
in a deliberate shot on the part of the producers.
nice. I love. Sorry, I know you're trying to say something, but I love they opened it and they said the name of the episode and it ended like in a question and it sounded like the narrator had no idea what it was going to be about at all. It's like, oh, all right, let's
He's as
go.
happy to be here as we are.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh no, you're totally fine. I always enjoy the something that's very consistent about anime announcers of this type of show is it's always the same guy. I'm pretty sure it's the Pokemon guy.
Yeah, it definitely is.
He has made a career of
Dude's rolling in it.
seeming genuinely shocked that someone's going on vacation.
Are we all mad about
On his way
this?
to Pewter City.
I feel like all of us work in entertainment and want that job, and it's like this level of resentment that comes out.
Listen, this is part audition, so we all got to get our imitations on par.
The ultimate number one.
I will eat your whole race.
Get a life, Dad. All right. So we open on King Kai, and he is driving.
Yes, he is.
Just driving circles around that little planet he lives on.
He has to set out early in the morning if he wants to make it back to his house 10 times by the next 5 minutes.
Where does the food come from? He has so much food on that planet.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves. So he's driving when all of a sudden who appears but Goku instant transmissioning in front of his car, sending it crashing into his house, destroying his home.
Also, does he kill those guys? I mean, I know they're gods, but they got the little monkey in the book.
Wait, the monkey's taking classes, by the way.
Oh,
King
yeah.
Kai's monkey is taking improv
comedy
classes.
classes. Yeah, he's taking improv.
He implies, yes. That he's
Is that
taking
that
comedy
god?
classes.
Is that his thing? Like, is he like the comic god, like the comic relief in this show?
Sort of, yeah. Well, he is. Yes, he is comic relief. He's one of the many comic relief characters that we come in and out of.
He's
over
the
course of
much-needed
series.
break from
Gotcha.
the serious plot.
Yes.
Which we swear there is some at some point.
I'm not.
I will have to take your word for that. It was fast. That was such great fourth wall breaking like comedy. I was like, oh, that's funny. I'm on board. That was great.
Right. Yeah, King Kai has some sweet lines in this episode where he's like, he wants to fix his house, but he has nothing to do, so he's gonna not do it through magic and just slowly repair his house. So he's mad at Goku, but Goku's already like, I don't give a shit. I'm here to train and eat your food. You're gonna give me a house, bitch.
Your planet has 10 times gravity.
Yeah.
You know, that thing Bulma invented.
Goku's just like, he's such a fucking scrub. Like, he just he's breaking everything, eating all his food, and the intonation of his voice denotes that he's not even like I'm sorry. Like, he's like, come on, give me a chance.
He's not sorry.
He's just
not,
like,
no.
he's just like, yeah. I don't know.
Woo!
I am.
Eat my shorts.
Yeah, when
I'm
we-
an adult.
When we get into a little bit later in the episode, because just the characterizations of all the guys in this, with the exception of the two bad guys, are fascinating. They are all such bros. And
Yeah, oh yeah.
I've got a whole thing that we'll get to that later. I'm fascinated.
Yeah, there's a lot of masculinity and nowhere to put it.
Oh,
it's
boy.
so
The
gross.
patriarchy is
It
broken.
is gross.
Dragon Ball Z.
Is there one healthy man-woman
No.
relationship
No.
in this
Before
entire
you
show?
finish,
No.
there's
Yeah.
nothing as healthy about
No.
anything that happens in this
Well,
show.
the one healthy relationship, and I'm jumping the gun, is Beerus and whoever the other guy is.
Whis.
And his
Whis.
domestic
Whis.
partner, Whis.
Yes.
We will get into
But
those
we'll get back to that.
beautiful
I'm sorry. I'm
queens in a
sorry.
minute.
Oh my god.
But talking about kinky and problematic relationships, cut to Bulma and Vegeta playing their favorite sex game, Let's Try and Kill My Husband, while
Oh,
Trunks
yeah.
is thrown around in the back.
You're
That
telling
was
me
a
you never
weird
take a trip and have your boyfriend sit on the roof of the car as a power game while you drive your child son
Under
with no
low-hanging
seatbelt?
branches
Yeah.
swerving back and forth.
Oh god, my life was Dragon Ball Z. My friend whose brother did that, we put him on the top of the roof of his van and we would drive like 80 miles per hour with him on top. Don't do that,
Jesus.
but
Wow.
we did that. I don't know. I wasn't happy with that.
Wow. How old were you when Jackass came out?
Oh, unfortunately the right age.
Yeah.
It was not good. I hated doing stuff like that, but then it's either I go out with them and do that, or I sit at home by myself.
I mean,
so
it's
I would
cool
go out
when
and do it.
Vegeta
But
does it.
yeah, no, it's not cool when
It
humans
only
do it.
stimulates their sex life further.
Yeah, very sexual.
They're
Yeah, it
clearly
felt-
very happy with each other
Yep.
while being totally dysfunctional.
Oh, totally.
And they were very much filming Vegeta from the side or behind, so we didn't see the massive erection.
Yeah.
There's just tiny lightning bolts shooting out from his body.
It's got its own little power-up light.
His son's broken his arm in the car.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's clearly everyone's getting off, but don't worry. They crash and they end up at the vacation destination that we learn was promised.
He promised.
My promised vacation.
He promised when he beat the shit out of his son.
Oh my
Trunks
god.
left the mop out at some point in the Boo Saga, and they have this great flashback of Vegeta rocking him in the face and then getting out of it.
Trunks spilled paint in the garage.
And then he gets out of it by being like, "Oh, we'll go to Hawaii or some bullshit. Whatever. You can have your mom drive me to
What
the
is
ocean."
the family name of Vegeta's family? It's not Son, right?
It's the Prince family.
The Prince family. I guess it's the Vegeta family.
Yeah, he's named
right?
after the planet Vegeta, so his name is Vegeta.
Trunks showing up to school with the cigar burn, like Breakfast Club.
Oh.
This is what you get in the Vegeta house when you spill paint in the garage.
Yeah,
I'm so
even
adept for my age.
even the mother or no, the father-son dynamic is just a nightmare.
That's how Trunks got cool. You don't have cool kids by not abusing them.
Yeah, have you seen that jacket he wears in as an adult?
Well,
It's amazing.
you know, Bulma's stepping in and doing all the parenting, and like she's got her sick haircut and she smiles.
She's
Yeah,
through all
pretty
the
much a
pain.
single mom.
Great.
Yeah.
She looks so good.
And
Yeah,
she
she's
is
like-
killing it in those montages. Can we talk about some anime montages? Because they're my
Oh.
favorite stuff. We
Yeah.
got a
Yep,
shopping
yep.
montage and an angry dad montage.
Oh my God.
One after the other. Oh.
Well, and I think it might be time to drop a little line from the first episode. Saiyans be shopping.
Saiyans be shopping. But this point, Vegeta is not into it. But you know what? He won't even carry the boxes. He won't even help a little bit.
He's like the world's strongest man. He won't even carry the boxes. What a dick.
I'm on Vegeta's side. Global Capital has clearly not been a friend to their family or any of the Saiyan warriors, and watching them shop for shirts is one of the most depressing things I have seen in a cartoon in some time.
Trunks is killing it though. He's like doing that whole, kind of like surfer from the 90s
got
thing.
Oh my
Style.
god,
He's
he is
young.
Bart Simpson in this, like
Yeah.
to a T.
He really is. Yeah.
Commodified his sexuality.
Cowabunga shirt.
Yeah. Oh,
Hey Dad, don't I look cool? And he's like, what is cool?
yeah.
Cool is a social construct.
My planet was destroyed.
My dad is dead.
I'll never love you.
So I gotta tell you guys, a lot of this episode, I mentioned this while we're watching this, reminds me of a trip my family took to Hawaii in the early 2000s in which my parents who are now divorced, got into a very large fight, the biggest fight of their marriage at a luau. And there's two scenes in this episode that remind me of that. One, where we realize Vegeta's cranky because he has not eaten, and Bulma smiles and brings them to a buffet, in which he says, I will eat your whole race.
To an octopus,
To an
with which
octopus.
he is angry.
Because during his sex games with his wife, she drove him underwater in their spaceship, and an octopus got on his face. And then it inked him later, and he yelled at it, I will eat your whole race. Which, to the point where you can't imagine why there are anime Nazis on the internet or what they're getting out of this.
There's a lot of, slight genocide in this episode. Like, he gets so mad after he inks his face, he almost kills an entire planet of people. But don't worry, Bulma does damage control, because what do the women in DBZ do? Emotional labor.
Super!
Are we gonna say this every episode? Just kidding. There's not gonna be women in every episode.
That is definitely true. They get passed off.
Is there not even one woman hero in those?
Videl was,
was.
like a hero, and
Yeah.
Chi-Chi was too, but they never were the strong ones.
Sure.
The only one that was ever strong was Android 18, who's Krillin's wife, who's a pig now. That hasn't happened yet, but I know he's a cop now. Android 18 is an evil man-killing machine who they have to subdue, and then later is like, I'm attracted to your weakest man, and I'm just gonna settle down and be his submissive partner.
I know,
Yeah,
she
there's definitely some ball stomping going on in the bedroom.
Oh yeah, she is a hard femme. There is some shit going on
She's
there.
great, but None of the women ever get to do anything cool, really. It's not that kind of show. Look,
Not
there's
to-
dinosaurs.
In Dragon Ball
Oh,
GT,
yeah, that's
Pan becomes like a pretty central
But-
character. She goes on some adventures.
Jeremy, as we are watching Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT, not canon, wiped from the record.
Oh, I don't think it's wiped from the record. I think this takes place in between Z and GT.
Oh,
this
so are
is
they very
filling the
carefully
gap.
not gonna, like...
I'm guessing at the end of the series, there's going to be some sort of a Majin Buu type Dragon Ball scenario where they're going to wipe out everyone's memories, and that's how all of this isn't going to be brought up in GT.
They should just make it non-canon. GT
Yeah.
was not...
It's not good.
It's
They
not
had a good
good.
video game.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good
yeah.
video games. Those are all the ones I played in, like, 2000, the, like, PlayStation ones.
Yeah, before any of us had seen GT in America.
Ooh, you had no idea who these people were, and you loved it.
So good.
Yeah.
So what happens next?
So,
Oh,
they-
I'm sorry. I was sleeping there for a second. What's going on? Where are
So we're gonna go to a luau, and they chant for Vegeta to get on stage and dance. He, of course, never danced in his whole life, so he shouts everyone to death and then shoots into the sky. And Bulma and Trunks smile, and they're like, "Yeah, all right."
we? Yeah, they said, "Oh, he made it this long. We should be happy with that." Like, no, they were surprised. I was like, "Oh my god,
Yeah.
Set
that's
their
terrible."
expectations to the ground.
Oh, terrible.
And
Yeah,
honestly, if Dragon Ball is following my life, once Dad leaves, we have a little more fun, so it's fine.
Yeah.
A
Yeah,
lot
you
less
totally-
stressful.
You could
Yeah.
totally see how Bulma and Trunks would have such a wonderful life without Vegeta.
Oh, wouldn't every woman and kid in this like benefit from them disappearing?
Well,
Here's-
no, because then they'd be destroyed by monsters.
So not disappearing,
fair.
just going off to train with King Kai
There
until
you
some
go.
shit
Yeah.
happens.
Real bro trip.
Get
up
him
to
out
the
of
top.
here.
So now we've fully explored unhealthy relationships. Let's get into a healthy one with entering the cat zone. We open to
Can we have wait, can we have a theme for entering the cat zone?
Yes, we
Can
can.
highway to the cat zone.
And that is it. All right.
Nailed it.
So what's his name again? I can't remember.
Beerus.
Beerus.
Lord Beerus
Lord-
the Destroyer.
Beerus.
And
he-
Whis.
and
His
Whis.
friend.
Is yes, two confirmed bachelors who live together and have cute banter in space.
Such
Beerus is just like, honey, I'm hungry. And he's like, I still have 2 minutes.
It's the only healthy relationship I've seen so far.
and it is so sexual too.
Oh
they
my
are
God.
fucking all the time.
You can.
Well,
yeah,
they're
it's
also
palpable.
doing the most killing too. There's a direct
Yeah.
proportion from killing to fucking.
Maybe that's
That
what
is
it
true.
is. Yeah.
'Cause-
We all know that.
All right, Goku Chi-Chi, the worst relationship, completely non-functional. Vegeta Bulma, abusive, more sexual. Vegeta wants to kill more people. Beerus Whis, most sexual. They're already killing people every minute of the show.
Yeah, and they're just having like so much fun with it. You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot of giggling, a lot of just like, a lot of bantering.
Do you guys like this? I'm not really happy with the direction they've taken the villain because I like him a lot.
I'm not-
very likable.
I do like my Dragon Ball villain to be full of like diatribes and just being angry.
Cell is the best one.
Cell's the
probably,
best
right?
one,
Because
yeah.
he's evil, but he like has a purpose, and he's just a big piece of shit. Everyone wants him to die. I don't want this guy to die. He's in a committed relationship.
Now that I'm thinking about it, there is like a definite like kind of like gay energy to a lot of the Dragon Ball villains.
Well, that's
right?
like a common trope.
Frieza.
Is the there's like they say in Disney, there's only 3 kinds of villains. You got drag queens and Arabs. Like, it's like
That was 2. Okay.
there's probably a third one I can't think. Like the
just-
like intellectual homosexual or just someone
Yeah,
with a
there
big
we go.
nose.
So
So like,
there's 2 kind of Arabs out there, and you're either.
well, they're both problematic. So like, Japan likes the effeminate villain. Just think about like James or anyone like that.
Or any Final Fantasy villain.
I
Always
like-
has 9 scarves.
Yeah, I like Whis. He reminds me of a Sailor Moon villain. He's got a lot of Dark Moon
Yeah, I
energy
like that.
going on.
Whis is cool as hell.
Yeah, and so he goes and finds a dinosaur that some minions killed, and he's like, I want to bring this back to my boyfriend for dinner. And they like try to punch him over it, and he's like, well, now my boyfriend's gonna kick your ass. And we finally get some Dragon Ball fighting.
That was such like a teen drama high school scene with like, oh, my boyfriend's here now and you're in trouble. And Beerus in the Letterman jacket.
Oh my god, yes.
If you won't give me takeout,
man.
we're gonna have to get it ourselves. And then Beerus steps in and he fights the evolved combat form of this alien for the dinosaur meat. And there's like a fight, but it's one of those like Beerus blocks all the punches with his fingers, so you know he's not even like trying.
Yeah, they are obsessed with.
He's on the
showing
wrestling
us-
team.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
they show us power all the time with a finger. That's their favorite thing. Finger push-ups. They do the upside down handstand one finger push-ups.
Yeah.
Fighting with a finger.
Well, which is weird too, because your fingers aren't like muscles. Like you wouldn't be using your finger.
No, in no way would you do that.
I think it's adding to the effeminate energy, honestly.
It really is, yeah, because it does look like he's just doing like a
finger wagging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
I don't know. I enjoyed finally seeing something fight.
It was
Yeah.
better to
Yeah.
have a fight. Although
Definitely.
I could have watched just a Vegeta angry vacation for a full 30 minutes.
Yeah. To be honest, it did feel a little distracting. And also, I think we're doing a bit of a disservice to Goku's valiant battle against the ground in episode 1.
Yeah, he kicks the ground's ass. That was very one-sided.
Several times.
Speaking of which, now we're going back and forth between Vegeta training angrily by himself away from his wife and child, and Goku fucking up King Kai's planet and being just a general piece of shit about any hospitality he receives. He's like,
Goku is really a dick now.
yeah, King Kai's
He
like,
really
you're ripping
is.
up my tiny planet, and he's like, it's fine.
It's fine, King Kai. It'll grow back. What an asshole.
From Leif, from just seeing this episode of the show, who would you guess is the most powerful?
I mean, if I saw the first episode and I saw this, so I'm guessing it's Goku.
They do say it out loud a lot of
Yeah,
times.
they-
That
Yeah,
does
they
kind
talk
of
about it a
ruin any
lot.
mystery.
I mean, if I did not see the intro to the first episode and just rail again, like all my questions at you or grill you guys about what was going on, I mean the cat guy, but outside of that, the rage guy seems the most powerful.
We got Mad Dad and Goofy Dad.
Yeah, pretty much.
He has the most alpha mindset, and that's what brings you into that stage of the game.
I will
Listen,
say
yeah.
Vegeta is the only one bringing classic DBZ, like alpha male, angry eyebrow energy.
It feels like a different show.
Yeah, I'm
They-
ready.
They spliced in that cut of him punching his son in the face, and you were like, oh, I remember this. And then they cut back to Dragon Ball Super, and it was like, oh, they don't have my size. It's like really strange segue they're doing.
And then
back
he
into the
says
show.
like, "Oh, you don't know how to but you didn't button your shirt right." And the kid's like, he starts like losing his mind. That's when I started having like trigger words. Like, oh god, oh my god, I'm in so much trouble. Just like, oh, that poor kid.
If you're a truly powerful warrior, you can neg your children,
Yeah, exactly.
and that helps them reach.
That
the
what
next
makes
level.
you ultimate number one.
While Vegeta is training, he does say, I will now be an ultimate number one. In a script totally untranslated from the Japanese originally.
I am looking forward to some A+ lazy translation, because clearly they rushed the shit out of this.
Yeah, and clearly they chose at some point to keep the titles hilarious.
Yep.
So basically, we have our little dual training montages, and then Kitty Cat destroys the world, and in the blast, he sees a figure.
He has a vision.
A vision.
He's been having dreams. He's trying to tell his boyfriend about his dreams, and Lisa's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Well, the dinosaur is getting cold.
Did you remember when you told us that a celebrity would be moving in next door?
He literally
No,
says that.
Beerus, you fool.
Yeah, and then he goes, he believes the thing he needs to put his mouth on is a Super Saiyan.
Not just any Super Saiyan.
The Super Saiyan God.
Which,
Which-
I mean, I know you know what this is, Alex. But,
I do.
I
made the mistake of watching one of the movies before we started watching this show, but the movies and I don't know whose production decision this was, are just arcs of the show compressed into an hour and a half.
Which feels...
So they just spoil the whole thing for you, but you don't really get along for the ride for it. So
a really good way to start a reboot of a franchise when you're only doing 2 arcs of it before the next season, to then make 2 movies that come out in advance of it that spoil
Right.
2
it's for the
arcs.
diseased children who are watching as their last wish. And they want to remember what happened, but they don't have time to see it all again.
Once again, that fever dream editing, they're like...
Yeah.
It's like you cannot remember anything that happened 20 seconds before. So yeah, basically they blow up the minion planet, and then we go back to Space Gods, and they're like, did you feel that, did you feel that in your tum-tum?
Yeah, Supreme Kai is up in Supreme Kai planet, and he's like, oh, more worlds are blowing up.
Oh no, maybe we should tell Goku.
Also, more food. This is a
Oh, yeah.
food-centric
A lot of
episode.
food, yeah.
Well, again, just like the first episode, it covered how they're paying rent. We needed to know that they're eating 3 times a day.
Yeah.
So we aren't worried.
Yeah. So now that the reality is set, now we can get on with the show.
We
Yeah.
can move
Yes.
from here.
Suspension of disbelief.
Leif, I wonder, like, you've written down many questions during the course of this episode. Is there anything you need explained, or, like...
I mean, everything.
Yeah,
For the most
okay.
part, we covered the direct episode.
We covered
see.
Goku is paying off
Oh.
insurance payments from the heart medication in the Cell Saga.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. We the funny thing is just like how easily that guy destroys the planet. He just
Yeah.
like drops a little bit of his power on it, and they just watch it explode. It's like, god damn.
He's a destroyer.
Is that like, so is this gonna be the most powerful bad guy?
Yeah,
for now.
It seems like it.
No? Okay.
I think
Hard
he's
to
supposed
say.
to be, like I was saying when we were watching it, it seems like someone wrote an outline for a very serious show and then just gave it to their dumbass cousin who was like, they gotta eat for the vacations here and you gotta get the luau and Vegeta won't dance. They came back and ruined the show. But yeah, they're like, have this whole like character who on the surface destroys planets and is heartless and only wants food or whatever, but like, he's just a fun old kitty cat and he wants to fight Goku for no reason at all.
Well, is it Goku? I don't know. It's a Super Saiyan God.
That's true.
Yeah, we don't know that.
We
yet.
don't know.
They're supposed to be
anything.
extinct though.
What, Saiyans?
Yeah, Saiyans are supposed to be extinct.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's got the inside track on that.
Not Beerus, because he was asleep for 37 years.
Oh, that's
Which,
true.
like, what a weird specific
What a
amount
weird
of time.
specific-
Yeah, 37. Well, that's how old is Goku?
Goku's like a uncut 45.
So it's like he would even remember this guy. Like they would have.
Well, no,
not
'cause he's out in
necessarily.
space.
Yeah, he's out in space.
In the beginning of Dragon Ball, it's very like real world-ish, where you know Goku is just trying to like make ends meet and find the Dragon Balls, and then it goes off the rails at some point.
Yeah,
Never
sure.
goes
Goku's
back
like
down.
washing
Okay.
dishes. He's got jobs. Yeah, it's
yeah, just really paying the bills.
yeah, it's
right?
a much realer
Yeah.
world. Back
There's a
then.
love interest with Teen Bulma for like 40 episodes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And then a love interest with Chi-Chi, and then Chi-Chi's ruined as a person by Goku's emotional abuse.
I am still fascinated by how much of an idiot this guy is, and he is the main character of this
Yeah.
entire series.
Yep.
Well, that's the premise. That's why we keep coming back.
That's what we love about Goku.
That's like a general
Jesus.
anime trope. Is like the main hero is actually like a klutz and a dummy.
Yeah. To kind of be like a juxtaposition
That's
to
how-
his immense power, you know,
That's how
Yeah.
you know he's pure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Purity.
pure of heart. So I think it's time to start wrapping this up, right? Katie, out of 10, what do you give the vacation?
I
beach
feel very triggered, so I'm gonna give this like a 6 because I was entertained, but now I gotta go deal with some stuff.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right,
gonna sort through some old Polaroids of a luau.
Alex, what say you?
I say I like that one better than the first one. There was a fight that Vegeta upset everyone at a luau. I'm saying 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10.
Still not loving the series yet.
We'll get there, I'm sure, right?
Everyone is really rating it so high. They just give it a 7. I don't know how I feel about it.
Give it
It's a
less
7 out of 10. Like, oh, all right, cool. I like it. It's very positive.
Leif, what do you got? Having seen nothing of this franchise before.
It'll depend on the next question. How many seasons are there?
So
I
many.
mean, I don't know if we even call them
that's a bummer.
seasons. There's arcs. There's story arcs.
Because I kind of want to go back and like get into it because it's fun enough, it's silly enough. Too hard head shake nose on that.
You've got about 600 episodes to get.
Oh, yep,
They
never
really
mind.
milk it out.
I was about to say, like, you're basically dead to the world now, so R.I.P.
Yeah. No,
If
I
you
will
could
not
go-
watch even one of those.
If you
So
could go-
15. It was the best Dragon Ball Z episode I will ever see.
What?
If you could go back in time and unlearn a skill from your childhood, you could rewatch this and have like the right.
Oh man, I mean it's
15's
not.
good,
Yeah,
That's pretty good. 15 out of 10.
15 out of 10 is pretty good.
I do appreciate that. I'm a big fan, as I said in the last episode, of these little side stories where we see the Z Boys in their regular lives.
Z-Boys.
And I especially love Vegeta in some casual wear.
Oh, I love a resort wear.
Love
Vegeta.
resort wear. Giving this one a solid 9.5 out of 10.
Wow, wow,
Where
wow.
is it going to go from here?
Where yeah, only up to 9.6.
Oh no! All right, well,
I love it.
It's not going to get better than 15 out of 10. So, Leif, I'm glad we could provide this experience for you.
This was great.
Come back
I
anytime
actually
you'd
may
like.
very well like. I'll probably read about it, but like maybe keep along with the episodes. It was fun. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Leif, where can our many listeners find you on the internet?
I mean, you could try to find me on Twitter @saidleif or Instagram bearwithleif, but I don't use it that much. But so what you should do is go to brainmachinecomedy.com and download all the podcasts I somehow got talked into producing.
All right. Katie, where can the listeners find you?
Find me on Twitter at Katie Rose or on Instagram at Oh Hello Katie Rose.
Alex?
Just keep listening to this podcast, fellas. Come on. I need this. Just keep coming. Just listen to the next one. I'll tell you it on the next one.
All right. And you can find me at Jeremy Thunder on Twitter and at Jeremy_Thunder on Instagram. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Super!
Super!
Did you know the plot of Dragon Ball Z happened? All filler, no Vegeta?
Ballin' out, ballin' out, ballin' out.
Ballin' Out
Super.
I'm Jeremy Hammond. Joining me, as always, are my co-hosts, Katie Rose Leon.
Hello.
And Alex Patak.
What up?
And joining us today as well is a good friend of mine. He writes for The Hard Times. He's also the creator of Lizard People of New York, Jeremy Kaplowitz.
Hey, what's up?
Clap.
Is that a sound effect you add in afterwards?
No.
Okay,
That's
cool.
he's just going to say clap.
Cool.
I never learned how to clap.
Well, I think they explained it in this episode, so...
They have to cover all of the boundaries.
So how are you feeling right now, Jeremy?
Well, so the whole episode was all explanations. I feel like I still have no idea what is going on. All I know is my friend told me that there's dog people in the show.
There are dog people. The president is a dog.
Okay, that's all I knew. None of them appeared.
What a dream.
Well, there was a cat
There was a
villain
cat.
who
Cat
licks
villain.
himself.
Yeah.
So you remember he's a cat.
Yeah. Is he
a
supposed
lot
to be like an Egyptian god or something? Is that...
Well,
what
we
they're
haven't
going
really
for?
learned
He's a god.
his geographic origin yet, although it seems like space. Space cat?
It would be funny if there weren't dogs, but the main villain was still a cat. But then, like, if dogs came up, they'd be like, "What? No, it'd be stupid. This show is for intelligent children."
So, Jeremy, before
Sure.
coming here and joining us on the podcast, had you ever seen Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah. I watched a lot of it as a kid. I don't remember any of it though.
I don't remember any of it.
I think I watched a lot of it like as Japanese movies with no subtitles.
Okay.
So I just like didn't
Hell
really
yeah.
get it.
That's the only way to watch it.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I'm familiar. I know like the names of the characters. I mean, I don't remember them ever being on Earth. Is that true? Are they on Earth?
They're always on Earth.
Are
They're
they?
almost always
Oh,
on
wait?
Earth.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
most
then
of the time. This was on Earth. The cruise ship we saw was on Earth.
Yeah, that was on Earth. I was very confused by all of it. I don't really. I also remember Trunks, because Trunks is he comes back from like the future or something, and he's like from like Terminator, like war-torn future.
Yes.
They're still just hanging out on cruise ships, though. I don't know. It was all very.
It's the future where Obama gets a third term. As a dire warning.
This is the future liberals.
People have no rights. Androids have rights.
So you watch you'd watch Dragon Ball Z movies.
Yeah. Not really
in
get 'em.
Japanese, no subtitles.
Right.
Was this like some attempt to try to like learn Japanese?
No, I think I just had access only to those movies. I think I just didn't. No, I definitely wasn't trying to learn anything by watching Dragon Ball Z.
Think about how much better the show would be if you couldn't understand what they were saying.
That's true. Yeah, it's mostly just guys in
Yeah,
pajamas
they're just
going around
fighting with
blasting each other.
It's great.
You can make up your own story that
Right.
anyone's will be better. Anyone's will be better than what they gave us.
And then my friends and I would like draw Dragon Ball Z characters. That's a thing to do in like second grade. You don't draw your little like diamond-shaped faces or whatever.
Yeah, I feel like that's a thing that most kids can relate to. It's
Yeah.
like even if you didn't super know the show, you're like, that looks cool as hell. And you just try and draw it all the time.
With like the 3 muscle arms is like a thing. I don't know.
Finally, someone who knows what people look like. Swears on their side.
Thank God. Like I don't know why it is, but somehow such a huge part of Dragon Ball fandom is drawing. It seems like everybody I've spoken to about this show, trying to get people on the podcast to do this with us, they almost ubiquitously say that they drew pictures of it.
I guess it's just the art style is that of a second grader. So. It's
That's not nice. I think it's very detailed.
I think it's just a lot of boys' first experience being like, this is what a man looks like.
That's true. For many of us,
That's very
for
funny.
many of us, Dragon Ball is our father, and is the one source of discipline in an age of spineless dads.
This is a dad-heavy podcast.
Yeah, we
Oh, by the way,
keep coming back to it.
all of the co-hosts are dads. That's important to know.
I'm your dad
We
now.
have a lot of children, and Katie is a dad, and we're all disappointed at someone at any given time.
So, crew,
Should we get into it?
yes, the title of this episode is, Where Does the Dream Pick Up? How do you find a Super Saiyan God?
What a weird phrasing. Where does the dream pick up?
That's just a thing people say.
Yeah,
you
you
know,
know, everybody says that.
You see your friend, it's been a while, you kind of wondering what they've been doing. You're like, hey, so where does the dream pick up? Just 2 friends talking here.
I think I
and
see.
then you lick your arm to remind everyone you're a cat.
Yeah, of course.
To me, it just sounds like a meme, like a Just Girly Things meme. Like it's like a couple holding hands in the sunset, and it goes, "Where does the dream pick up?" Just Girly Things.
That's a really good idea, yeah. But doing like Dragon Ball pictures with like a purple filter over it, a little blurry, and it says, "Where does the dream pick up?"
Jeremy Hammond is Ballin Out Super's official social media presence and merchandise. He is Internet Super.
This furthers our narrative that we are all dads, as we are trying so hard to connect with the children.
Yes,
and we
kids,
don't
you like
know how.
memes, don't you?
There'll be a picture and words. It's everything you like.
So, Katie, what happened in this episode?
Well, I would like to preface this podcast by saying nothing happened in this episode except listing names and telling us actively what is happening in the episode.
That's not totally true. We also learned that Piccolo has difficulty keeping his eyes open in photographs.
One step at a time. Okay.
He's in a lot of photographs, and he never has his eyes open, and it's his greatest struggle. That's how he gets more powerful.
I'm also not sure if we've ever seen photography in Dragon Ball before this.
Why are people still surprised people can fly? I am not over that. They've done it a lot. They were in the Cell Saga, they broadcasted on TV, people flying.
Yeah, but
and
everybody's memory was erased at the end of
but
the
of
Boo
what?
Saga.
What was there? Was it just erased that when Boo attacked? Because I thought that was when they erased, but like they're flying around all the time for years. It's been decades.
Well, I think what they were saying at the
Shock.
end was that they're erasing their memories of Boo entirely, which in a certain very liberal interpretation of that could mean the idea of powers. Just saying.
All right. You know what? I don't know why I'm getting stuck on this. Let's go back to the
There's a dog president, and you're worried about why people are.
Speaking of dog president, let's take the highway to the cat zone.
name
Where we
Give us that jingle, Katie.
highway to the cat zone. We open on Beerus and Wheeze having a cute tete-a-tete lovers quarrel as they travel through time and space.
Yeah, they're at the hot spring at that point, right?
No,
not
this
yet.
Is this
They're on their way to
episode
the hot spring.
There's nothing that happens.
Sorry, we revisit Beerus and Weiss having a lovers' quarrel a second time.
Yes, because literally, the plot of this episode is as follows. Weiss and Beerus tell us what they're doing, cuts away, we go to Kai, then we go to all the Kais the Supreme Kai tells us the plot of the episode again that Beerus and Weiss has already told us. Then there's another comical bit. Then Beerus and Weiss tell us a third time the plot of the episode. Then we go on a boat. And then Beerus and Weiss tells us a fourth time the plot of the episode. I swear to God, that is the whole
How are
thing.
we 3 episodes into this series and we still
Well,
nothing's happened?
each episode is a different vacation, and they're trying to get us. They're steeping the audience in this mythos that they're on vacation. They've had a vacation from Dragon Ball, but the vacation is over, and the fights are about to start again.
In the first episode, what we thought was Goku farming for his own profit was actually Goku participating in the woofing program, working on an organic farm to gain life experience.
The woofing program, cruelly installed by the dog president.
I will say the one important thing in this first interaction is we get a name. What's that name? It's Goku.
That takes a long time to get there, though. Like, it's a lot of
long-
like, what is this? Oh, no, he brings out his slug in a bowl. That is, all right, so Beerus, Lord Beerus, the god of death, keeps a slug in a bowl to tell him what people's names are when he forgets. And the 5 minutes of the show is him asking the slug, but the slug doesn't remember, and then he, like, threatens it, and then it remembers.
He
they really
threatens to
milk
starve it.
Yeah.
He threatens to starve it to
Beerus
death.
and Weiss likes to hang out in like some 80s Coke lounge
Yeah.
and eat
I
purple
love the
jello. We're jumping all over the place, but I think that's fine considering
Yeah, I mean,
that
this is such a mess of an episode. They jumped all over the place. Why can't we?
Other Jeremy, do you feel like does anything in this episode even stick out to you? Can you remember anything?
Yeah,
about
no,
it?
I liked how they reveal that the cat guy has some sort of genitals, but they don't say what. I like that.
He feels shame when
Yeah.
he stands up in the hot spring.
Right, because
The
he's like
Boyfriend
us.
sees his dick.
And everyone sees his barbed cat.
Yeah, yeah.
He is a what? He's like an undying god who's all powerful, but he doesn't want us to see his little pink cat wiener.
We all have flaws, I think.
After you've been alive for 4 million years, you actually hate your dick so much. You hope no one sees it again.
Oh boy.
I think a really important interaction in this episode, and important I mean very loosely, is that when Supreme Kai and King Kai are talking on their heads, and then Goku's like, y'all talking about me? And then they have to remind Goku that he is a god, but he is also dead.
Yeah, that's right. They remind Goku that he's literally a murderer. Like, we know he's killed several people. That's a major part of this show, and I understand you gotta kill sometimes. But he killed King
eggs.
Kai and Bubbles and Gregory for no reason.
Jeremy Hammond, sometimes you have to kill.
Listen, I'm no pacifist, okay? Sometimes
I
revolution
work at
needs
Hard
to be
Times
violent.
Magazine. I'm actually very punk rock. They have an expert recap of how the planet blew up because they have the montage where Goku brings Cell, who's self-destructing, onto North Kai's planet, and the planet blows up. And that's just to address the question of why they have halos over their head, knowing it has no bearing on the show, which
Yeah,
they
literally
announce
means
in the
nothing.
show.
Yeah.
While they're saying it, they're like, what's the difference? You're already here, but now you have a halo. And they're like, there is no difference. And then they like,
But the
fly
other guys
sideways.
make fun of me.
that was it verbatim. That's so dumb.
We are 3 episodes in, and they're just like, let's just get meta. Like, the writers are just like, we're going to make money no matter what.
Yeah, when did they write this during the WGA strike or something?
I did appreciate that they showed actual clips from the original show. That was nifty.
That was nice. Although, as you pointed out,
Yeah.
it is a very distinctly different
Yeah,
animation
yeah.
style.
They redid the Frieza fight because they couldn't show like 2 Legos fighting like they did in 1989 when it first came out.
So after we talk about halos, we go to Beerus and Whis eating, and then they decide they gotta go to planet Earth, and they also talk a lot of shit about King Vegeta, and Beerus announced that he wiped out all the dinosaurs with attitude problems.
Yes, that's right. Two things from that scene. One is we did get a bit of exposition there. We learned a bit about who Beerus and Whis are because when they talk about blowing up Planet Vegeta, as opposed to King Vegeta and Prince Vegeta and every other Vegeta that we have to remember in order for any of this to make sense.
think of names.
That's why everybody's food, you see.
I'll eat your whole race.
If you say Vegeta 3 times in a mirror at midnight, your dad comes and disappoints you.
But so what we learn though in that scene is that that Beerus instructed Frieza to blow up Planet Vegeta.
I am so glad you were paying attention.
I know, right?
I missed
Somebody
that
needed to be. It was a difficult one to pay attention to.
This whole episode is the Old Testament episode of Dragon Ball. It's listing names for like minutes on end, and then explaining shit that's not directly related to the plot, but
Yes.
sort of related to the plot. So you can just be like, oh, I guess this is kind of the same show.
Let's get into name listing, because after that, we got to Earth, where we have Android 18 and Krillin on a real cute car ride, and then they fly into the sky and meet everyone.
Yeah,
And
all
they're in
their
a car
friends.
until they realize it's stupid to take a car or own a car because they can fly.
And they've always been able to fly.
Even on the show, they're like, why do we have a car? And they're like, oh, look, Piccolo's here.
A lot of the show was explaining plot holes and then not giving an actual answer, just being like, I don't know,
Yeah,
here's the next scene.
It's more pointing out a
Yeah.
plot hole and then saying, oh, hey, Piccolo's here. Piccolo, look at this picture of you with your eyes closed.
It's almost like it was written by people who like watched the show and then were like, this show sucks. I'm just gonna here's all my complaints about it.
Yeah, it seems like they're intentionally trying to ruin this.
I don't care for Krillin with hair. Anytime I see it.
Yeah, I don't like that.
You know what? Devil's advocate is the only way to be Krillin for me. You gotta have hair. You gotta be a dad now.
Get out of here.
Krillin with hair, having a job, paying rent, having a car you don't need. This is Krillin now. This is what he's been about from the beginning, and now he has full praxis on his terrible.
Let me point out for you, Krillin does not have a job. Krillin has a blank check to kill people of color.
He hasn't been a cop yet in the show. We just know he is.
I've seen the picture. I know.
All it takes is like somebody made a mock-up picture of Krillin as a cop, and me and Jeremy are like, Krillin is ruined now.
My favorite character.
Oppressing the masses. Super!
Oh boy.
Fuck Krillin now.
Well, there was one important thing that happened while they were flying to Bulma's party on an awesome yacht, and they were listing everyone's name, is that Yamcha was there.
Right, Yamcha was there. Should we play a little game of what's Yamcha up to? So, Alex, I'd like to start with you on this one. We see Yamcha in this episode. We see him flying with his little furry pal, Puar.
With Puar. Who's the real star of the show.
Truly, I would take a side show. I'd take a full reboot where it's just Puar,
Hell yeah, and you can't understand anything they're saying. That's a crucial part of the show, is it's in a different language with those subtitles.
So, up until this point where we meet up with Yamcha, what's Yamcha been up to?
Yamcha, now realizing that Puar is the only interesting character in his life, has rededicated himself to watching cats, and will fill in for anyone at the drop of a hat to watch their cat, if they go on vacation or something, and then just like go to the movies by himself. And it's been 15 years of the bachelor life, and he's not tired at all. He loves it.
What's Yamcha been up to?
Yamcha, for some reason, is the only character on Dragon Ball Z that has ever suffered scarring, and he's been very upset and saddened by it. So he's started at Indiegogo, and he's raising money to get some plastic surgery, maybe, go to cosmetic school to help him cover up those scars. Because, Yamcha, he's a strong fighter, but he also has a soft heart, and he, he just wants to be accepted in this impossible beauty standards that Earth has presented.
You can't get scars from fighting in this show. Yamcha actually has lupus, and it has had terrible effects. He's like Seal. He's the Seal of the show.
We're about to get so many angry... we're going to get...
Jesus.
Dragon Ball... Ballin' Out Super finally breaks it big because we have so many people in the Spoonies community.
I'm pretty confident anyone who listens to this cannot write, and I am leaning hard on that.
Super! Cap, what do you think? What's Yamcha?
Yamcha, Scar guy, right?
Scar guy
Okay,
with
cool.
the flying cat.
Cool. He has been working as a campaign manager for a young, smart armadillo who is going to primary against Dog President in 2020. Armadillo President. Dog President wasn't in this, but he's the character I'm most interested in.
Well, because he's pulling all the strings.
Yeah.
He's in the background. We need somebody to run in these primaries and push the dog party more armadillo. We can't be running our own armadillo parties. We won't get anywhere doing that. We're just going to serve as a spoiler. The whole thing's going to go to the dinosaurs.
Where do armadillos live? What kind of habitats?
The desert.
The desert, and do they burrow underground?
That's right. Do you not know what an armadillo is, Jerry?
I don't know much about it. No, I know very little.
Tell me, these armored creatures, what purpose do they serve? I'm surprised this wasn't covered in the episode, because the whole thing was them explaining stupid shit we already knew about. They should have had an armadillo section.
I would have really appreciated that. It would have been something I didn't know about. No, I was trying to get at a pun on grassroots and wherever it is.
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
I
I think
I'm sorry, guys.
it's Sunday morning. I'm still technically drunk. I'm not going to slam dunk these.
Not to give it away to our listeners, but Alex is wearing sweatpants.
Hello. Settle in. We're comfy
It's
here.
Jer Bear, do you have any
Just got back
strong
from
opinions about what Yamcha has been up to?
Well, what I was thinking was that Yamcha, understanding his complete lack of relevance in the modern Dragon Ball universe, has actually decided to go back to his roots as back in the desert robbing children.
Forgot about that.
Lest we forget.
He's gone back to his lovely lifestyle of robbing little boys.
What a different show this used to be.
I know, it was so
At the
simple back
beginning,
then.
it was like a kid trying to earn money and get Dragon Balls, and also he's riding around with a teen girl who's invented capsules, and everyone's robbing each other.
That's something that we learned in this episode, is that Bulma's the richest person on Earth.
Yeah, Bulma's the richest person on Earth, and there's a couple of really key things that happen at Bulma's banging boat party.
Bulma's dad invented Tesla, so she has a lot of trickle-down money.
Gohan shows up, and he's being a little bitch, and he gives Piccolo a wedding photo that we have brought up many times, in which Piccolo's eyes are closed in the photograph, and it looks like Piccolo is upset that his eyes are closed, but we know the real reason he's upset.
Is that really short vest that Gohan's wearing? Why is everybody's outerwear so short on Dragon Ball? Have you looked at Future Trunks' jacket? It ends at the bottom of his rib cage. It's so tiny.
That's so you can see his abs. It's a crop top jacket.
Yeah.
It's by design.
I wear a lot of crop tops, and I will tell you that they're really good for fighting.
They were all wearing normal people clothes except for Piccolo. He was just wearing yeah.
Because
He's wearing his normal clothes.
Sorry.
It is they in
who wearing.
Don't normalize this. This is not good.
Shirt.
And after that sweet moment with Piccolo, Gohan continues to be a pain in the ass, and he goes up to Bulma, who's like, "Why isn't my husband or Goku here?" And he's like, "They're in the sky still, just training," and she is rightfully pissed. We cut to Vegeta, who is in the same exact spot he was since last episode.
That's right.
It may have been even the same animation.
It looks like the same animation, and like his whole only dialogue was like, "Mumble, mumble, ultimate number one, mumble, mumble." He didn't even say anything about it.
Something we didn't acknowledge from the scenes of Goku training on King Kai's planet, something I'm sure, Katie, you'll have a very strong opinion on, is Goku's ridiculous Russian mobster outfit.
Oh, yeah, his tracksuit, quality tracksuit.
Oh
I don't
God.
know where he got that. He does look like he's like a low-level goon.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to lock somebody in a freezer.
Have you ever, met a homeschool kid and, what they think is, cool is based off of movies from the 80s? That's what Goku's, whole thing is.
Who has no contact with society. He lives on a turnip farm in the middle of nowhere with nobody but Chi-Chi, who dresses like it's, feudal Japan.
He has no socializing. He doesn't know what's, appropriate. And, he dresses like he's about to rob a fucking pork store.
Goku has a new outfit every episode of this show because they're advertising for high-end designers. It's where all of the money for Dragon Ball comes in, so they can keep losing money on those toys. My favorite part of the episode is, so they're having the boat party for Bulma, right? Who is independently wealthy, and Goku now has $100 billion. Let's all remember from episode 1.
Of course, yes.
That was a big story point.
I
Zenny is
don't know what the
100 billion
conversion rate is
Zenny.
to dollars.
He has an unimaginable number of Zenny, and he's in space, realizes his best friend is having her birthday party, and is like, "Oh no, Bulma's having a party!" and then goes back to training immediately, even though he could totally get there.
Yeah, he has
in
instant
an
transmission. He can literally do that. We've seen him do it. We're even reminded earlier in the episode that he can do it when they show us him bringing Cell to the planet.
He just doesn't care. He doesn't care about his friends. They want us to know that.
I think they're really trying to set us up for a Goku heel turn. I really think that's where this is going.
That would be so good.
Man, what an interesting change of events.
Katie, what was your favorite part of the episode?
I mean, there was a lot of... I can't even tell you what happened. Yeah, after the boat, all we have after that is Beerus and Whis pack a picnic, and they go to fuck up Earth. And then, once again, Supreme Kai summarizes what happened a third time.
Yes.
And we should mention pack a picnic is not an expression, and it was a scene in the show where Whis explained what he brought Beerus for lunch later, and then Beerus was like, "Whatever, we'll get takeout."
And he says, perhaps we can find a lovely view along the way.
Oh, okay, I misheard them.
We can stop and look at the view and eat. It's literally a picnic.
They
That's
continue
all
to be
they
the
talked
only
about.
functional couple in the show.
I like their healthy
I'm sorry, I think
Yeah,
about
they
it.
seem to be going...
I guess my favorite part of this episode is just finding out that Bulma is the richest woman in the world.
Yeah, that is very nice.
Very satisfying. I'm
Is
like,
it empowering as a woman to see Bulma do so well?
yeah, especially because her marriage is so awful, as we discussed last episode. And I feel like it puts the power dynamic a little, she's got this, shitty husband, but, they play weird sex games, and she's the breadwinner, apparently, so fuck it.
Inequality has only gotten worse under this damn dog president. No one's saying anything about it.
What was the name of the episode again? It was Where Does the Dream Go or something?
The name of the episode is Dog President.
No.
So maybe she like looks at her daughter sometimes and just is like, where does the dream pick up?
Do you have a favorite part of this episode?
I think it was when the two white hair people who have no relation to the other characters, it seems, from my perspective at least.
Yes.
Supreme Kai.
You're
okay.
completely right about that. They know them, but that's it.
Yeah, so I liked them the most. I liked when the older guy went on a 2-minute explanation about like good versus evil, and the other guy just went, "Yeah, I know."
Supreme Kai is the ruler of the universe, but doesn't know shit about anything, apparently.
And I'm going to say my favorite part of this episode was when those same white-haired people explained to us that the events of the past 2 episodes, all the planets we've seen Beerus and Weiss destroy, all the eating we've seen them do, has been half a day.
Yeah.
It has been 12 hours.
It's been more of
Beerus
our
woke up.
life than it has been of their life. Which doesn't seem fair.
It doesn't make sense. He's so skinny. How does he eat so much?
I want to see the spin-off that's just about Bulma's pill addiction to compensate from the rest of her terrible life.
I want to see a spin-off that's just like an Anthony Bourdain, No Reservations, but with Beerus and Weiss.
Yes!
Oh my god.
I love
Just
No
going
Reservations.
planet to
Just
planet.
eating that purple jelly.
Yeah,
Was
really
it jelly?
romantic filming.
I thought it was like Captain Crunch with berries. I didn't realize it was.
No, it's alien food. Your mind can't even imagine what food this is. That's why it's in a martini glass again. Look at this crazy food in a martini glass. The mind recoils.
Well, gang, I think it's about time that we start wrapping this episode up. I think we did this in the first episode. I enjoyed it. I think it might be a good idea to do it again. Predictions. What do you think's going to happen next? Katie, we'll start with you.
Okay, well, honestly, since nothing happened this episode, my prediction is something will happen next episode.
Very good.
Real quick, I want to mention that when Jeremy started saying, well, let's wrap this up, I thought for sure he was about to debut a new rapping segment that no one knew about and got real scared real quick. But I'm coming down now, and I'm going to pick a prediction. Okay, I think that we're going to see Bulma's next birthday just to look at how she's still disappointed.
Cap, what do you got?
I think the old guy who was like creepy and like looking at naked ladies.
Oh, Master Roshi.
Yes, I should know that.
I feel like
No,
I'm
you
an
shouldn't.
interpreter or
I should
something.
know these things.
It is fine that you don't.
I think he's gonna be driving the cruise ship, and he's gonna try to get closer to the beach to see more of them, and it's gonna be like a satire of like that Italian cruise ship thing,
Very nice.
where they like crushed, and a few people died. I mean, I think it's gonna be clever. It's gonna be smart. I think.
It'll be well done. It'll be tastefully done.
Yeah, for sure, it'll be tasteful.
All those
And
people
they'll-
who died will be like, their families will see it and they'll be like, "Whoa,
Right.
I'm
and
glad."
there'll be a photo of the event, like the tragedy in the newspaper, and Piccolo's eyes will be closed.
They already did that in Metal Gear Solid 4. They had a boat run over a man, and there was a major plot point, and they really milked it. And there's a robot, and he just jumped in front of it, kind of like, yeah, if you get crushed by a boat, it's your own fault.
Metal Gear?
Well, so my prediction for the future, I think they foreshadowed pretty heavily in this episode that one of the prizes in the bingo tournament is going to be Dragon Balls for sure, right? Who's going to win the bingo tournament? I'm going to go with Goku shows up, instant transmissions himself to the ship, wins the bingo tournament, gets the Dragon Balls, and uses it to wish that King Kai's planet has 20 times gravity.
Yeah, he's selfish.
Seems like an irresponsible bingo prize.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, they on that ship who should have no access to the Dragon Balls.
Yeah.
Goku has the heart of a child, and that's why we love him, because he acts so selfishly all the time, with no concern for any of his friends or family.
Well, gang, I think that's about it for this episode. Jeremy, this episode is going to be out on Monday. Do you have anything you'd like to plug? Anything
I
coming
got
up?
nothing.
Hey, you want to be heavily associated with our show?
Perhaps Twitter
Yeah,
handle?
sure.
I don't know.
At Jeremy Smiles.
All right.
Oh.
We
That's
got
a
a
great
Wizard
name.
People show at Tender Trap on
Hell
the
yeah,
18th.
On
8
the
p.m.
18th.
You're gonna be in it.
That's right. I am going to be in it.
Do you
at
wanna
the
plug
Tender
it?
Trap. Yeah,
Should be
sure.
fun.
Alex, where can people find you?
Okay, at Patak Jokes on Twitter, PTAK, it's a real name. Do that, follow me there. At least I'll retweet other funny people. But also, if you live in New York, please come to my new show next Sunday. It's in the West Village. It's free. It's called Garfield's Day of Rest, of no association to the popular cat Garfield. All rights owned by Jim Davis. Come and watch the stand-up show. It's at Village Lantern.
And I'd like to point out again
Sunday.
that it should be called Garfield's Lazy Sunday.
Yes, it should be, but it is not, and it's never changing. So
Okay.
there you go.
Katie?
You can follow me on Twitter at Katie Rose or on Instagram at oh hello Katie Rose. And I got nothing but this lovely podcast right now, but you should maybe also follow our podcast Twitter, which is
Ballin Out Super.
And you can find me at Jeremy Thunder on Twitter and at Jeremy_Thunder on Instagram. And also, if you're listening to the show and you're enjoying it, you can now subscribe to us on iTunes and Stitcher and all the things that you get podcasts on. So why don't you subscribe to us and also rate this podcast? Unless you're going to give us a bad rating, then please do not rate this podcast.
Much like my other podcast, there is a bug where you can only leave a 5-star review. We are working on it, but please just leave as many as you can right now, and we'll get back and make those worse later.
All right. That's it for this episode, gang. Thanks for listening.
Super!
oh fuck.
Right, that sucked.
Super.
The richest woman in the world has no one.
Ballin' out, ballin' out, ballin' out.
Welcome back. This is Ballin' Out Super.
I got it that time.
We did it. We're balling out here. We are America's #1 Dragon Ball Super recap podcast. As always, I am Katie Rose Leon, and I'm joined with my co-host Jeremy Hammond
Hello.
and Alex Patak.
I'm here to ball out. I'm wearing zip-off shorts.
Cool. I never get to do this part, so you take over from here.
All right. We are.
The stress is too much.
That's too much. I can't handle it.
We are joined today by a very funny Upright Citizens Brigade performer as well as a writer at Above Average, Dan Chamberlain.
Hey.
Hello, Dan. Welcome to the show.
Happy Dragon Ball Z Day. Or Dragon Ball Super Day.
Thank you.
Thank you
That
for
is very
correcting
nice of
yourself.
How are you doing today, Dan?
I'm well. I'm a little froggy brained, and now I feel like, after watching this episode, I feel like I've been in a room with a gas leak for the last half hour.
Yeah. How are you feeling in terms of like your orientation of this right now?
Well, it hasn't helped calibrate anything. So this is episode 5?
Four. Yes.
Yeah. It really picks up at 5.
Yeah.
It's finally starting to feel like something might happen on this show, which
Right.
I think is kind of a positive development.
They wanted Dragon Ball to feel like the news, so there's a lot of downtime before the explosions start.
Which is very true to the original Dragon Ball series. I think there's an acute awareness of just the marketing potential, and so it's just we're going to drag this out interminably. Let's
Yeah,
make this
absolutely.
as long as possible.
Super!
Super long!
There's nothing you want more when rebooting an 18-year-old dead franchise than to spend 4 episodes wandering further and further away from what everybody likes about the franchise.
Hard black lines on all of the characters. They weren't there before.
Yeah, it's starting
That's
to
what
feel
the
cheaper.
fans want.
I don't have the frame of reference, so there's a markedly it's a much worse animation style than the first 3 episodes.
Yeah, it's
thought-
noticeably changed.
We thought it looks
I,
different.
to be fair, y'all forget then the first 2 episodes there were those weird like MS Paint textures on things.
Oh,
I-
that's true. Yeah,
I
the
think
snake.
they're just it's still bad but different bad.
It's
And
yeah.
it's weird because it oscillates because some of it has really cool animation and then like it was somebody's like day off and they're like, fuck it, we go live in 20 minutes, just finish it up.
They know their fans have destroyed their short-term memory with drugs and alcohol and will not be able to know if the animation has changed or not while they podcast about it.
Dan, I think this is as good a time as any before we meander too far to ask you what your experience of the Dragon Ball franchise has been up until this point.
Well, anime really popped in the States, I feel like, in the sort of mid-90s. Am I nuts with that?
Yeah, that feels right.
Although there was a first wave speed racer.
Sure,
That's
sure,
right. Yes, and
sure.
Voltron.
Which we were all awake for.
You kids probably don't remember that, but
5:30 a.m. Right after Little Rascals on your local affiliate while you waited for good cartoons to come on.
I have been 25 for 1,000 years, and I like explaining things people missed.
You know, I think a lot of the appeal of Dragon Ball to a boy in middle school was cool, spiky, gelled hair.
Yes.
And like a sick character design. Awesome.
Blink 182 made a show.
However, yeah, and, you know, they had a big like sort of skate culture appeal. You know, they think of like hookups shirts.
Yeah.
You remember that? Like,
that's
you know, like
right.
that was a big part of like, you know,
Yeah.
like right, anime stuff. You know, it's
I used
cool.
to trace hookup ads out of
That's
like
right.
Spin magazine and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What's a hookup?
It was a skateboard company, and all their decks and all of their T-shirts and stuff were just like hot anime babes.
Yeah.
Big anime
The,
babes.
the boom anime babes that make me think the wrong thing to invoke bare naked ladies.
Yes.
Hot rap.
Show up for the boards, stay for the ladies.
I will say to Dragon Ball Super's credit, no cartoonishly enormous breasts. No,
Yet.
no.
They were in
yet,
last
that's
episode.
Yet. There's not like a sexy cat person.
I hold faith in this brand that there will be some sick anime boobs.
Someone's gonna fall. Yeah.
Oh no, Beerus' twin sister who's fuckable.
You know, like I'm the middle of three boys, so I had an older brother. I became aware of Dragon Ball in middle school. It's a tricky time when you're acutely aware of like, is this thing lame? Is this thing cool? Am I allowed? Is this a kid's thing? Like, because if it's a kid's thing, I'm not a kid. I'm not a grown-up person. You know. And by virtue of having an older brother, I was aware of. My older brother had a VHS copy of. He had some other anime and stuff. Like he had a VHS copy of Ninja Scroll. You guys ever seen Ninja Scroll?
Sounds
Like,
adult.
So like fucking violent, like, you know,
Yes.
cool, excessive violence. I'd seen maybe an episode or two of Evangelion at that point, and so I was aware of a more adult strain, and not, which is not to say pornographic, but a more,
But sometimes pornographic.
but sometimes pornographic, not exclusively pornographic, adult strain or mature strain of anime, which combined with my younger brother's affinity for the Dragon Ball franchise signified it, or identified it as, this is a children's
Yeah,
show for
I
children.
definitely remember being like 13 and being like, yeah, I don't like cartoons. I like anime.
Oh yeah. It's not a comic book. It's a graphic novel. Yeah.
That's a whole different rant. I have a lot of opinions on, but not for this show.
You wouldn't hide your love of Dragon Ball in shame like a normal person?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I had I was a late bloomer and I was like an idiot. And Jeremy has known me since I was a small child. He can tell you I didn't understand that. Well, I knew I was a nerd, but I just didn't give a fuck. So I'm like, you're gonna put me in a locker either way, so let's just do it.
But when you have that context of knowing the sort of the real version or the authentic version, which children are so concerned with authenticity of things. For example, I couldn't stand Muppet Babies as a kid because I was aware of the existence of the regular Muppets, and so I was like, what, Muppet Babies? Like, I don't want to watch the baby show for babies because I'm not a baby.
Nanny is non-canonical.
Yeah. Fucking, literally, I hated Muppet Babies.
There was the sister too, right? Scooter and Skeeter, right?
Yeah.
They added a lot of dumb shit.
But again, it's
to
like,
Muppet Babies.
why don't you grow up and watch The Muppets, guys?
I'm on my way to work, and I need to see what Gonzo is up to.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm on my way to my job at the factory. I'm 8 years old.
Well, Katie, should we jump into the episode?
Yeah.
here we go, y'all. The title of this episode is Bid for the Dragon Ball's Pilaf and Crew's Impossible Mission.
Super!
Sorry.
We're gonna keep doing that until it stops being
So
fun.
this is another episode where basically only one important thing happens the entire episode. It's been very annoying. We open with Beerus and
Whis having a cute couples moment where Beerus is running on Whis' shoulders and Beerus is bitching about lunch.
We see his lunch, and it's a very dead fish.
Yeah, it's space fish. It's nothing like the fish you and I know. But Beerus hates it because he ate it 140 years ago once.
That's right, and
He's sick of it.
He's sick of it.
Sick of it.
He can't.
But Whis
100.
Oh, by the way, I'm a cat.
Whis remembers.
Whis
that-
remembers cooking it. Yes.
Because he cares.
Whis does care a
Aw.
lot.
He remembers all those details.
Whis is the only adult in the show. He's really a role model for the other young.
You guys should start an over/under count on how many episodes it's going to be Bulma's birthday for.
Should we? Let's do it. Let's make some predictions. Alex, what do you got?
I think this whole arc is going to be today. I'm serious.
So you're guessing
26. I'm guessing 26 episodes.
26 episodes of Bulma's birthday. What do you got, Dan?
I mean, so, now I need a little context. Did we began episode 1 was Bulma's birthday? We're on the boat?
No. We heard about Bulma's birthday in the second episode.
But they said it's only been half a day.
Yes, the first 3 episodes are
Even
only
though we
half
saw
a day.
Goku crank out a shift.
It's the time dilation. It's like a drug.
So this is the first episode. We're on the ship for Bulma's birthday.
Low end 2-3 more episodes on the boat at Bulma's birthday. I could see maybe up to, I don't know, 5-6.
5-6.
Yeah, you know.
You think they're gonna have a battle and then break off and then pass some time?
Yeah. Well, so the 3 little rascals who snuck onto the boat.
Yes.
Which is Pilaf and crew.
Pilaf and crew.
And the rest.
The epitome.
And the rest. Remember the end of the first season of Gilligan's Island theme song? Instead of going, the Professor and Marianne, it went the movie star and the rest. I changed it for the second season onward.
Because it was too demeaning.
It's like, look, there's only fucking 2 of us. Would you use my goddamn name, please?
Did you know that song was written to be to the same tune as Amazing Grace?
Christ.
It's the same song. You can do it in Amazing Grace House with the sound that saved a wretch like me. It's the same song.
I've
It's
never heard
amazing.
that song before.
Amazing Grace.
Oh, well, you said it so
Or
differently.
Gilligan's
Very popular
Island.
song. That was like number 1 for a couple
Grace
weeks.
House with Dust Up.
It's a major musical
Everyone
work.
put your hands over your heart for this dumbass shanty place.
All right, before we get too far off track, Katie, how many episodes are we on the ship with Bulma's birthday party?
I'm gonna say we're probably at least a solid 5.
Solid 5. Okay, so my prediction, as I understand it, the Dragon Ball Super in Japan is up to, I think, the 60th episode. No, 90th. I'm seeing it at the bottom of the screen here. We're up to 90 now.
We're
I'm gonna
die
guess
watching
that
this
90 episodes in, we are still at Bulma's birthday party.
There we go. Those are the odds. That's how you make a bet.
It's gonna be Namek all over
Those
again.
are adult numbers.
Oy vey.
For
All
an
right.
adult show.
So after we see the boys in space, pretty much don't see them. We get space.
Now, are they in a void, or is that just the light speed of travel?
They're just
How
traveling.
Just traveling 4 more minutes.
We have a brief
Next stop.
Next stop, little sister. Because it's the cat bus. It's fine.
Oh, I get it.
All right, Katie, where are we?
We briefly go to North Kai. King Kai has a meltdown because he feels like Beerus is coming. Goku gaslights the shit out of him. And then there's a dance number. It's really nothing to talk about because what we need to get into is the boat montage. There is a montage of everyone having fun on Bulma's party boat to a harpsichord.
Oh, yeah. This is how the 1% live, you know? Harpsichords. You know? Tray after tray of roast hams.
Way overpriced security system that a child can be.
So something that we pointed out while watching the episode that I think is fine to get back into is just the gross depiction of capitalism by this show so
Oh, yeah.
far.
Yes.
And a very positive light, like a very benevolent.
Well, but I think that we're kind of all over the place here. In this episode that you watched with us, it's a very positive depiction. In the first episode, we see Goku struggling
It
to
is
keep
a
the lights
grind.
on.
Yeah,
He's farming for turnips
Goku's
to
son-
keep the lights on.
Goku's son drives a tractor off the cliff while he's on him.
Yeah.
Because someone needs to keep farming.
Now, again, with a distance of about 20 years since the last time I watched any Dragon Ball Z, good to know that Goku is still the dumbest man alive.
Well, and we posited on the last episode that we may be being set up here for a Goku heel turn because he continues to make dumber and dumber decisions and do worse and worse things. In this episode, he destroys King Kai's house again.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a simple. It's like a pool hustler, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not too good at like. Fine, I guess I could do one more. You're gonna beat me again, though. I guess I could do one more game, you know, and then you take the pot, you know.
I believe Trunks and Goten break into the vault of the ship where they're hiding bingo prizes, one of which is a jet, a smaller boat, a house, and what? Dragon Balls!
That's
because
right.
the rich
the balls.
party irresponsibly. The women have had enough and they want this world to end as quick as possible.
There are so many people on that boat who should have no access to the Dragon Balls. I can think of at least 5 offhand.
Literally Piccolo's.
Piccolo is there. We do remember that Piccolo was once a bad guy. There are several. I mean, Master Roshi is just going to use it to,
See
abolish
butts?
women's
Get
clothing.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hook up. He just wants to peer at them for longer with his little glasses so he gets a hemorrhage out his nose.
You want more glory holes. That's all Master Roshi wants.
Boo's gonna turn everyone into Marzipan Taco Bell.
That's right. Yes. Marzipan Taco Bell.
So, I don't know. I'm looking at these notes. It's like nothing happened. Yeah, okay.
That's right.
Oh, we did.
Don't
Now
mess.
8 minutes of this episode were spent on Garbage Island, where they were digging for Dragon Balls, or
I
fish,
guess.
or clams, or
Something.
food.
Yeah.
Food and or Dragon Balls, whatever we find.
It had the
on
quality.
Garbage Island is fine.
And the quality of, once again, I've said this before, waking up from a fever dream. Well, you're actively taking in information and actively forgetting it. You're just you're
Why are they children? I don't remember.
You can't
why they're
remember it
children.
and continue watching it. So the show dares you to forget at all times.
I believe at one point they realize the balls are on the ship. They get in a little rowboat and a shark tries to eat them. Did that happen? Did I imagine it? Who cares?
Hard to say.
Who knows?
There's
Is that James
literally-
and the Giant Peach?
Oh,
I don't
right,
remember.
The shark. The shark. My God.
There's a big preoccupation on this show so far of children being chased by large animals.
Yeah. They couldn't get the rights to yakety sax. So it was very serious music playing over it. I think the shark is
boy.
better than the snake.
It's hard to find
Oh,
zany
it was shade
harpsichord
better.
music.
We only use rich people's instruments now.
It just seemed this whole segment is one of those annoying segments that one of the producers came in and they're like, what about the kids? And we're like, the whole show is for kids. We don't need to make it.
Oh boy, I was really worried about how Pilaf and crew were feeding themselves. I'm
How
glad
are
to know
they
that
paying
became-
rent? There's too many holes in the plot. I can't follow.
I'm so glad they've spent 4 episodes clarifying all of this for
I love that
us.
one part where he breaks out a map that's just like some drawing of a brown blob, and he's like, I bought this map for 50 cents! We have to find these, I have nothing.
Every now and then I'll work a live event where I have an earbug in, a little sort of in-ear monitor where, you're getting notes from a director, a producer, a brand team being we got to vamp for time, we got to hold or whatever, a live event. And it seems like this 20-minute animated show was animated live with someone giving the notes of stall, hold for just keep, we need
What's on the boat? What's on the boat?
6 more minutes, just keep describing things.
Are you hungry?
The band's not here. Yeah.
What is Yamcha eating?
Yamcha, where was he?
Which is a very peculiar thing to see in an animated television show, which clearly had some lead time on production, one
Yeah.
would presume.
In lines with the ends of history, anything could happen, so nothing.
So I'm starting to get the distinct impression that what they're trying to lead us towards right now is that all of the Z-Boys have resumed their normal lives.
Dogtown and Z-Boy. We're gonna be
Said that
we're gonna
three
be
times on this show.
we're
so
gonna
far,
be
you're
at
the first
Bulma's
one to bring
birthday
it
for
up.
the next 20 years.
I believe it'd be Dog Mayor, Dog President, and the Z Boys.
Dog Mayor and the Z Boys. So I think they're trying to show us that the Z Boys are back to their normal lives. Everything is fine.
Boys are back.
But then they're showing us these little cutaways to Beerus and Weiss, and it's supposed to be increasing the tension so that we're like, something bad's about to happen. But in reality, I couldn't be less worried about Beerus and
They
Weiss.
show us Beerus to increase the tension, and then Beerus complains about the picnic his assistant brought him. Also, Vegeta has an intern this episode.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
And
That's the real story of this.
this toxic, Mr. Vegeta, sir. This toxic relationship between Vegeta and Bulma. Like,
Yeah,
Yes.
it's been a recurring.
Mr.
No,
Vegeta.
Vegeta's not on the boat.
Vegeta's
Not
nowhere
like
near the
there's
boat.
not a it's not like a danger room. sort of situation.
Vegeta abandoned Bulma and Trunks on a family vacation.
That's right.
2 episodes
Well, they
ago.
asked him
Just
to
to
dance.
train.
As we also learned is
need
a
to
half
train.
a day ago. So that means that Bulma came up with the idea for the cruise ship, booked the cruise ship, invited everybody, and then got the party going in half a day.
It's her boat, though. The boat is named the Princess Bulma, right?
It is, but she says on their family, the promised vacation. We learned
this promised vacation.
we learned that she comes up with the idea to rent a cruise ship to have her party, which means also in that time she rented the cruise ship and painted
Had her
Queen
name
Bulma on the side.
on the side.
Excuse me, she is the richest woman in the world, and as we know, all the women in the Dragon Ball universe are doing emotional labor. And as we see, there's a lot of sad women on this boat.
That's
Chi-Chi is there, probably having an affair with Mr. Satan. And Android 18 is reminiscing about when she didn't have to deal with, fucking beta-ass Krillin, hanging around with his stupid hair.
At least Krillin acknowledges her birthday.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
We gotta be
And
nice
then-
to Krillin.
Oh, we don't know that. We don't know. Does she even have a birthday?
She's an android who is now a lady.
So maybe the day that they made her a lady is when her
know what?
birthday is celebrated.
18 and Vegeta belong together, and I will not rest until they add that into the show.
Oh,
Is that going to be an official Ballin' Out Super
It'll
ship?
Why
Make
does
the shirts.
what was Vegeta's justification for needing to train? So
None.
They made him dance.
Oh no, so
Because
Goku doesn't
Earth-
get ahead of him.
Goku doesn't get ahead of him, and he just feels like people won't respect him.
He still sees Goku as a threat.
Yes.
God.
He's very insecure. Yeah, so the intern is like, yeah, you're missing your wife's birthday, and he's punches a wall. And
And she's on the phone saying, "You better get over here. Get your Saiyan butt over here."
and he
Which-
says,
Right.
I have no time for cake and nonsense.
Yeah, he calls her nonsense. It's such a fucking alpha move.
cake and nonsense.
Yeah, and my wife called, and I called her nonsense, and
Tea and sympathy, cake and nonsense.
And then
my father is Mr. Vegeta. Please call me Vegeta.
of planet Vegeta,
And then what?
we cut to Goku, who is hey,
Circles around the planet.
circles around the planet. It is nice to finally see him do anything.
Yeah, that was exciting.
That was exciting. We all at once said, "Fuck yeah!"
When I tune into Dragon Ball, all I want to see is Goku doing Goku stuff.
Yeah,
That's all.
That's
you know,
that's
like,
all I'm after.
You know.
And then finally, we get literally one piece of plot, which
That's
is
right.
that Beerus shows up, and then he's like, I'm here now.
Yeah,
and then
and then-
the episode ends.
It felt so right for just a second. We were like, "Oh, shit's about to go down." No, it's not.
You gotta
They
wait
gotta
until we
s-
learn more about what Pilaf is wishing he could buy with the money he doesn't have.
Yeah, for the episode being called Pilaf's Play for the Dragon Balls, we got very little of Pilaf or the Dragon Balls in this episode.
Yeah,
it didn't
it
feel like
felt-
that was what this was about at all.
They got on board. They were sad. They were homeless people for a second on
Yes.
the boat.
Yeah.
They were little match.
They were
little
like
match girls.
Little ragamuffins.
Yeah,
Train car hobos immediately.
yeah.
They had a bindle.
There's a little sad violin music underneath. There was. And we pitied them.
They sat around a fire and thought about the things they used to have.
And then these two fucking twerps that unlocked the Dragon Balls in the first place brought them tray after ham.
You say there wasn't a lot of them. I feel like there was so much. I was waiting for that to be over forever.
We were on Garbage Island for 8 minutes of 21 minutes.
But so what I'm saying though is that we got a lot of pilaf. We did not get a lot of play for the Dragon Balls. So I think that they could have just called this episode Pilaf.
It was Pilaf checks his phone. That was his play for the Dragon Balls. It was like, I got a little. My phone's wiggling.
Yeah,
What are
Pilaf yells at fish.
Pilaf goes to the iStore because he drops his shit in the ocean.
The boat came to them.
That's right. Yeah, it wasn't a play for the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls played him.
Yeah, they didn't even have to. There wasn't even an exciting moment where, like, well, how will they get on the boat? Because the shark chased them, and then the kids are just like, hey, come on our boat. I'm going to go hack into the security system for no reason because I'm a troubled youth.
Now, the two kids who unlocked the Dragon Balls let them on the boat, gave them the food. They are.
It's Goten and Trunks.
Yes.
Now, Trunks seems like bad news. He seems like a bad influence.
He's a cool dude.
He's the
Now,
coolest dude around.
it's he that unlocked the Dragon Balls in the first. And he's got sneakier eye. You can tell he's up to something. He's got a sly little smile. He's got I think he's a bad influence on Goten.
I think you're right. And I think they do. I mean, he's, what is he, a year older than Goten or something like that?
He's like a year older, and he's genetically sneaky.
A real
A door we definitely want to open to being in the mythos of the podcast.
It's a real Eddie Haskell type. That's all I'm saying.
We already did talk about genocide when Vegeta said he would eat an entire race.
It's true.
He was going to eat the race of octopuses to
Yes.
preserve the purity of squids.
I don't know about you guys. I'm really hoping that we're going to get more Goten and Trunks going forward. I like the two of them a lot. I know we've had a lot of
They're
kids
really
stuff on this show
blowing-
so far.
But they have been the catalyst to everything so
They've
far.
been literally
More or
the
less.
only interesting thing that's happened
That's
outside
true.
of any like Beerus stuff, which can be long sometimes.
These kids, I want people to think I'm watching an adult show, and when they're on the screen, I don't get that impression.
I'm sorry, you are watching Dragon Ball Super! And it is too late to call a judge.
we have publicized this podcast too much. You will never be seen as an adult again. I'm
Around
sorry.
5 minutes into the first episode, I was like, maybe this is a bad idea. And now we've leaned in real hard. Putting all my eggs in the Dragon Ball basket.
Oh boy. Well, gang, we are getting around the end of time here.
If only.
Which is sure a good way to phrase that.
End of all time.
End of time. Let's do a quick rating of the episode. Alex, what do you give us out of 10?
Oh.
You're not rating it out of 7 Dragon Balls?
No, that would make too much sense.
We need a system out of 10 where on the second episode someone says 15 immediately.
Out of 7 Dragon Balls, Alex, what do you give it?
Out of 7 Dragon Balls, I give this 3 Dragon Balls. I'm starting to get pissed off, actually. This is not what I wanted.
Katie, what do you give us out of 7 Dragon Balls?
I'm giving it 2. I can't.
Woo!
I love a good resort wear episode as we talked, but like I can't remember my life before this episode.
It's true. It's like, I mean, I love ice cream, but it's like when you get to the end of the carton and you're like,
What have
no.
I done?
Too much resort wear.
Not like this.
I just consumed 600 episodes of ice cream. Oh, God.
Okay, Dan, out of 7 Dragon Balls.
I tell you, it's going to be a little weighted by what a joy it was to revisit the franchise. I saw Goku doing Goku stuff. I saw everyone doing what they're doing. I'm going to give this 4 Dragon Balls out of 7.
Oh,
Dragon
thank
Four
God.
out of 7
If you said 8 Dragon Balls, I might have assaulted you. Just breaking the system immediately.
Yeah, we had to go to Namek to get another Dragon Ball.
It was still pretty fucking excruciating. But
I like that we're slowly breaking Alex.
I'm not doing well.
This is going to be a weird show in the future. I know I've made it very clear on previous episodes how much I love these Dragon Ball side stories. My love of the Learning to Drive episode is well documented at this point. But even I have my limits. I am so sick of knowing what the Z-Boys are up to. Folks, I'm giving this 0 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Wow.
The next episode's gonna be good though.
They never opened that energy shield. The Dragon Balls are still locked up on Jeremy's review.
This is excruciating. I don't know.
The Z-Boys are all on social media and they won't talk to each other.
I really hope this gets better, or else this is going to become a very sad podcast.
It's gonna get better.
There is 90 episodes.
It's gonna get
you
better.
only got 86 more of these. You're good, guys.
Oh my god.
Literally, all they have to do is shoot 2 more beams, and I'm happy. Just shoot a beam.
Just
It
once
doesn't
an episode,
cost-
shoot a beam. I will take the cruise ship for the rest of time. Shoot a beam.
I thought there was something lovely and poetic. We left Goku hiding in the rubble of the house he destroyed.
Yeah, there's a lot of
that was
like
a
the
lovely little
unmaking
moment.
of men in this show.
Yeah.
We see Goku hiding from Beerus.
Goku
we
is
see Gohan with his
infantilized as-
crop top vest. Vegeta
Good.
getting dressed down by an intern. This is a sad place for the Z-Boys.
Is it sad or is it earned because of their misuse of the women's?
Okay, we noticed on the bottom of the stream that we watched this on.
This is an important new segment where we read the comments from the worst people on the internet.
Yeah, we're calling this, I don't know, Dragon Comments.
Super! Dragon Comment Super. Now it's canon.
We killed Alex.
Legally, you cannot undo it now. Unfortunately, Dragon Comment Super.
So we have a chain of 4 comments. We're gonna
I'll be the bad guy here.
we're gonna go in a circle. We're gonna dramatically read these. Alex, take the first one.
Okay. Oh yeah, thanks for coming on our show. We're gonna need you to say. You'll see. Okay, so as blog of Chunt, I say, why isn't the episode working?
D Sad W 1 month ago commented, all caps, fucking stop with the pop-up ads, F word.
And then the chill my ain't says LOL.
And then Jack Ford says, "Suck a fuck, you homophobic dickhead."
Leave it to a real-life OG to invoke a very thoughtfully ending the taking command of the conversation. Watch the South Park episode called The F Word. It's enlightening. So, it's hard to believe someone on the internet would invoke South Park to say why to justify why it's okay to say the F word.
Yeah.
It's-
Quick
I
plug
just,
for South
you know.
Park. We love it. It's cool to.
I rate this comic thread 4 out of 4 boyfriends.
All right, that's it for this episode of Ballin' Out Super. Dan, do you have anything you want to plug?
I mean, follow me online follow me on Twitter at AMFMPM. That's me.
Alex, where can the folks find you?
You shall follow Dan on Twitter, and
It's much better.
you can come to mine if you run out or something of Dan's tweets. It's at Patak Jokes on Twitter, and listen to my other podcast. You can find it on the Twitter.
Katie?
You can find me at Katie Rose.
And you can find me at Jeremy Thunder. If you like the podcast, you can subscribe to us on iTunes and Stitcher and all that stuff now. We finally figured it out.
Hey.
If you like the podcast, you'll love Jeremy's giraffe tweet. That went
That's
viral
true.
once.
You will love my giraffe tweet. Thank you all for listening. Bye-bye.
Super!
Oh, nailed it.
Sorry, buddy. No gods, no masters.
Ballin' out, ballin' out, ballin' out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Ballin' Out Super! Wow. We overanalyze a children's TV show for sexually repressed preteens, so you don't have to. We are joined today by my lovely co-hosts, as always, Alex Patak.
Looking lovely, feeling lovely. Thanks, Chair Bear.
All right, and Katie Rose Leon.
I am here.
And I am Jeremy Hammond, and this is feeling like a chore. And we are joined today by a good friend of all of ours, I think, Jaboukie Young White.
What's up? It's so lit. I'm so excited to be here.
This is very interesting. Jaboukie, how are you feeling after this episode?
Yeah, I feel so nostalgic. This really took me back. I remember as a child like lifting up my hands to help Goku blast that spirit bomb.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I did it.
Yeah. Did you lend him your strength?
Yeah, well, everyone had to.
Yeah, you had to. The Earth was at stake. Like you had to do it.
Oh, that's so funny. So you were a fan.
Oh, the biggest fan.
Yeah.
The biggest fan. My cousin got married, and for his like gift to us for being a part of his marriage ceremony or whatever, me and my brother were the not the Bible bearers. We were the ring bearers. The Bible boys. Dragon Ball Z Bible boys.
Bible boys.
Yeah. He gave us like a comprehensive figurine set of like every DBZ canon character. Yeah, and like they could talk, like some of the like leads, like Vegeta, Goku, or whatever. And I remember.
Wait, sorry, do you remember what they said?
They would just say like, "Oh, your power levels are over 9," like the stupid like little catchphrases or whatever.
Men's rights quotes.
A woman outside the kitchen is an abomination.
Circumcision is a crime against young men.
Child support worse than slavery.
Oh, Dad.
No,
The
but
left say they want consent and then snip a baby right in his penis.
oh my god. Snip a baby.
So you were a fan.
Oh yeah, such a fan. Like I was so into the episode where the Cell games are happening and Goten and Trunks are trying to fight, and Vegeta's like, "No, you can't fight," and he like chops Goten and Trunks like in the neck, and they pass out. For some reason, I was like 8. Like I thought he killed Goten and Trunks. So like, me and my brother fucked up that Vegeta action figure. We were like so mad. We drowned it. Like it was like like it couldn't. The voice thing stopped working. Like we got so pissed.
You knew how the world works better than the people who make the show. We're like, yeah, you can just punch a kid in the neck.
Yeah,
That just makes him go to sleep.
Yeah.
My dad used to do it to me all the time, and now I made this show.
Man, we talk about Dad so much on this show.
Every episode somehow it comes up.
It's
It's
not my
heavy
fault
themes.
abuse is funny.
Oh.
And so you were a big fan of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, so big.
And did you get into the other series? Dragon Ball GT.
Yeah, whatever was on TV, I would watch. I watched Dragon Ball a little bit. I'm not as familiar with that canon though, because I was like really young when I was watching that. And Dragon Ball GT, I was super into that. That was like really cool. Loved Pan. Thought she was like really fun, good, strong female character.
The only one they ever
Yeah, the only one they ever made.
Who was also a good guy.
Yeah,
Right.
well,
Yeah.
They had 18.
Yeah, 18 was pretty strong. And then there was someone in Dragon Ball.
18 was a baddie.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
She's great. I
Yeah.
love her.
She's like Brittany after she goes renegade. I lack the skills for further analysis on this.
Yeah, I actually have a lot to say on that and how it is wrong.
We've
No,
got
I'm
plenty.
not.
We got nothing but time. Because not a lot happens in this episode.
I always thought she was like a Uma Thurman type.
Yeah,
Like
that's a
a
little
Kill
more
Bill.
accurate.
She's like so cool. So
Yeah, I
cool.
like that. I
Yeah.
always think of Tilda Swinton.
That's a good one too.
Right.
That's a good one too.
She's got a very similar head to hair ratio.
And they're both androids. Sorry. You know how I get around Tilda Swinton.
You knew this coming into this podcast. All right, should we get into the episode?
All right,
Let's do it.
let's do it. This episode was called Showdown on King Kai World, Goku versus Beerus the Destroyer, and that is
Crew.
And crew.
and
Not his
crew.
crew.
And
Vegeta goes on a film. Just keeps taking him on.
basically, that is the plot of this episode.
Yeah, that's actually maybe the most descriptive title we've had so far.
Yeah.
This episode was the shit, by the way.
Yeah, this was a good episode.
We were
I
really
actually
down
feel
after
really
the last
good.
one. We kind of all lost our faith in the show.
It
Yeah.
is. We finally are getting into the core of Dragon Ball. So instead of questionable resort wear and just hanging out. We finally get some fighting and shouting of what we are doing as we are fighting.
Hell yeah.
So Beerus has shown up, and Goku at first mistakes Whis for the almighty Beerus.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they were trying to imply
Because
there.
he's taller, so...
And not a cat, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh no, that one is a cat, he thought logically.
Goku has not gotten on the highway yet to the cat zone.
Do we have a theme for Highway to the Cat Zone?
Not yet, but
Okay.
Katie's been
It's in the
providing
works.
it, I think, very well.
Highway to the cat zone. All right.
We are in the cat zone, folks.
So we get some classic narrating exactly what's going on. Goku's like, oh, King Kai seems scared. Better pick a fight with this guy, even though he's explicitly told me not
The
to.
way he picks the fight, though, classic Goku.
Right? Just in it for the
King Kai-
love.
King Kai's like, stay in the fallout shelter. No one likes you. And then Beerus is like, I see Goku. And Goku's like, I was told explicitly not to fight you. Would you like to fight? On very just kidding terms. And then they do, and it's embarrassing for him.
Yeah.
Because he gets wrecked.
So they want us to remind us how being a Saiyan works. So we gotta list them all.
Yeah, that was very informative of them.
Every time he changes forms, he announces what it is so that you can point out your figurines correctly.
Oh my god.
That's what it is.
Now
See-
I am Super Saiyan.
But there is no Super Saiyan 2 figurine because how do you get the electric sparks to like
Well, I think they
move
tried to
around?
have-
Yeah, they're like attached to
I think
it.
they made like clearish blue plastic lightning bolts that you would kind of just like clip on all over the place.
What a shitty toy that would
Yeah,
be.
it's got to be pretty bad. It's hard to play with because they'll just keep falling off.
Yeah,
You see.
exactly. Unless they like blast out.
That would be
That's
sick.
not canon though. That's not canon.
It's a very expensive toy.
But yeah, you were pointing out while we were watching it. I can't think of a time in the series where they ever used the term Super Saiyan 2.
No, it was always very subtle. Like in the middle of battle when like Super Saiyan 1 was not cutting it, he just like turns it up a little bit more, and then like, oh, this is good now. This
We're
is
not
good.
saying what this is, but wow.
And
Yeah.
in fact, I seem to remember there being a time during, I think, the pre-Boo arc where we see Goku in like the other dimension and whatever in the Supreme Kai, wherever the hell that is, and he goes Super Saiyan 3, and the guy asks him, hey, what's that? And he says, well, I suppose you could call it a Super Saiyan 3.
Oh, yes, he does. He's very nonchalant about that. Not like later when he's plugging the product line.
This one's called Super Saiyan 1.
Well, that's what I love about show and style anime is they like make sure to announce what the move is so you know, so you can buy that damn toy.
Yeah, very helpful.
You know, the writer's room was like, well, I suppose you could just power up and not say anything, but then no one says anything the whole episode.
It's just a lot of
He's stronger than I expected.
I'm Gregory the Cricket, and I am impressed.
He talks like Vegeta.
I am the monkey, and I somehow survive everything.
Hey guys, I'm the monkey. Just got back from improv classes, and
Yeah, why does the cricket talk but the monkey doesn't?
oh, because it's a monkey, Jeremy. Well, we're gonna let the monkey talk. What do you think our dog president would think about it? The entire show is about dog president now. By the way, this is Dog President podcast.
So, Katie, what happens next?
Oh my god. So we have a framing device in which Whis keeps trying to eat his lunch while Goku and Beerus fight. So he keeps taking out the lunch, and Beerus is like, you can't beat me, and then he goes Super Saiyan 2, and then Whis is like, I guess I'm not eating lunch.
Yeah, we
and
keep
then
coming back to
It's a
Whis.
will they, won't they between Whis
Oh.
and his lunch.
It's a real
Goku.
Ross and Rachel thing.
We know that this is airing on Adult Swim and not Basic because Goku swears in this episode.
That's right. He says, damn it, twice.
Good damn it.
I mean, if
Or
it
is
were
he-
me, I would have been saying, God damn it, when Krillin died.
Wait, does
Frieza-
Krillin?
No,
Oh.
Frieza blew him up in the Frieza saga. I would have been
Oh,
like,
yeah.
God damn it, that's my only friend.
The Adult Adult Swim version of the show is different because Piccolo uses the N-word constantly.
Which he can do because he's black. Piccolo's black.
It's just a questionable episode where Gohan starts using it, and then they have to explain he can't.
Oh, man.
Are you my dad? I don't know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so they fight a bunch, and then Goku goes Super Saiyan 3, and he finally gets a punch. But we find out that Beerus has been blocking with one hand, which we love focusing on those cat hands.
Yeah.
One finger. Well, there was a good 10-minute progression we were glossing over here where Goku powered up one level, tried to punch Beerus, but then Beerus didn't use either hands for 2 to 3 minutes.
He
Simply dodged, which is a staple move of anyone in the show whenever they want to look cool. And then it powers up again, does it again for the 2 to 3 minutes. So you're like, oh, still same situation, but with the different form. And then he powers up again and shoots a beam across the world, and then he blocks it with one finger. So you're like, oh, that's why they do finger push-ups.
So many finger push-ups.
And it's all full circle.
And by the way, this is just for a friendly bout. Nothing at stake.
Yeah.
No, nothing at stake.
He just ruins an entire planet.
Yeah.
For funsies.
I'm genuinely starting to feel very bad for King Kai in this show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he didn't want Goku to come over. He insists on coming over, and he has just been fucking up his entire life nonstop.
Yeah, he blew a hole all the way through his planet in this episode.
Why can King Kai make land? Can he make things? Because he's God, right?
Yeah.
But he's dead, and
And
also
also-
God.
He had that line in the first one where Goku blows up his house and he's like, I could magic back this house, but I have nothing to do, which they wrote into the episode.
Yeah, so I guess he's just gonna fill that hole back in. He's gonna go to Home Depot and get some filler and some topsoil. Get some cement chunks to throw in there to fill out the middle.
I
So
will
is
be
there a
researching
core?
this all week.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. If there was a core of that planet, that bitch would have blown up.
Yeah. What is this planet all about?
It has to just be a rock.
I guess so. Yeah, just a magic floating rock at the end of Snake Way, which is no longer there.
I'm beginning to think this show doesn't make any sense.
It really, I feel like every Dragon Ball Z series is remember all that shit that we said it before? It's nothing.
Yeah.
This new thing though, oh, it's so crazy.
Yeah. Do you remember when Raditz was powerful?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He blew up a farming town.
Raditz was nothing in comparison to all this.
Nothing.
And he wasn't even a cat.
Also, has anybody ever considered what Raditz would look like if he went Super Saiyan? He's got
Yeah,
that
because
crazy
he's Super
long
Saiyan
hair.
3. Yeah.
Or would it all at once shoot up to the top and he's just got this
Yeah.
insanely tall Super Saiyan head?
I can't believe you're doing your bid on if Raditz was Super Saiyan right now. Jeremy's always bringing up, yo, could you imagine if Raditz was
Y'all ever thought of Def Jam Dragon Ball Z comic?
You in the front row. What if Raditz was Super Saiyan?
Relatable
This guy
quality
don't want to laugh. He's
content.
with this girl. Does something happen next, Katie?
Basically, Beerus is like, all right, you tried, and he's like, this is boring. I'm gonna go fuck up Earth because you bored me. So they leave, and then King Kai is like, well, great, you're dead in the ground. Well, he's sleeping. Beerus and Whis are on the way to Earth, and then we cut to Bulma's party.
Yeah, thank God.
What we
Thank
all
God.
Oh
want
my
to be
god.
talking
Yes.
It's about time we got back to some good old wholesome
We
Bulma's
got-
party filler.
We cut to Bulma's party ship. We have been on the party ship for 3 episodes now, and Vegeta is sunbathing in his full Vegeta outfit.
And Bulma says, I hope you get a sunburn on your face, the only part of you that the sun is kissing.
Then Vegeta slaps her with some real passive-aggressive bullshit.
Oh,
right
yeah.
away.
The
Vegeta
greatest line in Dragon Ball
has-
history,
Yes.
possibly.
Has 2 lines in this episode.
Jaboukie, would you like to
It was,
perform?
it was, oh yeah, why don't we go talk to Yamcha?
We don't
So
see
good.
Yamcha.
The shade. Oh
And
god.
so you know he's not okay with their open marriage.
Oh my god.
Do you think it's open? Is that what it is?
I think it's Bulma was like, I will do this if it's an open marriage because I am all about Yamcha.
All of
He's
them
only
gotta
been
have
getting-
open marriages. There's no way that you could be away months at a time.
We talk about in the first episode that Chi-Chi is just like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, so in the first episode, you haven't seen it yet.
Uh-uh.
at the end of the first episode, Goku is gifted a whole bunch of money from Mr. Satan because in exchange for him not telling anybody that he is the one who saved the world and not Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan gives him 100 million zenny, an amount of money that we don't entirely understand.
Mr. Satan gives him 50 stock to Satan Corp, which is actually in really great states right now.
And at the end of it, Goku goes back home to Chi-Chi and says, look, we have more money than we could ever possibly use. Do you mind if I go train with King Kai? And she says, yeah, get out of here.
Like, get away from me. I'm trying to fuck Piccolo.
That's who it is. It's Piccolo. We had theorized that it might have been Mr. Satan because he's the only one who interacts with the real world.
Mm-hmm.
But you might be right about Piccolo.
I think it's Piccolo because Piccolo was there for the kids when
I was
Goku
about to
wasn't.
say.
That's true.
Piccolo is the only good dad in his show, and technically not a dad.
And
Yeah.
ladies, he can stretch.
Ew.
So here's a question.
He can stretch and he can regenerate.
That's right.
Yeah, if you want to rip his dick off.
Yeah, take it to go dick.
So here's a question in the same spirit as the Raditz Super Saiyan question. Piccolo's dick. Sorry, does it have a pink scaly underbelly like his arms?
Oh
do?
my
God.
god. Yes.
I'm gonna say a hard
Absolutely.
yes on
I'm
that.
saying the scaly underbelly material is at the head, and then the rest is green.
Ooh, I like that. That's
Yeah.
a good answer. I'm picturing it like a snake.
Thanks. I've thought about this a lot.
These are the pleasure ridges.
Actually, you know what? I think there might be something else going on down there because they do lay eggs,
That's
the
right.
Mechans.
He is
Yeah.
born of an egg spit out of King Piccolo's mouth.
Yeah.
So maybe there isn't a dick at all.
Yeah. It could be some shit that we don't even comprehend.
Well,
A
but because he
cloaca.
can stretch.
It's a cloaca. It is. It's a cloaca.
Just a multi-purpose
Yeah.
hammock hole.
Bulma is like
A napping
flipping through her phone, and she's just like, someone keeps blowing my phone up with cloacas.
Oh my god.
Gohan, pleasure my namek hole.
Ew. Y'all, there's
I destroyed
definitely
the moon for you.
there's definitely some deviant art out there about this shit.
Oh,
like
for sure.
absolutely.
Oh,
Fans,
we could-
send in your DeviantArt Piccolo dick pictures.
Or
We wanna see
cloacas.
'em.
Or
their
cloacas. Mammoth holes.
At
Damn
Ballin' Out Super
on
on
Twitter.
Send us your Piccolo dick cloaca.
Follow
And
us.
then
You can
get
DM me personally.
Get yourself banned from Twitter.
So basically, after that, all that happens is King Kai calls up Vegeta. He's like, yo, this guy's coming to town. Don't fuck with him. But he's like, I want to fuck with everyone.
That's what I do, King Kai.
King Kai reads the shit out of Vegeta. He's like, shut up, you dummy. He's like, what does he say? He's like, oh, you're so strong and worldly. Like, blah, blah,
Oh
blah.
yeah, he says, Lord Beerus, I think I've heard that name. Oh, I'm sure you're so worldly. Yeah.
And then,
There's
you
a
know-
lot of high quality bitching going on in this episode.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're
Like
good.
this.
Well, I think King Kai's been broken.
He's just ready to clap back at everybody.
He's just clapping back. His whole life has just been, he is a god who is dead somehow. And his planet has just been, all he wants to do is eat fried rice and pet his monkey, you know? Yeah, and then, Goku is like, well, I want to fight Beerus again because I don't know how to take, critique. And he's like, maybe I confused with Vegeta. Maybe I gotta figure out what with the Super Saiyan God crap. And
Yeah, let's spend a minute speculating about what the hell is going on with Super Saiyan God.
Please.
So I know that you have, Alex, you've seen the movie.
Yes.
You know what Super Saiyan God
I
is.
do, and my lips are
So
sealed.
yeah, go ahead and not talk about that. The rest of us,
I still have questions, but
okay. But what do we think is Super Saiyan God? Is it another person? Is it an actual god? Is it another form? Jaboukie, what do you think Super Saiyan God
Like,
is?
given the canon, that doesn't even make sense. Like that, you just pulled that out of your ass.
Yeah,
so,
we
like,
have so many gods all
Yeah.
the thing about this canon is it only shoots Gonzo out of it to the other side of the circus.
what a
So-
sweet comment from a little Muppet baby.
So So what do you think it is then? So if it's not another god,
It has to be. Ooh, what if it was just like Bardock? What if it was Goku's dad the whole time?
like, sorry, buddy, the
Yeah.
Super Saiyan God got blown up by Frieza.
Yeah.
Whoops.
But yeah, I don't, because they say that Planet Vegeta was totally destroyed.
Yeah.
Like everything was dead. It was like just those Saiyans and like a god. I don't even see how that like factors. Because if there was a god this whole time, then like why was Frieza so big? Why was like King Vegeta so big? You know, like they're nobody compared to that god. So I don't know. I feel like I'm skeptical. I can't say.
Katie, what do you got?
So, a thing I love about anime is that since it is not based in our U.S. puritanical culture, their relationship to Christianity is like nowhere near to ours. So they just throw around like shit like gods and like weird stuff all the time, which I love. So I think this is just like a weird cultural translation issue, and it's just gonna be another Saiyan form because they're just like, I don't know, we got 1, 2, and 3. How do we show that this is more than 3, but we don't go to 4 because that's kind of a thing later? So let's just call it a god. Like, I think it's gonna be. Plus, they don't want to introduce another character just to have them disappear. They want to sell that merch.
Yeah, that's right, because we do. So this is meant to, as I understand it, this is meant to fit in between Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball GT.
Oh,
So,
really?
Yeah, so whatever's happening here is eventually going to have to make sense at the beginning of Dragon Ball GT.
Makes sense.
Or following the rest of the show, none of it will make sense still.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if it's another transformation, how are they going to then retcon that to make sense? With
They need to just do like a DBZ Next Generation on like some Degrassi shit. Like they're trying to like reinvent too much.
They'll
shit.
just wipe their mind again. They'll just be like,
And now you forgot about the Super Saiyan God.
Yeah, maybe it'll be like one of those like moon monkey forms, you know, where it's like it just comes out and then like once it's done, he's like, oh, what did I do? Like, yeah, what even happened?
Monkey
Oh yeah.
do you like me some moon monkeys?
I'm wondering now if maybe the existence of future Trunks is going to have split time in such a way that this series will go on further and further and further, and then at some point they'll say, oh, and Dragon Ball GT is a totally different timeline that exists simultaneously.
Too smart.
The same
Not
thing
gonna
with
happen.
the origin of Trunks' story, where Gohan has the one arm.
Did you
and
see the Trunks movie?
Yeah, it's great.
It's the shit.
It's
maybe
like one of
the
my
best
favorite
one.
Dragon Ball things. For
I really
sure.
like Bardock. You know what? It's gonna be so hard to pick. The movies were on point.
Some of them were.
The Bardock storyline
I
hurt
will
me.
never
like,
watch Bio Broly again.
The Bardock storyline was so sad to me. That was so tragic.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why it was a good movie. Cause it kept you thinking.
Well, same thing with
We're
the
bringing
origin
it
of
up all these
Trunks.
years later. Yeah.
It's a sad story.
One-armed Gohan was the shit.
I don't
Do you
know about the
remember?
shit. He was cool.
He fought androids with one arm.
That's true.
Everyone
And
else has 2 arms.
Now he wears a sweater vest that is too high on him.
Yeah.
He finds
looks
ways to
Piccolo
like
is
bury
mad.
bodies for Lehman's brothers. He's deeply rewarded by his new career path.
So my speculation on Super Saiyan God, and then we'll move on from this. I think it is going to be another god. I think it's going to be another Kai. Okay, I think we're gonna find that Kai's planet, and it's just gonna be covered in poo. It's just gonna be all kinds of poo, and it's gonna be like monkey gods throwing poo at each other, and Beerus is gonna get there, and he's gonna be like, "This is the Super Saiyan God," and he's gonna fight him, and the monkey's gonna die immediately, and then Beerus is gonna be like, "All right, time to find more food."
But you know what, though? I do think that is actually a good idea, because just like story-wise, it makes sense for the Super Saiyan God to be a polar opposite of Beerus.
Yeah.
So he probably is going to be some like trash, like piece of shit, just to like balance it out.
Just some trash.
Here's the thing
Yeah.
about Beerus. He's clean. He's mean. He's got a life partner. So he's never alone. He's like got his life together. He's
He really
on
does.
top of everything.
Yeah, it's the most like emotionally mature together characters in the show, which is saying a lot.
Yeah, I will say too, like there is a part of me that feels really bad for him. Like he's been alive for millions of years.
Yeah.
Like he probably can't experience pleasure anymore. It's honestly kind of sad. Like I was rooting for him a little bit.
Well, we said in like the first episode, I think, that like it's very hard to acknowledge Beerus as a villain on this show because we like him
Yeah.
I like him a lot. He's
They're all rooting
funny.
for Beerus.
He's charming. His goals are relatable. He's a good character.
Yeah.
He's much more like I understand his motivation much more than I understand Goku.
Well, he's a good character, but he's bad villain.
Yeah,
'Cause
bad villain.
We don't hate him at all. We kind of just wish he could like find a buffet he enjoys because he spent so much of his life just wishing he would die but unable to.
So I think it might be a nice time right now for a little segment we like to call Boyfriend Watch.
So, ladies and gentlemen of Ballin' Out Super audience, you may or may not know this, but my two co-hosts, Jeremy and Alex, are in long-term committed relationships while your girl lives a life of loneliness. And also, fun fact about Jaboukie, he got written up. He is so single and so available that Elle magazine put his beautiful face
This
on
is not a joke.
the internet. What was
really
it called?
Jaboukie is so single they had to write up about it.
So, my favorite thing to do when I'm watching through anime is to find who is my number one anime boyfriend. It's an ongoing process, though. Episode to episode, who's it gonna be? Sometimes, you never know. So, I think right now we are in the running. Who are our boyfriends? We got Vegeta, Goku. No, thank you. I'm gonna say that right now.
Goku at home.
Hard pass.
We
So
got.
Vegeta's on the list. We've seen Trunks and Goten,
They're a little young, but okay.
little young. Gohan, stable financially.
We got Whis. Like, are we talking about only people that have appeared in this episode, or?
No. Overall in the series
Okay,
so
so we
far.
got Piccolo and Yamcha for 20 seconds.
We've seen Tien, we've seen Chaozu,
Yeah.
we've seen Krillin,
I think right
Roshi.
now,
Oolong.
yeah, my top picks for Boyfriend Watch for KRL is I'm going to say a strong bid for Piccolo.
All right.
That
Despite
Cloaca.
Cloaca. Because he's
Please. His Namek hole.
he's around. He's the only one who seems to have any sense so far.
Fiber.
Any sort of concept of responsibility.
Yeah,
I have strong opinions on this.
Yeah, Alex, feel free to chime in.
Well, I mean, Piccolo, he's available. He's certainly capable of providing pleasure that you need. But I feel like Yamcha is the lifelong bachelor that has really been perfecting his boyfriending skills over
That
decades.
was my next choice.
In the power. Is this a power ranking or are we just serving up the options?
I'm just serving up, so my top two right now would be Piccolo or Yamcha, and I'm thinking I'm leaning towards the Yamcha camp, although he is a lifetime bachelor, which
He's
means
the seal of the show.
he is the seal of the show, but you also know that you can't. I was trying to
Tame
make a
a
kiss
seal?
by a
You can't
rose
tame a seal?
joke.
Is that what you're saying?
I was trying to make a kiss by a rose. Jaboukie, do you have any opinions on Boyfriend Watch?
Okay, honestly, I like Beerus. Beerus is fun.
Yeah.
Beerus likes to go out, try new things. Beerus knows what Beerus wants.
He does have a great palate.
He's so taken, though.
Yeah, he is. But
sick.
we don't know. We don't know what their
arrangement is.
Yeah, we don't know if they're into monogamy.
They're
or
They're
what.
open. They're hedonistic as fuck.
Yeah, that's true. They do a lot of bathing. They do a lot of eating. It seems like they are into a hedonistic lifestyle. They sample.
But my point is, the Beerus you're going to be getting away from Whis might be just a wreck,
He is very codependent.
This is an interrelationship Beerus. This is, Beerus also is not cleaning his room. He forgets to eat because no one's bringing him food all the time.
Oh my god.
This is very real.
I mean, but is a threesome with Beerus and Whis feasible? Can it happen? Would you like it to happen?
Would you like it to happen?
My friends are very open.
I feel like that would be good because, Whis would, make sure you had water and, everything you needed to stock up on. You'd be like...
You're going to need a lot of this.
Yeah, you'd
He'd
make
bring
sure...
you Advil in the morning.
Yeah,
He's
make
a
sure-
nice bedside.
Yeah, there'd be, Pedialyte and everything you need.
But I feel like we should be micromanaging at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, and you'd be like, listen, we set out the rules ahead of time, and, we all agree to that.
You have to wear socks. I'm sorry. I'm starting a show at Video Revival in Crown Heights.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Look out for that. Follow me on Twitter.
All right. What's your Twitter handle?
At Jaboukie.
At Jaboukie. All right.
Jaboukie.
Alex.
You know what it is. Follow me at Patak Jokes, PTAK Jokes. Listen to my other podcast where I try to ruin Anders' political conversation.
All right.
It's on my Twitter.
Okay, Katie, what do you got?
At Katie Rose on Twitter and at hello Katie Rose on the Instagram.
All right, and I am at Jeremy Thunder on the Twitter and at Jeremy_Thunder on the Instagram. If you like the podcast, subscribe to us on iTunes, etc., and all that sort of shit. And we're done here. Goodbye, everybody.
We're done.
Ballin' Out Super!
Vegeta needs his diaper changed, cause he just pooped this party.
Ballin' out, ballin' out, ballin' out. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Ballin' Out Super.
I didn't know you were going to say super.
Yes, we do that. That's
You
what
have
we do
to.
on this show. Hi, folks. I'm Jeremy Hammond, joined as always by my co-hosts Katie Rose Leon
Hello.
and Alex Patak.
I don't know how I got here.
And joining us today is a friend of all of ours. He is a comedian. He's been on Laughs on Fox. It's Jake Head.
Oh boy, somebody Googled my name.
We're already laughing.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
On Fox.
I'm laughing.
How you doing, Jake?
Great. I just watched some great television.
Yeah. How are you feeling after watching this?
Great. Takes me back.
We like to start the show usually by talking to our guest a little bit about your experience with Dragon Ball as a franchise. Were you a fan when you were a kid?
Yeah, definitely. We went through a phase where I lived in a trashy pig town in Florida, but we had a subdivision, and like the whole neighborhood got into Dragon Ball Z about the same time, so we were real jazzed about it.
What is a subdivision?
Like what do you call it? Like a neighborhood?
Like a cul-de-sac?
Like a cul-de-sac,
Yeah,
but it's
there
a
we
little
go.
like it was a combination of 3 cul-de-sacs called Highland Oak.
So are you
it's like
saying
a plant.
you're saying Dragon Ball brought your community together?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it sounds like.
That was
Yeah.
fractured by
Yeah, we were all in it.
And so everyone got into Dragon Ball around the same time. And what did that manifest itself as? Were you guys like playing with toys? Were you drawing pictures? Were you like pretending to be Goku, putting your
Yeah.
arms up for the Spirit Bomb? What
All
were
of
you
it.
doing?
All of it, 100%. I remember one time this guy he left and then he came back and he had knockoff Dragon Ball Z action figures from the dollar
yeah.
store, and then we just went to every dollar store trying to find him again. And could not. I can't remember like the difference, but it was like a cartoonish, like, oh, this is clearly the dollar store version of,
Yeah.
of
No, I had a
Goku
lot
or
of those
something.
later in life, not when I was a kid and watching it, but rather later on in college. I remember going to Chinatown and like specifically seeking out like the Goku with green skin.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
weird. This dollar store Goku looks uncannily like Fred from Scooby-Doo.
It just paints over the ascot orange.
Very powerful, Fred.
And so you followed the series. You watched a lot of it. Do you remember like how much of it you saw? Like where you kind of left off?
So there's the Dragon Ball Z, which is the standard franchise.
Uh-huh.
There was a prequel,
Yes.
which was
Dragon
called
Ball.
Dragon Ball. Was that before or after Dragon Ball Z?
In terms of production, or
In terms of
the answer to
release
both
date.
is yes.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
before that?
Yeah, it was.
You
Oh.
walked right into that one.
This is a gotcha podcast.
Well, I
Gotcha
guess-
You
journalism.
fake nerd. Those glasses aren't fooling me.
Yeah, listen up, weebs. We have a new segment where we bring people on here and bully them for being fake geeks. We're here for you.
Yeah, I'm V cool.
So
y'all.
you watched Dragon Ball Z. You didn't watch Dragon Ball.
No, I guess we like watched Dragon Ball after we had consumed all the Z, and then probably tried to seek more out. I think we got into like Gundam, but then it like ended.
No Dragon Ball until you eat your Z.
Yeah, I think we got into Gundam.
Yeah.
Which
'Cause there's
one?
probably-
There's like a million of them.
Wing?
Gundam or Wing?
Yeah,
Wing is the shit. It's the one with all the teens who just want to kill themselves the whole time. That's a recurring theme in the show, and they just can't do it.
I don't
Every
remember that
time
at all.
anything goes wrong, they're just like, time to blow up the Gundam and kill myself.
At one point, Hero sets off a nuclear bomb that he's in the middle of, and then just wakes up and is like, damn, more feelings.
G Gundam was the Gundam series with all the Gundams were all based around racial stereotypes, as I
That's
recall.
right.
Yes.
What?
It was the World War I of Gundam series.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
They strapped you into a goo that wrapped around your whole body, and then people were in these chambers where they moved their body, and the Gundam did the thing, which almost raises the point of why even get in the Gundam. But the main guy's move was he crushed people's heads, and then they exploded.
I don't remember any of that.
That's a move.
Yeah, it's a really good move. If you can pull it
Yeah.
off.
No, I just remember that I think the plot of it generally was that it was like a world martial arts tournament type situation, except they
always
were in
is.
Gundams.
Some government should come in and go, hey, no one fight to the death. We're not gonna house your tournament, okay? Stop coming to our country and fighting to the death.
I think the only one I really truly remember off the top of my head was that there was a Kenyan Gundam.
Wait. Was he a secret Kenyan Gundam?
No, just a regular outright Kenyan Gundam. I don't think he
It
was.
was all the UN money went to building a Gundam.
State rights Vegeta versus Secret Kenyan Gundam.
No, the Kenyan Gundam though had a leopard skin like toga that it wore and a big spear.
Fuck yes.
God, that is
Wow.
I'm sure it won.
cultural appropriation.
All right,
For your
Z-boys,
giant
you
machine.
are getting off topic.
We are getting very far off topic. Katie, let's dive into this episode.
This episode's title is Don't Anger the Destroyer, a heart-pounding birthday party? That's right, y'all, we're on the boat.
Episode
Back on the
3
boat.
on the
Back
boat.
on the boat.
We are still at Bulma's birthday party
we
after the
literally-
promised vacation.
It's wavy, y'all.
I have a lot of questions, but I feel like if people are like following this, I don't want to be rude.
No, please. This is literally the point of this podcast. Ask your questions.
Why are they on the boat?
It is Bulma's birthday.
That is a great question.
So every episode is today. Like they haven't
So
gone to
far.
sleep.
So far, yes, it's been
one day, one party.
roughly. Yeah,
Well-
as we understand it, Beerus has been awake probably now for about 3/4 of a day.
We watched Beerus eat breakfast and lunch.
Yes,
Beerus
Which
is
was
the
packed.
kitty man.
Kitty
Yeah,
Man. Yes,
Yeah, he's the one who was a cat.
And the
Uh,
kitty
cat
man is a god.
yes,
Yes.
God of destruction. His job is to kill and destroy and make things bad. We don't really
Well, he's
know
not-
why.
He
Is
loves
he-
pillows.
Who does he answer to?
Who knows?
So far,
That's
we
for
do not
120 episodes from now.
Oh, okay. And then who's the fellow with him? What's his deal?
Weiss. That is his man's
That's
name.
his friend, Weiss.
know. They're two
Does he-
confirmed bachelors.
Yeah, does he pay Weiss's rent? Does he live with him? Why
Yeah,
we?
yeah,
I don't
it seems
understand
that way.
Weiss a
We
lot.
think it's like a lover-assistant
Okay,
situation.
all right.
Yeah. Weiss
All
is the
right.
only one keeping him together. and
Yeah.
The
An
schedule.
employee with benefits.
The important thing to remember, though, is that we're on the boat because it's Bulma's birthday. And Bulma is the richest person in the world because she invented capsules.
What were
Oh,
capsules?
She earned it.
They're the
their
little-
space
they're-
program.
What?
Sometimes, well, they're also called capsules at the spaceships they go to, which are circles.
I don't know
That's
if you...
Capsule Corp. It's a big corporation.
It's a corporation
So
that
she's-
her father
She's
founded,
the
I
Bill
think.
Gates of capsules.
Yes.
Yes.
There's only
Okay.
3 corporations that own everything, and one of them is Bulma's corporation.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's also like Dragon Ball is very into just repeating the same names for everything.
Yes, that's true.
Which is
What
something
age-
that
the
comes up.
acme of
Yeah, what
Dragon Ball.
age is Dragon Ball 4?
That is an
It's
excellent
because
question.
it's like
No one
it is.
knows.
It is like pretty. Like the dialogue is really accessible and simple. Like they're not using any like words like a child would get.
Right.
But then like the subject matter sometimes is like pretty advanced.
Yeah, definitely.
So I don't know what you'd be like. Oh, that show's for. It's not. It's for adults, sort of.
I know
I
I'm
don't
watching
know.
for the sex appeal.
Oh, and
all the
there's
women
a
with
lot
the
of it.
tiniest of noses.
All right, we're
They
getting off
hate
track
drawing
again,
a nose.
guys.
Yeah,
I think
it's,
we should.
It's an anti-Semitic show.
Great.
We
cool,
can cut that
cool,
out.
cool.
let's go ahead and bring this on back to the story at hand.
Okay.
Katie, where are we?
So we have like 2 seconds on North Kai, which Goku's like, I want to go to the party, and King Kai's like, for the 15th time, no. And he's like, you always bitch that I don't have a social life. And that's it.
And that's a reasonable assessment by King Kai, I think.
A few episodes ago, there was a whole kerfuffle about how he knew it was Bulma's birthday and he didn't give a shit.
King Kai didn't give a shit.
No,
No,
Goku did it.
Goku
Because
didn't.
he has no heart. He just wants.
He just wants to
man.
fight. He's like a human golden retriever.
Yeah, and he makes the excuse that
You can put an egg in his mouth and he won't crush it.
No, he would explode that shit.
Yeah, he loves eating eggs.
Oh, yes.
Oh boy.
Heavily established.
And so after that, we cut to the boat where we have another lovely harpsichord montage where we see Bulma talking shit with the Sad Wives Club, and then Vegeta is punching
Yeah,
holes in the
Vegeta's
book.
punching a wall.
Can I ask who the other sad wives are?
We got Chi-Chi, we got Android 18,
And Videl.
and
Wait,
Videl.
one of them's an android?
Yeah.
No longer though.
She's
Human.
a lady now, just named Android 18.
Yeah, they never
never changed
her
her
real
name.
She was gonna change it to
I
Kate.
do
That
remember
was an
that.
arc.
They were androids, and then one of them. I do remember that.
Yeah, they wished
She's
for
still
her
around.
to be a
Good for
human
her.
and better and
Oh,
attracted to Krillin. Those were the 3 wishes they used.
No.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay.
I think they just wished her
did
to
use
be a
one of the
human, yeah.
wishes to turn her human.
Yeah.
Ladies, we all go through a Krillin phase. Am I right?
Oh,
Am
God.
I right?
When you
Sometimes you just want to be with someone that you know can't hurt you.
or can't breathe out of his nose.
So Vegeta's punching holes in the ships, which seems dangerous, and then Beerus and Wee shows up and plays a mind game with him, which makes him very sad. And then
You call that sad?
It's
I would call that just like he was. Those was that. I've never had that emotion once in my life.
well, there's so many emotions.
He was like terrified and
well, then
angry.
Beerus climbs in his head and reminds him of the origins of his
Oh yeah.
like BDSM fantasies, which we got into episode 2 during the promised vacation, in which we flash back to Beerus topping down King Vegeta on planet Vegeta.
not to be confused with Prince Vegeta,
Vegeta.
on
who is
Vegeta.
Vegeta's dad. Vegeta's dad with a beard.
Yeah, he was
I'm so lost. The
topping him
planet's
down.
called Vegeta.
Yes, the planet's called Vegeta.
Everything's Vegeta.
They're like
So it's like
Smurfs.
yeah, it's like the Smurfs, but they all have widow's peaks.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's why they all wear blue.
It's a-
So you don't get confused.
I also didn't pick this up until just watching it that Goku wears a navy blue shirt and an orange vest.
Yes.
I never realized that watching it as a child. I thought it was One Piece.
To
No,
watch
it's
that.
Dragon Ball.
It's easy.
Yes.
It's easy to get confused when they're all on boats.
Super!
Oh.
Oh, I
word.
hate myself. Okay.
All right. Remember how I was like, we need to keep on track?
This is a very off-track episode. So,
We're
we're on the boat. Beerus has shown up.
Yeah.
He's scared Vegeta so much that Vegeta has started to hallucinate. He sees his dad getting the boot in the face, and then what, Katie?
Oh, well, we learned he got in the boot in the face because he did not find the softest pillow in all
Yeah,
the
that's
land.
we have to
Oh,
talk
yeah.
about that.
Yeah, we do need to talk about that.
First of all, this is a
right.
very cat zone situation.
That's right. Give us that jingle, Katie.
Highway to the cat zone. We are there.
We are deep in the cat zone
We are
right
deep
now.
in
The cat zone is where
zone.
you talk about Beerus.
Yeah.
Am I
cat
saying his
zone-
name right? Beerus?
It's more art than science, really.
Beerus.
The cat zone.
Beerus?
The cat zone is
Beerus.
only accessible
Beerus.
by highway. It's terrible design.
So, do you guys remember, like, earlier in this series when villains wanted eternal life?
That's what they were after?
Yeah, they wanted the Dragon Balls for eternal life. They wanted to
Oh.
destroy the
Oh,
Earth.
that's
They
right.
wanted to do terrible
So
things.
you get the Dragon Balls, you get them, and then you get 3 wishes? 1 wish.
The Earth Dragon Balls, you get 1 wish. The Namekian Dragon Balls, you get 3 wishes. Later on, we have Black Star Dragon Balls. I don't remember how many wishes you get for those, but that's probably not canon anymore anyway because it's in Dragon Ball GT. The point is, you get wishes.
You get wishes.
And the villains wanted things like eternal life and things like that. Now
okay.
we have a villain who just wants a comfortable pillow.
He's
Wow.
just bored as shit.
Oh my god, what's going on with this series? Why did they make this?
He doesn't need Dragon Balls though, because he just has an empire of slave labor.
He's listening to a lot of Kanye West. Talk about being a god.
This episode's wavy.
Getting wavy with Alex Patak and Ballin' Out Super.
That's a boat horn.
for clarification.
It was a boat horn captained by a donkey. A donkey driving a boat.
All right,
Shit,
we need to
roast
get
battle.
back on track. Katie, what happens next?
Okay, we get some of my favorite lines because now we zoom back to present on the boat. Vegeta's on the floor like a little baby. Bulma shows up and she's like, please tell me you're not doing push-ups.
Great scene.
She's very pissed because she's sick of all the emotional labor she's been doing all day. And then she just snaps into face mode because that's what happens when you're in a toxic relationship. And she's like, oh, I didn't know Vegeta had friends. So nice to meet you.
Yeah, that's some quality shade.
Yeah.
Bulma has been through so much.
It's insane.
It's really only
Who's
fair
the real star of the series? Let's be honest.
I'd say
Who's
Bulma.
the most compelling story?
Yeah, so far
it's the Bulma show.
Yeah.
and Beerus and Whis.
I
Yeah.
think that was a great narrative that she's the richest woman in the world, and then she married
Yet-
the most powerful man on
Aside
a
from
planet
Goku.
named after himself. Wait,
He
is
was only
Goku from planet
physically-
Vegeta?
Yes.
Yeah. There's
What,
a
he
movie
is?
about
Yes.
it.
He's a Saiyan. He's from planet Vegeta. He comes to the Earth.
He has the Superman story. They
He
ship
does.
him off as
Yeah.
a baby as the planet's exploding.
Except
Oh.
Superman is supposed to be a good guy, isn't he?
Yeah, Goku's supposed to be a good guy.
No, Goku was supposed to destroy the Earth.
Oh,
but
yeah.
then he bumped his head on the way out of the
Yeah.
spaceship, and then he met Grandpa Gohan, and then he became a little boy,
He was dropped
What?
aggressively
Yeah.
as a child.
Wow, that's a really cute story.
right?
Yeah, the
know that.
original Dragon Ball was adorable and
He has a
not
very quaint story.
full
Yeah.
of all the dad-heavy abuse. This is another dad episode, by the way.
Yeah, you're right.
We
This is
are
another dad
5 for
episode.
5
But
of
you feel
shitty
bad
dads.
for Vegeta in this episode because he's just trying to make sure everything goes okay, and
Yeah.
his family is just cucking him in front of the
Yeah,
cat god.
definitely.
Yeah, what happens is Bulma invites Beerus and Whis to the party, and Vegeta is the only one that's like, these people are gonna fuck everything up. So he sits behind a bush and has a panic attack while like
Yeah,
everyone.
they were on stage. Bulma brought them on a little stage.
And can I just bring up for a second? It was completely reasonable for Vegeta, when he heard from King Kai in the last episode, to have then just made the rounds at the party,
How did
gone
he-
person to person, and just said, hey guys, this guy's on his way here. He can destroy the Earth with a single tap. Perhaps maybe we should all just behave ourselves. He had plenty of time to do-
Vegeta said that?
Huh?
Vegeta said that to everybody at the party?
No, Vegeta knew about it and he
Oh,
could have gone
he
and
d-
said
That
oh, he
would have
did
made
it.
way more
He
sense.
didn't
Would have
do
made way
that.
more sense.
Instead, he
of
punched a
punching the
wall
Well, that's classic Vegeta.
Like
He's
my
going to
friend
internalize
Nico.
it.
after a frat party.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
like real repressed.
Also,
male
this boat
aggression.
is a rental, correct? So they're not going to get their deposit back.
She already
Oh.
painted Princess Bulma on the side. Like I
You
think
can't do
it's
that on a
fine.
rental.
Yeah.
If you have your husband destroy it and you buy the boat insurance, you're actually making money.
This is my rental car, and I keyed it because it's mine.
Because I was mad that a cat god was showing up.
My husband can't use his words.
Oh boy. Yeah, but Dragon Ball Z would benefit from communication skills. Like
I think Bulma
episodes
was
would be like,
hoping he'd leave again. Because you remember how much fun they had after he
that's
left the
true,
promised
yeah.
vacation? She planned a whole birthday party.
oh, what a gal.
This episode is like when you invite your boss over to prove you could be the manager of sales, and then your kid comes out and just like puts his balls in the food in front of everyone, and then you end up in the mailroom for the rest of your life.
Yeah, we have some really fun moments with Beerus and Whis on the boat. We get some Yamcha finally.
That's true. We get some Yamcha.
Yeah, Yamcha says he's the world's greatest martial artist and then punches Beerus in the stomach.
It's called negging. And Yamcha's a master of it.
It's
He's been
working.
a bachelor for 30 years after
Damn.
robbing children on a
Yeah,
highway.
was that character supposed to be old? Because he looks exactly the same as the other one.
He's in great shape.
That's a common theme on this show, it seems, is that Goku, from the beginning of when, basically from when Goku met Raditz until today, he's stayed the exact same age, whereas Gohan has turned into
Yeah,
a
Gohan's-
30-year-old.
Yeah, Gohan looks like he lives in Williamsburg now.
Oh boy.
He's
He
all-
does.
he's wearing-
He flies back to Capsule City or whatever.
I don't I don't remember him wearing vests and whatnot. I remember him
He
being
is-
like a little
No,
guy.
he's an investment banker now.
Yeah.
What?
How does
Investing
Goku
zen.
feel about this?
He's become a CPA.
Goku is not at home.
Goku doesn't care, but Piccolo is bummed out.
Is there a central government in this?
Yes.
Yes.
With a
Dog president.
What?
So glad you
Back
asked.
to Dog President Podcast. Hello,
Oh,
ladies and gentlemen.
boy.
Welcome to Dog President Super.
Super! I disagree with Dog President's stance on the contraband treaty that they have.
I think
written with-
if we did ever elect
Damn it.
one dog president, that would be we would only have dog presidents from there on.
That's true.
Once you break the seal, we're going dog forever. So that does not seem cartoonish. That seems like the most believable thing in Dragon Ball Z.
Well, if we have a different dog, okay, but this one's got me barking mad.
Please, can we-
Segment over.
Okay.
We're so far. Please, Katie, get us back.
Okay, we're gonna have to skip a bunch. Basically, Krillin shows up with some meatballs. Some are filled with squid, and one is filled with wasabi. They play a fun game of this roulette. Beerus and Whis fucking love it. They say it's yummy as hell. Vegeta's scared,
And
and
then Krillin eats the wasabi.
yeah.
He gets some fire breath, and then we move on to something else, right? What
Yeah,
happens?
there's like a lot of just like bullshit. We see Pilaf and Crew for a second.
Oh, yeah, you remember Pilaf and Crew?
Yeah.
There's a squirt gun fight.
Oh, squirt gun fight. That's an important
That's a
part.
big
Yeah.
part of the episode.
Vegeta throws a tantrum, and Beerus says nobody likes a pooper of parties.
That's right.
That's the quote.
Hey, we're still laughing.
Yeah, yes, and then
Uh-oh.
We put it in the episode.
yeah, and Goten and Trunks has the water gun fight
That's
because
right.
they're cool dudes.
Is Goten
Yes.
Goku's son?
You can
He's
tell
his youngest son?
Yes.
Okay. And Trunks is Vegeta and Bulma's son.
Yes.
And they can turn into one person, right?
Yes.
I'm not making that up.
No, you're not
right?
making that up.
Okay,
They
that
have a
sounded like a
fusion
fan
dance.
fiction I wrote for a minute. Like they don't reveal that to you.
Like all
Yeah, they
young,
can turn into
confused
one-
boys, sometimes they fuse their bodies. They're over that stage now. Now they're just back to
that's so
playing.
funny.
Yes, they can fuse together.
So
So
they-
they become Gotenks. They spit out ghosts, and yes, that's their
The
main
exploding suicide ghosts.
attack. Yes.
But again, it's not, it has nothing to do with the show now.
It's so funny that with all these interesting creative avenues, they decide to be like, nah, boat party.
I know it is amazing that I think back a lot to the first episode of Dragon Ball Z when literally in the first episode Raditz lands on the planet, says, Goku, you're a Saiyan, you were supposed to blow up the Earth, I'm your brother, you have a dad, we have this whole origin story, and then we get right into some shit. We're 6 episodes into this and Beerus is finally on Earth. We don't know what he's doing there.
But it's kind of like it's kind of like they don't have a budget. They just gotta stay on this boat. We can't film any other. So it's like it's a cartoon, right? Just draw something else.
Yeah, we can't have too many locations.
I mean, we've established everyone can fly.
That's
Yeah.
true. They really don't need to. Well, Bulma can't fly, and this is her show.
That's true.
If you
This is-
consider that this is Bulma's show, it's actually very action-packed because it's very centered on
That's
Yamcha, who feels most comfortable on a boat. He lives on a houseboat. He's a confirmed bachelor.
Dude, I love Yamcha. He's all got facial scars, but that doesn't stop him.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
fan theory about it.
and he's got the cool signature move, Wolf Fang Fist.
Yeah, which is just
Oh,
him punching people.
That came back. Wow, I remember that.
Yeah, the Wolf Fang Fist, and the wolf shows up behind him. We're getting off track again. This is a very
Awoo.
hard episode to keep on track.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
because there's just not a lot of. It's there's so much stuff and yet nothing, and there's just so much
But we all
funny
liked
things.
it.
Yeah,
We
it
all
was
liked
funny.
this
Good
episode
episode.
a
It was
lot.
better than the fighting one.
If
even.
all the filler episodes were this fun and actually, because stuff happened
this
in
was
this
it.
one.
This was great. The other ones are worse than this one.
Well, because we haven't even gotten into Vegeta just acting like a real bottom bitch this whole
Yeah,
episode.
it's-
He was
on.
just licking daddy's boots the whole time.
Yeah.
He is so scared that Beerus is gonna fucking tank this party ship.
I'm uncomfortable.
I'd like to see I'd like to see a Vegeta series where it's set up like The Sopranos, it's all about Vegeta going to a therapist, and that's like the vehicle of the show.
Oh my god.
It's still that actress though.
Yeah, they can still get her.
Dr. Melfi.
Yeah, Melfi. They got Melfi, and then he gets
Like-
upset. Like maybe every 4 episodes, he storms out of Melfi's office. You're like, maybe that's the
You know
last
what?
time.
This is fucked. I'm out of here.
Gabagool.
You poor-sighted fool.
Dad, I've started having panic attacks at fucking Saiyan practice.
You're weak, son.
Is
Fuck
his body is his body too strong for Xanax? That's the question.
It almost certainly is.
I would imagine so.
Oh boy. Okay, so how does this episode end?
No, we're in the crux of the episode here because Trunks
he
and
shoots
Goten, they're having a squirt gun fight and they squirt Beerus, thus
Shoots
further
up into the
embarrassing.
Fucking
sky.
How old are those kids?
I don't know.
They should know better.
10.
Don't
They're
shoot
old enough
gods.
to know better.
Don't shoot gods with your guns.
They don't know who he is.
Yeah, he's just a.
Vegeta failed everybody.
Yeah, they're just Vegeta's friends from
That's
space.
true.
He
Okay.
shoots up in the sky because he gets squirted in the face, and so Vegeta shoots into the ocean, grabs one of those squids he promised to consume their entire race, rips it open, and starts cooking for them.
That's
Wait,
right.
when did
Vegeta
he talk to the squids?
in episode 2 on the
promised vacation.
Wait,
On
could
the
that
promised
squid
vacation.
was that
That's
squid
crazy.
sentient? Like, could that squid did he murder
It's-
talk?
Well, actually,
No, it's a-
squids are one of the most intelligent animals.
That's true.
And octopuses, like they have this deep sea intelligence that we don't even have.
We
like
can't
the
really
brain.
comprehend.
Like their
Guys, this
tentacles
show
have
is
different
off the
personalities.
rails.
Yeah, have you seen like they talk about like on other lives? You know how like we formed, mostly vertebrate-based life.
Right.
They said like if you're on another planet, it could be mostly invertebrate life.
Right,
So it's a lot of
right.
like tree squids and stuff.
If you like hold a squid's hand, you can make a connection with it. I've read that.
Yeah. They can also taste. They can taste by being like, oh, your hand tastes weird. Just by like
Yeah, they
I want to
taste-
taste that hand.
If that's not intelligence,
touching
what
it.
is?
What does that mean? You could just
They can taste without touch. Like they smell taste. Like they can just be like they can. It's
with
just
their
so
with their
confusing.
tentacles. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
like they don't have to touch you.
Their
It's-
brains are
it's
spread
so-
throughout their body. They're amazing
Yeah,
creatures.
it's unbelievable.
and Vegeta's gonna eat.
But
their
she's
whole
going to
race.
just eat their whole race.
Well, I just figured it would be like a sentient squid, but it was just some fucking.
Just some jive squid.
Just
Well, I
some-
mean, he kills
some
it. He kills the
jive
shit
squid.
out of it with
It
a
looked
Gallop
pretty
gun.
upset.
It could have spoken. We don't know. He pulled it out and killed it pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
And then he cooks it up, making good on his promise, and tries to serve it to Beerus, who doesn't want dinner anymore. He wants dessert. He wants pudding.
Oh right, the
And
pudding.
then Boo
So
is still a fucking piece of shit asshole.
Well, Boo's
for
eating
it.
the pudding.
I gotta know why do they hang out with Boo? What a guy.
He'll destroy the world otherwise.
he's
They
their
need to be
friend.
hanging out with him.
Really?
Yeah, Mr.
That's
Satan is like his whole project is making sure Boo doesn't fucking
Wait, what's
kill
that guy's
everybody.
name? Mr. Satan?
Mr. Satan.
Mr.
Yeah.
Satan. He's,
Satan.
Of
Satan,
no
yeah.
relation.
he's
like
like
Satan.
His
yes.
name is Mr. Satan.
Yes, and the
Yes.
city that they all live in is called
Satan City.
Satan
Oh my
City.
god. And they translated that into Satan City, or they're like, ooh.
Yeah, the
That's
English.
what it is in real life in Japan.
Wow.
It is Mr. Satan, Satan City. In the English dub, the original Funimation dub back in the day, it was Hercule. And
Yeah,
I don't think
I remember that.
and Hell was called the home for infinite losers.
He's supposed to be like a professional wrestler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
remember Hercule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was like the best fighter. I think he probably fought the Yamcha.
No, see, you're just watching the
combining
mainstream media coverage of the
combining
This is
events.
fake news.
Fake.
Goku
His
beat
name
all
is
those
Mr.
villains.
Satan.
Yeah,
Oh, we
Hercule
are-
just showed up
We're
and
so far off track, guys.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Basically, Boo throws a temper tantrum, doesn't want to share his pudding. Of course, Whis and Beerus get mad about that, and then Boo starts trying to punch Beerus in the face, and then
Beerus kills him.
Beerus throws him into
Is
the
he
ocean, and then end of episode.
And then blasts him, and then it's the end of the episode. Yeah.
Yeah, but is he dead?
We don't know.
We
We're
don't
gonna
know.
find out after
I
this.
doubt he's
it's very
dead.
hard to kill Boo. I mean,
one
Vegeta's
of the main
suicide
characters.
Yeah.
He's one of the main driving vehicles of the show.
Yes.
I'm not joking around anymore. I'm very concerned about Boo.
I'm very concerned about Vegeta's mental health.
He's not.
Yeah,
he's not
very
doing well.
stressed.
He's not doing well.
He's gonna have a heart attack.
All right, guys. For the sake of trying to wrap up this very far off track podcast,
Squids.
I think it would be a good idea at this point to try to predict what's gonna happen next.
Ooh.
We know we're still gonna be on the boat.
Definitely.
We know Beerus is still on the boat. He's still gonna be fighting. Jake, what do you think is coming next?
All right, having seen one episode, I would like to predict that the boat party wraps up. They go back to harbor in Satan City, and they do not get the deposit back on the boat. Bulma gets financially ruined by the giant deposit she put down on that yacht, that Carnival Cruise Line yacht that they're using for like 20 people.
It's made for 1,000 people.
Yeah,
It's
it's
huge.
enormous. And then I think that throws. The Vegeta probably has to get a day job. I don't know.
That was the first episode of the show, is they all had to pay debts to international capital.
yeah.
All right, Alex, what's happening
Okay,
next?
so I've seen more of the show than Jake, so I can understand why his, predictions might be short-sighted. But here's what's gonna happen: Coast Guard pulls up. They're gonna have to end up explaining their permits, what's going on with the boat, whose boat it is it a rented boat, and then also Beerus is going to have to come down and talk with the Coast Guard, and then there's going to be like, is the Coast Guard making Beerus mad? Well, we can't do anything. That's the law. It's underdog president. And it's going to be like legal work for like 2 to 3 episodes after that.
It's gonna be like Jag.
Hot Jag reference. Hell yeah.
I got a weird thing about Jag. I thought Henry Rollins and the guy from Jag were the same guy for like 12 years.
What?
I swear.
Get out of
I
his
thought
house.
the actor from Jag.
That's
I thought
insane.
Henry Rollins. I was like, yeah, that guy like used to be a musician, but then he's in that show my dad likes called Jag. That's what I thought happened. And then I found out later, no, Henry Rollins is the other guy that did this thing.
Yeah, he
and
was in
that's
The
just
Chase.
some actor.
All right,
I swear.
Katie, what happens next?
I think Krillin's gonna get the runs, and he's gonna clog up all the toilets on the Princess Bulma, and then I think, I don't know,
It's a lot of toilets.
it's a lot. Well,
Big boat.
he ate
Everybody
that.
has their own.
He was on fire. I think all the women are going to sneak off the boat and then sink it. So all the men drown in the bottom of the ocean, and that is my prediction.
Fantastic.
Jeremy, do you have one?
I think what's going to happen next. So we saw Beerus kill Boo. Boo's dead. He's at the bottom of the ocean. Beerus next is going to sink the ship. Okay, he's going to shoot a hole through the bottom. He's going to zap off into space, all pissed off in a huff. And then everyone's going to have to escape the sinking ship. Who has the only lifeboat? Pilaf and crew.
Oh, and crew.
And crew. They're all going to have to crowd into Pilaf's little boat. They're going to have to go back to Garbage Island, and then we're going to start a sort of a Lord of the Flies type of a story.
A bottle episode.
A bottle episode. That's what's next.
When the boat animation budget runs out.
And no one talks about how they can all fly.
That's right, yes. Stuck on the island. It's like that Pokemon episode when they're on Pokemon Island.
Oh yeah, I follow you 100%. After they escape the sinking ship for an episode. But we can all agree the next episode will be boat based in some way.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay,
of
good.
course. We're not getting off of the high seas. We're stuck for a little bit longer. It's just going to be like One Piece.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
God.
boy.
All
Okay,
right.
let's give this thing a rating out of 7 Dragon Balls. Katie.
I actually enjoyed this episode. I thought it was very entertaining, so I'm gonna give it 6 Dragon Balls.
6 Dragon Balls. Alex.
Hey, you know what? I'm also giving 6 Dragon Balls. It's not like the most action-packed episode, but there's like a lot of drama happening, and it's better than the other filler episodes. You gotta see this one.
Hell yeah, 6 Dragon Balls. Jake.
Gotta say 666 Dragon
Hail
Balls.
Satan.
Hail
Satan.
Satan
Satan
City.
City.
Hail
High
Satan.
fives.
All around.
And I am gonna break with you guys. I'm going with the full 7 out of 7. We're making a wish, baby.
Oh.
Jake, what's your wish?
I wish that people follow me on Twitter.
All right, Jake, where can the people find you on Twitter?
I think it's at Jake .head, I think. I don't know. I don't remember my Twitter head.
Fantastic.
That's
Great
embarrassing.
work.
I don't
Alex,
know
where
what
can they
it
find
is.
you on Twitter?
Guys, just watch Laughs on Fox.
Did you laugh, Alex?
No, I did not do
okay.
Laughs.
boy.
Oh boy.
You getting
Let's not
residual
talk
checks
about
for that?
that. I can't. I get shit on laughs.
Katie, where can they find you?
You can find me at Katie Rose on Twitter, or at Oh Hello Katie Rose on Instagram. I already have a very enthusiastic 17-year-old weeb blow me up. I want more. Come on down.
Speaking of which, you can find Ballin Out Super on Instagram right now at Ballin Out Super. Shouts to Goku_official.
Yeah, you out here.
Someone tried to say
That's
Shouts
Goku's
to
official
Goku_official.
account.
Shut up.
Oh my
Shout
God.
out, Goku official.
How many Twitter followers Goku official has?
Like 70 million. It's
Yeah.
so many.
Oh,
It's
for
insane.
real?
Not 70 million, but like a lot.
It's over
Oh,
9,000.
It's for real Goku.
It's certainly over 9,000. He's got a lot of followers. Shouts to him. He's a fan of us, I guess. What else? You can find us
Follow
on
our Twitter too, which is
Follow
also
us.
Ballin' Out Super.
at Ballin Out Super on Twitter. You can find us on iTunes and Stitcher and all that stuff. That's it for this episode.
Super.
It's amazing.
amazing I knew you were going to do that. We're still on the boat.
All right, hello and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super. I'm your host, Jeremy Hammond, joined as always by Alex Patak.
Oh, hello.
And Katie Rose Leon.
Hey, gang, got my Crocs on.
And joining us today is the creator of Down by the Duck Pond and Cartoon Monsoon. It's Joe Rumrill.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Joe, how are you?
Pretty good. I am all right. You know, I don't know how you guys usually start these things.
This is how we usually
there
start
was
these
There were some
things.
traditions that you
Confusion.
guys just did that I did not feel a part of.
Would you like us to do another one for
It's
you?
not for
No.
you.
Well, I do want to know, is there, you said jingle, jingle, jingle.
Oh, there's a jingle
Is there
that
a
I'll
theme
drop
song?
in post, yeah.
Okay, cool. Who did you guys write
it
in?
was
Jeremy's
performance.
band.
Jeremy's
okay,
band.
gotcha.
Oh,
Okay.
And actually,
Cool.
Joe, interestingly enough, has opened for Headless Dennis
yeah.
before.
You
I had the
have.
coveted
Yes, that's
spot.
true. Let's get
Into
into
it.
this podcast.
All right.
Joe,
If you want to.
Joe, you are famously a human cartoon.
I really like animation.
You're actually currently wearing a Ernie
I
from
have a
Sesame Street
Ernie
shirt.
sweatshirt on.
Yes.
Yes.
Were you a fan of Dragon Ball?
No, not at all. Zero nostalgic ties to this show that you guys are devoting your weekends to. And I don't understand why. I wanted to go into this with an open mind. I was like, these guys like this, and you don't, Joe, but you're gonna. And it was more interesting than I thought it would be, but good God, you guys, come on. This is-
Someone sounded like a real Bert today.
I know, that's
Yeah,
true.
really.
Where's Bert?
Well, maybe I'll come
sweatshirt?
around. You guys, I feel as though there's a lot there's a lot of prerequisite stuff that you need. You can't just watch episode whatever whatever number that
It's
was.
a dense text.
So before this episode at Bulma's birthday party, there's about 600 episodes worth of content plus like 20
I feel like
something
it's got to be
movies.
more. Yeah.
I mean, there's hours and hours and hours of plot development leading to this point.
The impressive.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Well, that's kind of the idea of the show, I guess, is that we're trying to see what happens when we just drop people in the deep end like this.
To be fair, you're experiencing this like how I used to watch it as a kid, because I would just watch it on cable whenever it was on before Sailor Moon, and Adult Swim at the time did not air things in order at all.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, really?
No, back in the day on this would have been Toonami back then.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right,
The
Toonami.
late afternoon Toonami block, when they would show it either after Sailor Moon or after Reboot, depending on what season it was.
Oh, damn, reboot.
It's so funny to me that Reboot is in there with all this stuff,
yeah.
too.
Well, it's not like it's like
None
a
of it
better
goes together at
show.
all.
Well, that whole block, I was just not. That meant like switch the.
You didn't
switch
like
the channel
Reboot
for
either?
me. No, well, no, I liked Moltar, but I feel
Yeah, I
like
love
liked
Moltar.
Space Ghost Coast to Coast version of Moltar and not CGI Toonami Moltar. Whenever
yeah.
he would come on, that would mean it's time to.
Switch over to what, Boomerang?
Oh, I wish I had Boomerang. Oh man,
Wait,
grew
did
up
Moltar-
Boomerang list.
Did Mutar used to host
Yeah,
Toonami?
before they
version.
invented
Tom?
Tom, yeah.
Yo, I was all about Tom.
Who the hell is Tom?
Tom's your cool friend who can drive, and he shows you anime. He just wears a spacesuit and reviews video games.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
All right.
So
He
you,
let me
you're
kiss his
changing
wife.
the channel from Toonami.
Yeah, I didn't like action stuff growing up, and still, as you can see, currently do not. I don't much care for it.
Joe, it's okay.
Okay, cool. I don't want to offend you guys because I get my little obsessions with things too, and it's cool that you guys like this. But yeah, I didn't like.
Do I like it? I don't know.
That's the thing.
If
You
I
guys
do.
were the folks at home don't know. They're not here watching it with you guys. You guys make fun of this an awful lot.
Yeah,
I don't
we
know
do.
what you're talking about.
Okay.
It's from a loving place.
Right. That's true. That's true.
Kind of, I don't know, that's how I feel about it, at least, is like, I mean, even Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball, like, watching it, a lot of the time you're laughing at it, but
Yeah.
you still love it. I like
That's part of the ride.
This was a good episode.
Listen, I like Dragon Ball, but I'm not a fucking weeb about it.
Oh, boy.
So those are all different things. This is not Dragon. So Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Super are all.
And Dragon Ball GT.
How could I have forgotten
Yeah.
Dragon Ball
Gran
GT?
Turismo.
Tokyo
and
Drift.
also Dragon Ball Z Kai.
No, but that's just Dragon Ball Z.
And
though.
Dragon Ball Z with Rome. You've forgotten about. So those
It's
are all
one
different
long
things.
show
Right.
that is the same like series, but it gets different branding in America because the Western mind cannot comprehend such beautiful tale.
Right.
Yeah, and it's over the course of like one long timeline. Essentially, it's Dragon Ball's
Just like
Dragon Ball
life.
is first, Dragon Ball Z is second, Dragon Ball Super is third, even though it's produced fourth, and then GT
Ooh.
is fourth, even though it's produced third. You understand?
Yeah, that's all very interesting to me.
Yes, yes,
It's
yes,
like
yes, yes.
Fast and Furious, you know?
Sure.
They did that whole thing where they rewound it, and you get it, guys. This is
Let's get into
wow.
it.
I was happy to see you weren't traipsing across a desert, though.
Joe, what was your perception of Dragon Ball when you were a kid?
I think, well, okay, I think I told you, when you asked me to be on it, when we saw you on the street, and I think you said we're doing a podcast about Dragon Ball Z
Jer Bear's,
Super, probably.
barking guests.
Yeah, that's how he did it. I was like, I guess I got a spare. I'll bring a date, and but yeah, I think the things I told you that I assumed it would be a gang traipsing across a desert, and there's a green guy and there's a fat guy. And two of the three things that I said there we saw today, but I wouldn't have been able to explain it to you.
So instead, they're just trudging across the high seas.
Yeah, well, not even trudging. Everything was elevated into the air that we saw.
Oh, that's
that we
true.
saw
Yeah, they were
today.
flying.
Most of it.
And you brought up a very good point that none of us had ever considered about flying in Dragon Ball, which is that when they're flying high above the ship is still moving.
Ship should still be moving.
physics don't line up.
World keeps turning. Yeah, it doesn't, and that's probably where my dissatisfaction of it is rooted.
This is why science teachers
yeah.
won't watch it
It's just not logical.
when you ask them because they're your only friend.
Well then, Katie, why don't we get into this episode?
All right. The title of this episode is "How Dare You Do That to My Bulma?" Vegeta's.
She wasn't done. It's so long.
How dare you do that to my Bulma? Vegeta's Metamorphosis of Fury?
Are they always that long?
Yes.
Are
Yeah,
they,
it's always-
and are those two things? Is that like a Rocky and Bullwinkle thing where they're giving two
No, it's
titles,
not an
or okay,
it's the same title.
and they're just all that
Always
long?
two sentences with either an exclamation point or a question mark.
But the intonation of the announcer has no reflection of that punctuation whatsoever.
That's true. Yeah,
He
it's
just goes. He is
Can we
just
talk about very possessive of Vegeta to call her my Bulma? What, you own Bulma?
Yeah, especially you've abandoned her twice now.
She's
Yeah.
a strong, independent woman, and she's getting back with Yamcha, and there's
Yeah.
nothing you can do about it.
Can I say, from a plot standpoint, Vegeta really hasn't earned this.
No, he's a shit dad.
He's a shit dad. He's a shit husband. He's been gone all over the place for episode after episode now, and then suddenly, now that Beerus shows up and slaps Bulma, he's like, "No, my Bulma!"
So that's the one spoiler, though, is that the slaps. We got to build up to that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. You really
Let's
just dropped
get
a bomb.
into
there.
it.
It's okay.
Jer Bear, can we get a jingle, a shitty dad jingle? Can you guys churn one of those out?
Yeah, we'll work on it, but why don't you give us one for now?
Okay, so I need to make the shitty dad.
Yeah, give us a shitty dad jingle.
Mad dad, sad dad.
There we go.
That's pretty good.
That was pretty. I would buy that product.
Yeah,
So what is this, just like a mad and sad dad?
yeah.
Sold. All right, great.
Who's the mad dad? Who's the sad dad?
Trick question. It's both, and they're all Vegeta.
I'm gonna go with Vegeta's mad dad.
Yeah,
Krillin is sad dad.
yeah.
Because as we saw, Krillin cowers in fear as his wife goes to take
Okay.
care of the dirty work.
There's a lot of great moment with the women in this one, I must say. Because Carol
Really
does keep-
progressive episode.
Yeah. So basically,
With the woman getting slapped multiple times at the
In
end.
slow motion.
I have opinions. Right. So Beerus is like, I'm gonna kill everybody. And then Bulma says, those jerks are ruining my birthday. And then we have a montage of everyone reacting. I would like to say this is an episode that is very heavy in what I call gasp acting. There's a
Yes.
lot of grunting, gasping, and like throbbing temples.
But I would assume that is every episode, though. As someone who is just has a whiff of Dragon Ball
Yeah.
culture.
No,
No, you-
sometimes they're on vacation because they beat their kids.
But they're
is
still
accurate.
gasping and react. I assume a lot of sweat beads and a lot of
that.
pulsating muscles
Yeah. A
and
lot. I mean, yeah, the whole Frieza Saga from back in Dragon Ball Z, I'd say is about 25% gasping.
Yeah, they've ratcheted it down a bit.
Groaning, a lot of groaning,
Uh-huh.
a lot of charging.
Vascular masculine energy.
Veins.
going on. Yeah, veins.
Veins.
The veins are popping because of their pre-workout supplements. Even the people who aren't fighting, they're throbbing in the distance. Just watching it.
It's implied throbbing.
Yeah, and their heartbeat is ratcheted up, and that's why they have to gasp.
Can I say one more thing that I feel stupid about? I just assumed Vegeta was the green one because
Wow.
of veg.
Joe, I think you're my favorite guest. we've had so far.
So all aliens are the green one.
No, but just like
now?
I knew the name Vegeta, and I would just assume that was the green one.
Vegeta
Wouldn't
and
that make
Piccolo.
sense?
It's
Wouldn't
like
that make
vegetables.
sense? Yeah.
Vegeta
Right?
and Piccolo, who is the green one, have the same voice actor, who's also the producer of the show.
Wow.
Fun fact.
Interesting.
It's not all jokes. Sometimes it's fun facts.
And actually,
Alright.
you know what? Piccolo is also a pretty appropriate name for a green vegetable-looking person.
Because
I always think of the
Yeah,
instrument.
Oh,
which
okay,
is-
yeah, Piccolo.
has
Yeah, I
of the
thought
same
of
name.
the instrument, and maybe if there was a high voice, like a falsetto.
Oh, yeah, like,
voice.
what's going on, guys?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so Boo should be Piccolo.
high power level.
Oh man. You know, Joe, there's
Yes.
a flashback here after Vegeta gets his head stepped on by Beerus, and we flash back to his dad, and you might be interested to know that Vegeta's dad is also named King Vegeta, and they live on planet Vegeta, so he's Vegeta.
I love it. That's great.
Don't try to follow it.
I will say though, I feel like it's very ribald of you guys to be using the names of the characters in my presence. Can you please, from here henceforth, I think you called him Beerus, call him the mean cat.
Oh yeah.
Call
You know what? Joe's making a really excellent
If Katie
point.
wants to break
Okay.
it down by name, we can then follow up afterward and be like, yeah, the green guy goes and slap the fat
To
guy
be
who works
fair-
at-
effeminate freakazoid.
I have a note.
Wow.
I have a note here that Piccolo yells at his tiny guy.
There we
I
go,
don't
tiny
remember what
guy.
his
I know
name
who you're
is.
talking about.
His name is
The
Dende.
the small
or
one.
where.
Okay.
A lot of Spanish in this. Soy
Oh.
sauce.
So yes.
So what's going on in this episode?
We
We have
have-
the people. They're fighting.
We have some important things that happen in here. Like we get the first
Did we?
appearance. Well, important is a relative term. Important in the
cool.
sense that I am here on a Sunday when I could be asleep.
It was important. I got ratcheted up. I had to get up and get a drink of water at the mill because I was too gasping for breath watching the excited animes.
We got an appearance of Go Tanks.
That's right.
Oh,
So
shit,
Gotenks
yeah.
again.
Yeah,
cool.
where
That was pretty sick.
Who is not Goku or Gohan.
no.
Or Goten.
Goten is
Jesus
Goten.
Christ.
Yeah, classic mistake.
They do their like Go Team Venture thing, and then they combine. And they talk a lot of shit. There's like, so I am very obsessed with Trunks' is like Bart Simpson dialogue, and we got so much stuff right here. He calls him a party pooping kitty cat at one point, and he
That was
goes,
great.
Gotenks is like, I'm gonna take you to school, cause that's his reference part. Oh, and he calls him a dumbass.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. He calls
there
him
was a
dumbass.
swear. There was a swear.
Even Bart Simpson won't say dumbass.
No.
Yeah.
But if Bart Simpson fused with Millhouse, maybe he would. It doubles his age in just his abs area. Gotenks having an adult body that's 4 feet tall is more off-putting the more.
Oh, Bill House. Bill House would be his name.
That'd be
The-
good.
Bill House.
It doesn't work. You need two people.
Bill House.
You want to say it with me? Bill House.
Super.
We've really lost control of this podcast.
Joe is never gonna talk to us ever again.
Yeah, probably.
I'm sorry that we put
I
you through this,
guess.
buddy.
No, it's fine. Yeah, just a little glimpse into your world. I love it. It's
Uh,
anthropological for me, you know.
Yeah, do you feel like David Attenborough watching the nerds graze at the water fountain?
It's very funny. Joe is the guest who's roasting us the most while wearing an
Look,
Ernie
that's what I'm
shirt.
saying. I wanted to go into this with an open mind, but I knew that that particular aspect of that particular genre of animation just never appealed to me. And you guys are not doing a very good job to bring me onto your side.
There's a lot to catch up on, and the task is too big.
I know, yeah.
I also like I am empathetic to people who don't understand it, and I almost want to save them from getting into it. Like, save yourself. You have to eat and remember phone numbers and stuff. You
Right.
don't need 900 episodes of Dragon Ball information.
try to-
You can't keep track of 12 characters all with the name Go something. And they all happen to have tall hair, and they're all similarly drawn.
Some of
and-
them have like different names for different contexts, like Kakarot versus Goku.
But that's like a real Kal-El, Clark Kent situation.
One of you
Similar
nerds
sort
can
of thing, though.
probably
Kal-El,
correct me on
Superman,
this.
Clark Kent.
Oh, yeah. Is this joke relatable? Everybody? It's
Joe, how are
kinda
you feeling?
I didn't hear what you said, but I'm sure it wasn't relatable.
It's like how Snoop Dogg
Absolutely
is
sure.
sometimes Snoop Lion.
That's right.
Okay.
Great.
Oh, that's I understand.
All
now.
right.
Cool.
And
Kill
before. Oh God. You kids ever dab?
Speaking of moms, after the kids get their ass kicked by Beerus after screaming, say it, don't spray it, a bunch of people go to fight him now, and one of them is Android 18, who exclaims, "We have to protect the children."
It's true.
Android 18 was very powerful, and now she's wearing pearls and defending the children, and it makes me so sad. By the way, Krillin not fighting, sitting on the floor.
Ladies
That's-
love children.
That's the
That's
name
why
of that
they make
character?
Them all the time.
Android 18.
Android 18?
Yeah, she got turned into a lady, but she doesn't get a name because women are important.
Oh my god.
Well, her brother is called Android 17.
I think it's kind of a beautiful
family
name.
name.
It sounds Latvian or something. It has an exotic appeal to it.
Got some sushi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice little Whis moment. Seeing
Whis
him sample
detour.
sushis.
Back to framing context through food, and we get a real James from Pokemon, like,
Yeah.
which I do enjoy a good effeminate anime villain, keeping those Dark Moon vibes going.
Sorry,
And
Joe, were
Yeah.
you ever a Pokemon person?
No, not really. I had the game, and just didn't have the wherewithal to keep up. I think I ended up. I would start over and I would end up on that boat, just like we began
Yeah,
today.
the SSAN.
And then just get bored with it. I wasn't really a video game kid. Yeah.
I don't understand
Just like-
you.
Why? I like
You're
the
an
golden
enigma.
age of animation. I like
I
Hanna
can tell
like,
you
I do too.
who he is. He saw this shit and thought it was too good for it, because he's
Ooh.
like, I'm into that classic stuff, because you remember that kid
Oh, as
that
a
started.
kid. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
did
Yeah.
you
I was
like-
gonna say now. No, not at all.
I
I came
fine,
here
So
trying
what were we watching? A lot of Hanna-Barbera?
Yeah, I mean, I was as a kid, I was obsessed with Looney Tunes,
Looney
and
Tunes, okay.
when Animaniacs came along, I was all about that, and that was
So that era of
like
Brothers.
yeah, I like
Freakazoid.
cartoony cartoons. I think you would describe.
Like,
Not that this was. I mean, I was impressed with this. Like how many there are jokes in this. I wouldn't have assumed that there are things that are supposed to be funny.
Oh,
in
yeah.
this. And I was very impressed with that.
That's the weird part of this part of the show is there didn't used to be as many jokes, but now you're supposed to be fighting, but they're like, hey, it's a cat. We're all having a fun time.
Yeah.
Hey, this is good television.
You know what I found out the other day? I was reading about it. Akira Toriyama, the creator of the Dragon Ball franchise, apparently his favorite episode of Dragon Ball Z,
The car
the
driving,
car driving episode. My favorite episode. We have the same favorite. He likes the comedic bits more
Jeremy-
than he likes the action bits.
Jeremy pulls off the mask, revealing he is Akira Toriyama.
What's up? I'm old and Japanese. Hi guys.
Fucking
I knew it.
Should we keep going?
Yeah,
we
get back
we
on
are-
track here.
Sorry.
I don't even know.
I
where
thought this
we're
was
at.
a pretty simple plot for this one, where everyone tries to fight Beerus.
Yeah, they all take their
and then they
turns.
get flicked, and they
And
die,
then-
and then more people fight him, and then
Yeah.
they get flicked.
We're more or less, that's more or less what's happening.
They were
Like,
dying by being
episode.
flicked.
It's similar.
Yeah, well, they
Okay.
weren't dead, but they were
Right.
Getting
knocked
their
within
asses
an inch
kicked.
of their lives.
Gotcha.
It's very similar to the first fight with Goku, where they just want to remind us of everyone's powers. So yeah, we get Go Trunks.
For
we
your
get,
charts at home.
You know what I meant. Who gives a shit?
Oh, that's offensive.
Oh, you're gonna have some weebs on your
Goku's official
ass.
Instagram account is gonna be furious.
What's a weeb?
Goku _
A
official is
weeb
gonna be so
is-
mad.
I'm sorry, Joe just asked.
I don't know what a I don't know what a weeb
What
is.
a weeb is.
A weeb is a derogatory term
Mm-hmm.
for a anime fan. I feel like the etymology is like weeb, weeaboo.
So initially the term was Wapanese, which was for either wannabe Japanese or
Holy
white
moly.
Japanese.
I was not familiar with that.
Feels awful.
And now I feel uncomfortable.
No. So it takes a nice turn. So this was a very It was a very common term on 4chan years and years and years ago. So common, in fact, that at some point they created a filter on the site so that every time you typed Wapanese, it would put in this gibberish word weeaboo, which is from I think like a Perry Bible Fellowship comic or something like that.
It is.
And so it just became this kind of like stand-in as like a prank on people who use the term Wapanese, and then it just caught on, and now it's a nonsense term for people like us, honestly.
See,
Sweeping the nation.
I saw you guys use the word weeb, but I'd never heard it before, and I assumed it was just dweeb, but you don't have time to say the D because you're too busy having full penetrative sex. Under the guise of the church.
Oh, boy.
Thank you for qualifying full
What is
penetrative.
this podcast about?
You don't.
Yeah, what are we doing?
I'm learning a lot.
I feel so uncomfortable. Yeah, so everyone
You should get off of that spike chair. Hey, we're having fun.
That's a good qualifier.
I've been in an Iron Maiden this whole episode.
Just bleeding out the bottom.
You know, just doing women's work. Yeah, everyone takes turns trying to fight. Oh, there's a really good scene where Chi-Chi yells at Krillin for not fighting.
Oh, that's right.
She's like, your wife is up there risking her life and you're not fighting. And he goes, I can't. I gotta take care of my daughter. And Yamcha steps in. He's like, don't worry, I got that, child rearing.
Hey, Krillin, I want your daughter. I'm busy hitting the town. I actually love hanging out with little kids with old Jewish podcasters' names.
He's already like banging everyone's wife anyways.
By the way, has anybody
Come live on my houseboat.
Has anybody observed that Krillin appears to have shrunk substantially since last we saw him? He's like the size of kids now.
It's
so
expressionistic.
Did he used to be bigger? He used to.
He wasn't big.
He's
Oh,
never
okay.
been big, but he was like at least like regular midget size. Now
Guys,
he's child
Oh,
size.
man.
The quality of this animation was terrible to begin with, but it has been rapidly declining.
Yeah, I'm not sure where
They
this is going
blew the
anymore.
entire load on that first episode. Like, it literally wavers as you're watching it. Like, the thickness of the lines change with, like, no rhyme or reason. People are different shapes. You remember when Vegeta punched that wall and his hand got giant for no reason? Not
yeah.
in a comical way, in, like, a weird forced
They had to
perspective
spend a lot of
way.
money animating that snake that Goten fought for no reason.
Yeah, that snake that
Big
had
snake budget.
a weird MS Paint like filter on it for some reason. I don't know.
When was
Sorry.
this? When is this from? When? Like when?
Like now.
Oh,
It's, like,
okay. This
coming
is
out now,
this
yeah.
is gotcha.
Yeah,
This
they're-
is like,
You know, it felt very now.
January 2017. It's not
Okay.
now. It's
That's wild.
Trump's America, am I right?
Oh,
Sorry to get political. No, I'm not.
What are you talking about?
Is everyone okay? How's everyone doing?
How are we doing?
Cool.
We gotta get back to this plot.
Okay, we have a montage of everyone gasping, and then Vegeta goes Super Saiyan 1. Beerus, I'm sorry, the cat, the
Thank
playful
you.
kitty.
You guys have said
Angry
Beerus.
Meow Meow.
You guys have said Beerus 1,000 times since I asked you
Angry-
not to say it, though.
As we've come to
But
know
wait,
him, Angry Meow.
you guys didn't talk about how the one guy was in like a sweater vest and glasses.
Oh,
Gohan.
And-
yes, we've talked about it at length.
Oh,
on this
okay,
podcast.
sorry.
There's
Yeah, I
nothing
forgot.
wrong with liking to look good, and that's the stage he's at in his life.
But
now.
he's not allowed to fight, or did he fight in that
he
stuff?
fought and then got punched out of the sky immediately, and he fought in his sweater vest. I was hoping there would be
Okay.
some sort of transformation where we'd finally get out of his castrated,
his
like,
sleeves
like
blow
accountant
up.
Yeah.
wear.
By the way, I don't know if you guys
Don't
remember
break
this.
my glasses.
From Dragon Ball Z, when he's a little kid and he's training with Piccolo in the woods, Piccolo does have the ability to just make clothes from his hand. He just like magically shoots clothes on to go.
Piccolo's the green guy.
Yeah,
Forgot
green
about that. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's got that power. So why
Also,
not
Piccolo
give
blows
him
up the
some
moon
fighting
very
powers?
glibly at that point in the story.
Now we're
also
talking. Mr. Show reference in Dragon Ball Z. Who knew? Who knew?
But, there's more gasping and sighing, and then Beerus is like, this world's nothing but a tease, I'm gonna blow it up. And then...
Did we talk about, how Whis is preparing a sushi boat?
Oh, yeah. Whis is preparing a sushi boat. He's delighted. He's still laughing. Once again, we keep cutting to conversations about sushis. There's a lover's quarrel about sushi. Angry Meow Meow is mad that his boyfriend didn't save him any sushi.
That's right.
But not
It's-
too mad.
No, they're having fun.
Yeah.
They still have the most
They
stable
love each other.
relationship in this series.
And something I think was quite unfair was Beerus, Angry Meow Meow.
Thank you. This is a great running joke, by the way. This is wonderful.
The jokes don't need to run when they can fly. My gun
man.
won't work. Okay.
Majin Buu. The one reference I can do.
He's got it.
And I like that you're doing that one and not the other characters that like have very similar names. Goku, Gohan. That you guys are just letting those fly
They
willy
don't
nil.
have any
Well,
like
you-
comical ways to shorten them.
I'd say Daddy CPA and Little Bart Simpson, right?
All right, cool.
Yeah, but Goten
sounds
isn't
good.
Little Bart Simpson.
They're both Little Bart Simpson.
All right, whatever. Who
so
cares?
Very confusing for everyone.
Guys, we have like 90 episodes.
I know.
Oh my god.
Okay, and then we get to the most important part, which is everyone's like, this is it, we're all gonna die, Beerus is gonna end the world, and who steps in to save us? It's Bulma, it's her fucking birthday.
Hell
And she's
yeah.
like,
Oh, yeah.
it's my birthday, you ruined my birthday, you wrote my name wrong on my latte, and she slaps him across the face.
Did anybody else think that there was like for a second a chance where he'd be like, "Oh my God, there's one thing I respect above everything else, and that is
Yeah.
a woman's birthday."
Traditional
and then
birthday.
No, and they set us up for that a little bit in the last episode when he shows up and she's like, "Oh, I'm Vegeta's wife, if you could believe," and he's like, "It's an honor and a privilege to meet you."
Oh, purr.
Like, it would have been completely reasonable if she slapped him and was like, "You're ruining my birthday." "Oh, I'm so sorry, ma'am. Let me just get out of your hair."
Just gonna grab my sushi sampler and then I'll be on my way.
So sorry.
Hopefully that won't be an episode-long arc.
Do you own this boat? Do I owe you a payment of some kind?
But instead of any of that, Angry Meow Meow retaliates by slapping Bulma across the face in slow motion from 3 different angles. And let me tell you, as a woman, not great.
No.
It was a full backhand too. It wasn't even like a Bulma slap.
Yeah. I mean, in this show, you see women get hit a lot, and 18 gets hit a ton, but it really did feel
It's like
they
New Jersey this show.
But that's a robot, right? That's not a real.
went so far out of their way
right.
to make this look like real life domestic violence.
Yeah, it made me really uncomfortable, especially because now Vegeta suddenly doesn't want to be a piece of shit husband, and he's
Yeah.
like, "My Bulma, no!" And then, yeah, he cries. First he gasps, then he cries, and then he goes Super Saiyan 2, which is like,
And then he laughs.
Oh, and then he laughs.
Yeah, because it's funny now.
He's like, "I'm going to make you suffer."
And then the guitars come in.
Yep, and then we end the
Credits.
It was a good cliffhanger, because I did want to see where this was going, although I have a very strong feeling after watching 8 people get flicked doing the same thing, that's probably what's going to happen again.
This feels like, you guys remember when that cruise ship got like stuck and everyone was shitting in buckets and trapped on a boat for 6
Yeah,
weeks?
yeah.
I feel like I am there right
Yeah.
now. I feel like I can empathize with those people's post-traumatic stress.
How many episodes of Boats have there?
So far, we're on, I think, the 4th episode.
That's
of this boat.
insane.
Yes.
I can't imagine.
On a previous episode, Dan Chamberlain did predict that we would be on for 6 episodes.
6 to
Okay.
7.
And this
we
is
actually
4?
might be on track for.
Oh God.
Dan guessed the lowest number we all thought we'd be on this podcast.
Yeah.
To be
Oh,
fair,
man.
but if he wins, we're all gonna chip in and buy him a
A boat?
edible arrangements
Oh,
because
cool.
that means we won't have to sit through the boat for 90 episodes, is what Jeremy predicted.
Would you still go through with this podcast if by like 60 boat episodes in it was still boat episode?
I would, because then we would change this to the Big Boat Show.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a real catchy name. You gotta call this the Big Boat Show.
You got
I would
to-
do it. These are my only friends.
Oh man. So we're starting to run out of time here. I think before we close this one out, I'd like to do one thing, which is, Katie, would you give us a quick update on Boyfriend Watch?
For those of you not in the know, your girl KRL lives a life of loneliness and darkness, and whenever I watch an anime, I have to think about who I'm going to wed. So it is written in Trump's America that all single women have to marry a cartoon character by sundown, or else your ovaries will turn into wishes.
That doesn't sound so bad.
I don't know. I have
Do
to
the
be-
smart thing and wish for more wishes, though.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, they turn into Dragon Balls. That was
he
the
just
joke.
gives you
I
more
should've made.
ovaries.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay, so currently I feel like in the running we got Okay, so we have Vegeta, we have Yamcha, and Piccolo were the three mainstays of this episode. And I am still voting Yamcha's getting bumped to number 1 because A, he was still just keeping it glib when things were getting scary.
Nice.
B, he offered to raise beta-ass Krillin's child for him.
All right.
And he's just, staying out of it, though. He's taking an active role without having to show off. Number 2, Piccolo, because of that cloaca.
The old Namek hole.
And also, he's the other person taking charge. Vegeta, off the table. I can't. Possessive when inconvenient. And then unhelpful all other times.
It doesn't help you that you're getting slapped to death would push him to a new level.
I should take getting slapped.
You don't want to be a plot device?
I want to be my whole woman. She's the richest woman in the world, and it's
not anymore.
Jeremy, is there any boyfriend that you feel particularly drawn to?
Well, so I think that so Vegeta's dropped off of your third spot. I'd like to make a play for your third spot. I'd like to put somebody in there into the third spot. I'm actually going to go with Mr. Satan.
That's true. Mr. Satan's been keeping it pretty consistent.
Yeah.
My man is vascular.
Who's Mr. Satan?
Mr. Satan.
He's
been
Macho
talking
Man
like
Randy Savage,
45
but he's in the
minutes.
show. It's very confusing.
He's
Jesus
the
Christ.
wealthiest fighter in the world. He presents himself as the strongest fighter in the world. In reality, he's fine. He's
That's
okay.
one of the jokes. They're like, well, if you think this guy's strong, I have 600 episodes to show you.
He can't even fly.
Is no one going to pick the controversial opinion and say, Gotenks is technically over legal age?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you combine 2 10-year-olds, you get a 20-year-old.
Yeah, and if you're, taking him on dates, he's going to have a lot of funny things he says, like
Hell yeah.
eat my shorts.
And you know what? If you're into group play, you want to have like a 3-way or something like that.
What if
he
your
can
lovers-
spit out some ghosts for you.
That's great, but I have made a rule that no one under 25.
I was going to say, if you're into group play, he can split into 2 children.
Well, wait. What about the? Can I
Yes.
throw
Yeah,
mine? The person we weren't able to identify, who in the very first shot is clearly wearing Crocs.
Oh, yes.
Very clearly drawn with Croc
Who
brand
is this
shoes.
mystery man?
Yeah, did we see TN's shoes? Maybe it was TN.
Yeah, it was probably
Ooh,
TN.
Speaking of which, TN
He
is
probably works in the
hot, right?
kitchen.
Oh yeah, Oh, I forgot about Tien because they haven't really let him do anything yet.
Yeah.
I think he's in the running. Like he's in 5th place, but if they get some more lines next episode, maybe it gets bumped up. Who knows?
It doesn't
You
bother
like a
you.
talkative guy.
It doesn't bother you. He has a third eye.
Whatever. Beggars can't be choosers in this day and age.
Yeah, we were talking about an anime boyfriend here. I feel like we can...
What's it looking at? It's never looking at the same things as the other 2 eyes, and it shoots laser beams out of it. I think.
It's looking directly into my heart.
Hey.
Oh, all right. No more questions.
All right, we are going far over time now.
Oh,
let's do a quick out of 7 Dragon Balls. Alex.
Ooh, I did as much as you guys thought was disturbing. I thought it was pretty funny watching Bulma get slapped and say 4 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
4 out of 7. Joe, what do you got? Out of 7 Dragon Balls, what do you rate it?
I'll do. 6.
6 out of 7
Hey.
Dragon Balls. Good
Yeah.
episode. All right.
Joe's leaving.
It's the only one I've ever seen.
yeah.
So 6.
Katie, what do you got?
It did move the plot along, but I am not thrilled with the structure, so I'm going to give it a 4 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Do better, Dragon Ball.
Nice. Well, I got an appearance from my favorite character, Gotenks. So I'm giving this one 7 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Yeah, I was
We're making a wish. Joe, what's your wish?
Oh man, I wish you guys don't have me back to do a return guest appearance, so I don't have to watch this show anymore. But I do thank you guys for having me. By the way,
Granted.
Joe, where can the people find you?
I'm on Twitter at 2tonbug number 2. And I just started a new weekly stand-up show with my buddy Nick Nanny at Brooklyn Bazaar every Thursday at 9.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Alex?
Follow me on Twitter at Patak Jokes, and then look, I'm gonna plug everything through the Twitter. It's the hub. Go through there.
All right, Katie.
Nice.
You can find me at Katie Rose on Twitter or on Instagram at hello Katie Rose.
And I am at Jeremy Thunder on Twitter. And you can find the podcast on Twitter and Instagram and all that sort of stuff. We've said it a bunch, but
Keep
it's
that giraffe tweet.
Well, that's it for this episode.
Super!
Not really though.
Saiyan, please. Super Saiyan, please.
You want to try
All
one
right,
more?
great. All right, for this one, I'm like kind of afraid. Super Saiyan, please.
Welcome back to Ballin' Out Super, America's only podcast. Hi, I'm your host, Jeremy Hammond, joined as always by my co-hosts Katie Rose Leon
Oh, hello.
and Alex Patak.
I am Mark Maron.
Joining us today is comedy smart man, writer for Split Sider. It's Phil Stamato.
Yes, thank you. That's my main credit. Smart, very smart boy.
Welcome to the show, Phil. I'm sorry that we've made you do something so stupid.
That's cool. It was very interesting. I think it seems can I jump right into it?
Yeah, please. Did you enjoy the episode? Did you have fun watching it? Did you?
Yeah, I enjoyed it immensely, but also it seems like it's kind of like it's very self-aware of how absurdly dramatic the entirety of like Dragon Ball Z was.
Yeah.
And so now it's just like making fun of that. It feels meta.
Now, are you just saying that because they played Rocks, Paper, Scissors this episode
Yeah.
for a full 10 minutes?
Yes. Something about that rubbed
For
off.
3 rounds of Rocks, Paper, Scissors?
Yeah. Well, instead of like everybody like watching over an immense battle, they were like, "What if it was just rock paper scissors?" But people still watch this show.
The answer is sadly yes.
Yep. We sat through it. We enjoyed it. We watched it. I don't know about enjoyed it. We watched it.
I enjoyed it.
I don't know if you guys remember this, but back on Namek, there was a pretty major rock paper scissors game between I think the Ginyu Force.
Yes, as to who would go first. Then Raccoon wins, right?
Yes, between them and Goldor wins.
Oh.
The little green guy who could stop time.
Oh, yeah. See, that was a cool fight. There's like a slowly moving log about to impale Vegeta at one point.
Yes.
And he's like, "What if your log impaled you?" And then instead, the old twist on the situation.
Yeah, and they all treat Goldor or whatever like he's like the weak guy, but he's clearly got the most valuable power in Dragon Ball universe.
Yeah, you could
Switching bodies? Oh, wait,
Captain
that's
Ginyu.
Captain Ginyu. Yeah,
said
I was
he
making
controls time.
Not the strongest power. Anyways, hi Phil.
Phil.
I take it from the way that you're talking about this that you have seen some Dragon Ball before.
Just briefly in the past. Like,
Briefly in the past.
My friends in high school, we were all like into very different anime and whatever, and I stuck with Pokemon because
Ooh.
I stuck with whatever hit me first, I guess.
Yeah. So what?
You're a vanilla boy.
Yeah, you know.
What era of Pokemon are we talking about here?
Like 1999, Red and Blue, right
Red and
around
Blue.
that time.
Okay, so we're with Ash. We're with Brock and Misty. We haven't gotten to any of the lazy designs of the later Pokemon generations.
I was genuinely enthused when Ho-Oh showed up as a Pokemon in Gold and Silver because he appears in the first episode. And I was like, it's like they knew they would design him someday.
Oh, that's right. Ho-Oh is the one that he sees like when he like gets through the rainstorm and he's like falling down a hill and he's like, look at that golden thing.
Yeah.
And for like years we're all like, it's an Articuno. You idiot.
But like, my circle of friends all had different anime, and so we would go over to each other's house and just watch whatever one that person wanted to watch.
Right.
So my friend Eric was very into Dragon Ball Z, and we would watch it there. I had another friend, Eric Dots, who was really into...
Eric Dots?
Yeah.
He was the heir to the Dippin' Dots fortune.
There were 2 separate companies at first. It was Dots Ice Cream and Dippin' Ice Cream.
When Reginald Dippin' met his co-founder, Lewardo Dots.
I was thinking of the candy, the dots, the little sugar circles that come on the
Candy
strip,
buns.
the terrible demon candy that
Oh,
never
it's so
tastes very
good.
good.
I love that one.
It always tastes like a little bit like paper.
Yo,
Yeah.
fam, what's the name of the ice cream that's Dots?
Dippin' Dots.
Dippin' Dots, yeah.
We were just making
Spencer
that joke.
hates it.
You were just making
Sean
that
Spencer.
joke.
Spicer, rather.
Spicer, yes.
Spicer.
Sean Spicer does not like
Okay,
Dippin'
good.
Dots. You know what else he doesn't like?
Dragon Ball Super. No.
I was going to say the working class.
They're probably both true.
Maybe he's tweeted about it. We could check.
But you like Pokemon Red and Blue, like Bulma's face after she's hit by Beerus, the Lord of Destruction.
I don't care for that joke.
It's called a segue.
Majin Buu.
Majin Buu.
This is going to be a new bit on the show. Shouts to Joe Rumrill. So what other animes were your friend group watching? You had Dragon Ball Z, you had Pokemon.
Yeah, well, so I was Pokemon. There was Dragon Ball Z. There was Bleach.
Bleach, okay.
Was another. Then there was Gundam Wing.
Gundam Wing.
And what was the other one? Cowboy Bebop.
Ooh,
You guys into Cowboy
yeah.
Bebop?
Not all of us. I mean, it was really just my friend Matt. And he really just liked Faye, and I think that was mainly his interest in
Misogyny?
it because he was a 14-year-old
Yeah, of
boy.
course. I mean, she's got some.
And we were
some
all just, like,
fine
fascinated.
anime boobs.
She's heavily marketed towards your friend Matt.
Indeed. we were all like, that's fine, but I was like, how can I collect things in this universe, though?
Spike Spiegel is #1 anime boyfriend of all time.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, he is.
A #1.
I don't like that he smokes.
I like
It's a bad
boy.
habit.
Yeah, he's a bad boy. I like that about him. He's definitely hot and also emotionally distant, which is a big deal.
Which is very important for me. I need them to be unavailable and in space.
Also has a cute dog, which is a pretty big plus.
Yeah.
So
you don't see that nearly enough in anime these days.
It's just so disappointing.
You and your friend group, you're watching anime. You're sometimes watching Dragon Ball Z. Not a ton.
Yeah.
How much of it would you say you saw? Like, how much of it do you think, like, plot-wise?
It felt like the same episode every time. I'm pretty sure it was a different episode, but it always felt like it was the same concept. It was like, this guy is a Super Saiyan, and he didn't know it, and then he does know it, and then someone comes back and he's like, I'm going to blow up your planet, and then he has to constantly struggle to make sure that doesn't happen because they really want to blow up his planet.
Yeah, largely the,
So
the
that
plot
was-
of the whole series.
The whole series plot was basically it.
So did you feel lost in this episode? Like, did you know the characters? Did you feel like you were, like, at home?
Visually, it was pretty much about where I was in terms of recognizing them, but that's about it. Nothing really, nothing jumped to mind for personality types or anything.
Katie, why don't we jump into this
All
episode?
right, the title of this episode is Goku Makes an Entrance, A Last Chance from Lord Beerus? So, in this episode, we get a whole lot of nothing. We open on Vegeta and Super Saiyan 2, and we do get some punching.
Yeah, we got some sick punching.
We got some sick punching. We got at least 2 beams, so Alex is satisfied.
I need 2 beams.
Yeah, and we get some classic.
One was purple, which that's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a dope purple
A
beam.
very bright color.
Very vaporwave. And we get some classic Dragon Ball fighting, like, you know, we get the distant circle thing.
Yeah, the big explosions of power as they bump into each other. We saw the really cool thing was Vegeta throwing Beerus down into the water and then doing like sort of a Moses thing where like the water splits into a circle.
Because he threw him so hard.
Yeah, the momentum just split water in a way that never happens.
I've been lifting again recently, and after you get past like maybe 2 plates, that starts happening to you, and you just have to account for it in your day-to-day, struggles, whatever you're doing. Or is the environment going to change because of how strong I am?
Do I need to lead a people through the desert and bring them to the promised land?
Yeah, it's true. People are going to start following you if you go through the desert. Oh, these people.
Yeah, Vegeta would be like the most irritated.
Moses?
Moses.
Be the worst Moses.
He's like,
How many days has it been?
Let my people go so I may never speak to them again.
Yeah, he gets them out of Egypt and then immediately abandons them.
We do get a real classic Dragon Ball move here where Beerus announced that it has been many eons since he's used over 10% of his power.
Oh, yeah. And this is something, Phil, we were talking about on the train the other day when we were hanging out, that there's a real consciousness among villains in the Dragon Ball universe of percentages.
Right.
They all have a keen understanding of what percent of their power it is.
No one ever goes all in on it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Their goal is to end the fight by killing the other person, but they're like, I don't want to do it like too good.
No.
Don't want to be seen as a try-hard or anything.
It's like professional wrestling. You gotta sell it,
You gotta build to it,
You gotta tell a story.
You would think Gohan would be the only one into using percentages now that he works as a loan accountant. For whatever reason, it's the only metric anyone understands in the show.
Yeah,
10% after APR financing.
Whis is still eating sushi, and Beerus decides he's gonna wait to destroy the Earth.
Until his to-go box is ready.
No, because the food's so good.
Oh, well, that too. That's why he gives them a second chance. But initially, in that fight, the conceit is that he is waiting for the to-go box to be finished before he blows up the Earth, which leads us to then wonder why this sushi chef is not just taking his goddamn time.
Yeah, he's really throwing us under the bus.
It's like, I don't want a bad Yelp review or anything.
If it's me, if I'm that sushi chef, I'm doing all sorts of like hibachi tricks. I'm trying to distract him for as long as I can, right?
Hibachi could have saved probably minutes of our lives. Sure. He's throwing shrimp at Beerus, which he loved because he's a cat.
Ooh, is that a volcano? Oh, how delightful.
I haven't seen one of these since Caligula.
126 years ago.
Yeah, they should have just took Beerus to Benihana.
But so he decides to possibly spare the Earth in exchange for a rock, paper, scissors fight.
And what's the motivation for destroying Earth also?
He's the destroyer.
It's just what he does.
It's his libidinous purpose.
He doesn't really have any reason for it. It's just when a planet displeases him. He goes to several planets before this one. We see him eat some food and then just go, ugh, this food sucks, and then blow up the planet.
Yeah.
And that's just
we have a flashback where we learn he fucked someone up because there wasn't a comfy pillow available.
Yes, that's right.
He's the cash me outside girl of gods.
I'm old and don't understand that reference.
It's going over very well on the internet right now. I'm be honest. I
What do
just
kids
know
talk
it's
about
a
on the
meme.
internet?
I haven't even seen it. And now I look like quite the fool on my Dragon Ball podcast, don't I?
So we're in the rock, paper, scissors fight.
That happens for like 10 minutes.
Wait,
Can we go back for 1 second? Because I feel like we glossed over a very important detail here, which is, okay, so at the end of last episode, Bulma slaps Beerus after seeing all her friends get hurt, and Beerus slaps her, and they make a big deal out of it. And then I kind of assumed she died.
Yeah.
Which, again, also has no stakes because they could bring people back and have
Right.
done it a million times. But everyone else got flicked, and they were out of commission. So she got a full-on slap that got 3 slow-motion replays.
Yeah.
I kind of just thought she's dead. She doesn't fight anybody.
Yeah, she's not a warrior. She's not a superhuman. She's not anything.
She's just there to
a
offer her
person.
body in case it helps in some way.
That was just 5 fingers of my power.
Yeah, that's true. He only ever uses one finger to hurt people.
Right.
He uses a full hand on her. It should have just blown her
It
head
should have
off.
blown her head off. She went like 40 feet back.
But Bulma has the most powerful weapon of all: self-confidence.
Her sexuality.
Yeah.
Boo.
And she offers
Majin, boo.
Majin, boo.
How does it feel when it's used against you? Not good, does it?
So she offered to have sex with the pig man as
That's
well.
right, yes.
That's true. Yeah.
We'll get there. That's
what's
the
his name?
high point of the episode.
Is that a driving
Like
part
the
of
tea?
the...
Okay,
Yeah, like
so
the tea.
so Oolong the pig gets called up. We have a real cute piggy versus kitty situation where they're
Children
playing.
will love this.
Yeah, once again, who is the show for?
Farm
and
children.
They are playing rock, paper, scissors for far too long, and then Bulma pipes up and she says, Oolong, if you win this, I will let you take anything you want from the prize vault, and then gives the anime salute V peace sign on the head thing, which
Yeah.
we think is implying scissors or a sexual favor.
That's right, because
Yeah.
the glass of orange juice explodes, and then a coconut falls from a tree, which I believe are both meant to be sexual innuendos
Classic.
of some type.
Classics.
As we all know of young, virile men and women, when a coconut falls from a tree, that means it's time to do it.
That's what my father told me.
We all know that rite of passage.
So after throwing scissors 2 times in a row, they both do, and it's a draw each time. It's so tense.
So tense.
It's so tense, and Oolong throws scissors again. But guess what, you guys? Beerus does not throw scissors. He throws rock.
Which is
Yeah.
the reasonable thing to do in that moment.
Important to
Yes.
understand here, if you haven't watched the previous 600 episodes, rock beats scissors. This is heavily established during the Saiyan arc, so it's kind of a callback and homage of sorts to humble beginnings.
Phil, do you follow this?
Was that scene confusing for you?
This was it was certainly very strange. There's an aspect to which like it feels like maybe we're just missing out on some, and then this is where I'm going to overanalyze things. What if, because I don't know like Japanese mythology, and this is tapping into their pop culture. What if this is in reference to some weird little like farm-based tale in Japanese mythology where it's like, and then the cat man and the pig man played
Oh,
rock,
yeah,
paper,
that's
like
a
some
very
simple
good
game,
point.
and then they're just referencing it in their TV show, and we just don't know because we're like, we aren't from Japan. What is this?
There's a lot of social norms that we can't understand outside of Japan. Like, apparently there's a cultural problem where if you live in a rural area and you have, like, a farmer's daughter scenario, it's not uncommon for, like, creepers who live in your village to break in through the window and try to, like, sleep with your daughter.
Okay,
That's, like, a cultural thing.
They used to do that, and do you know what bundling is?
Yes.
No.
That was a practice sort of in the Middle Ages in England, where they would bundle women up in bed like in a leather thing and like tie them and be like, and we'll keep you here so no one can rape you in the night. Like,
Oh, fantastic.
If we turn our women into cigars, they'll be safe.
Yeah, or like we've kind of touched about this a little bit about Mr. Satan is like a huge cultural translation issue.
Right, yeah.
Because they named Mr. Satan because they're just like, what's like a badass wrestler name?
Yeah.
Like,
Mr. Satan.
and but
respect.
because Christianity has like
Call
kind of
me
a different relationship there. It's just like, oh yeah, Mr. Satan from Satan City, of course.
They know about Satan, though.
Yeah, but it's not as like
It's not the same culture.
it's not as prevalent like in the way that people fear Satan out
It's like
here.
the very bad man. To
I suppose so.
Wait, and so
I have a hot take from 5 minutes ago.
Go.
When the orange juice cracks, it's time for a wax.
All
right,
right.
edit that in.
Boo
All right.
earns.
editing
right.
that one out.
So after
Wait. In terms of this bundling thing and
Let's go back to
the farmer's
bundling.
daughters thing, is that what we're to assume Yamcha is supposed to be all about?
I didn't think so.
Like when we meet him, he's like this desert bandit out there robbing children, and also I remember a scene where he sneaks a little look at Bulma in the shower.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
So is he like one of those little farm degenerates?
Yeah, he's a farm degenerate, but also that's what appealed to her so much at first when they started dating, is he knows nothing and she can show him the world.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
He values her intellect.
But also sort of like a bad boy thing, where it's like, you know what? He doesn't play by anybody's rules, especially consent rules.
He didn't even think.
Ooh, guys,
He
I
didn't even
am
think not to scar his face. What
I
a bad boy.
very much the only woman on this podcast.
We love you, Katie.
Yeah, all right.
I will forward this email to the person in charge of booking. And
Yeah, so after we lose, Puar shows up to bitch out Oolong about losing, which I make the very astute observation. Why isn't Puar trying to help more since he is also a cat?
Yeah, that's right.
Puar changes shape too, right? Can't Puar become different?
Yeah, that's right.
Different cats.
Could become another Whis, for example.
That could have thrown on. Like,
Wow.
They
That has a
underused
lot
Puar.
of potential.
Yeah.
that's...
It's amazing that Puar is not like a major part of every operation that they're doing.
Puar is really not pulling his weight.
Yeah, since Dragon Ball, basically. I don't think I've seen him change shape.
Nope.
He could do some incredible crossover stuff in kind of like a spy series.
What's required for it?
He just, I don't know, he like honks his nose or something.
Yeah, I think it's like nothing. I don't think he has to do anything in particular.
Does Oolong also change shape, or does Puar dress up as Oolong one time?
I think that I don't think
Okay.
I don't think Oolong has any powers. I think he just is
I think
like
he's just chilling out on
gross
Perv
baby.
Island.
Yeah. Him and Roshi just like talk about jacking it and stuff.
His power is he listens. It's the one nobody else seems to have.
Oh, gosh.
Back to the rock, paper, scissors.
Well, yeah, we lose. Puar shows up, and then Beerus is like, okay, I'm gonna destroy your world now. And Krillin's like, Piccolo, do anything. And he's like, nah, man, I'm just gonna sexily embrace nihilism. There's nothing we can do. There's a really abrupt tone shift. It's been like a comical, fun episode, and all of a sudden the music gets very dark and brooding, and like the drama is up to 11, except it feels very unearned.
Yeah, Chi-Chi's crying and like holding Goten. Everyone's like preparing for death with their loved ones.
Sure.
The end of all time is here. And then who shows up?
Goku!
He shows up. The
Goku.
music suddenly changes to Dad Rock.
No, what it sounds like? It sounds like the soundtrack to Wave Race 64.
Yeah. That's right. If there was a Wave Race level that was also taking place at, what's the Margaritaville guy's name?
Jimmy Buffett.
A Jimmy Buffett concert is happening on the
also
island that
use
we're
it.
racing around.
Goku would be a sweet character to unlock in Wave Race because he could just get off of the Ski-Doo and race. If you're listening and work at Wave Race, please take this into consideration. This would be a great character, and you can go back and add it in.
Yeah, the
Because they're
N64
making another game 20 years later. But so they're trying to build this tension, right, of this moment where the world's going to be destroyed, everything's gone to shit. What are we going to do? Goku shows up, except that the name of the episode is Goku Shows Up.
Yeah, so we weren't shocked about it. Also, man, Goku really knows how to like fuck up a moment. You know how some people have like problems recognizing facial expressions. Like, Goku
He
has
Asperger's.
zero, like, grasp of what is appropriate, like what is appropriate socializing. Everyone's like crying and fearing death, and he's like, "Sup, Bulma? Sorry about your party. How old are you anyway?"
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the mall and get you a present. Shut up, Goku.
That's Goku's powers.
What's
He's
going on
not-
here? Oh, is the world ending?
Who did I do that?
Did I do that?
Goku's power is that he is not held back by society and is allowed to be as weird as he wants.
Yeah, we get a very strange voice acting in here.
Yeah.
So Beerus is like, "I'm gonna kill you all," and then Goku's like, "Wait, I think I know how we can find the Super Saiyan God." And he's like, "I'm listening," and he's like, "Just give me a minute."
Yeah.
He gets a real high pitch. Just give me a minute. Just a Super Saiyan minute. Like, it's
Super Saiyan.
it is.
No, it's
Super Saiyan, please.
Pretty please. Super Saiyan, please.
Yeah, he starts doing like the tiny voice from The Shining. He's like, "Ah."
They actually tried to replace Goku's voice actor with Chris Tucker for this episode, but he would not take part in any episode that involved such liberal use of rock, paper, scissors.
Oh my god. And what is going on with Goku? He's like, he doesn't seem like he understands anything anymore. You know, like,
He's just the dad now.
if anything, like, he's not even a dad anymore.
He's a
He
terrible
doesn't give a shit
dad.
about his kids.
Honestly, I think if you die and come back to life enough times, your brain just gets soft like a hacky sack.
Yeah, it's just not good for you.
Well, maybe that's what it is, because like you guys watch Game of Thrones, right?
Mm.
It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
when Jon Snow comes back to life and he's like suddenly like a changed man. He's like, "I've been to the other side. I know there's nothing there.
Sure.
Don't bring me back if I die again."
Yeah.
Like maybe that's what's happened to Goku. Is they just brought him back too many times, and now he's just like a Frankenstein weirdo who just like doesn't understand that there are things at stake. He's smiling the whole time.
It's a pretty classic feature of Greek and Roman mythologies as well. You die, you go down to the underworld, come back with a much broader perspective, and just can't level with anybody anymore.
Interesting. See, it's turning into like a Dr. Manhattan sort of character.
Like, well, I saw everyone what happens when we die now, so I guess.
Now, Phil is an expert on classics. Is there a particular Western classic that mirrors this episode?
A particular Western classic?
Please, don't be broad about this.
Be very specific.
Yeah, be as very specific as possible.
Page numbers.
In Odyssey Book 6, lines 640 through 692. No. Now, I mean, well, there is a certain amount to which Goku was very Odyssean. So he was like very much like Odysseus.
Mm-hmm.
He's this tricky little weirdo who shows up, and he is powerful, but he just shows up and like is just goofy and confusing for a hot sec.
Yeah.
And then he does some sort of silly little trick, and the villains are like, "Okay, you got us." And then that's about.
Oh my goodness.
So very Odyssean, yeah. Homer wrote this episode. I'm very glad to see that.
It's like how Odysseus was the only one who could string his own bow, and Goku is the only one who can say please.
Sure.
No one else knows how to use their damn words.
No, it's true. We were talking about it in the last
Odysseus
episode.
and Zeus played rock, paper, scissors in a couple of books as well.
No, we were talking in the last episode, or maybe the one before that, about how it would have been so easy for Vegeta to have just said, like, "Hey, everybody, Beerus is coming. He can destroy everybody. Be on your best behavior. Maybe let's get Boo out of here."
But instead, he punched a wall.
Punched a wall for a while until Beerus showed up, and then he's like, "How could anyone have foreseen that this would have been a problem?" and yeah, now Goku shows up, and suddenly Goku's the only one who knows how to just be like, "Oh, hey, let me just explain what's going on to you right now."
Oh, guys. Oh, my gosh. This is so embarrassing.
Even Vegeta at one point is like, "How long have you been watching?" He's like, "I don't know."
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, no.
Sorry. We just need to ban that word.
Does that mean the podcast is over now?
Yeah,
forever?
no.
Not allowed
It's
to
been a
make
good
more?
run, guys.
That's what I'm saying.
We all have to kill ourselves right
Group
now.
suicide. But I think that he's becoming sort of like a Dr. Manhattan sort of a character right now, where like he's become so powerful and so beyond the realm of man that he's become like detached from it. He
He
doesn't
does
understand
spend a
it.
lot of
So he's
time on that
Herculean.
moon, just
Yeah.
breaking stuff and building it again.
Yeah, he speaks with the gods regularly.
Sure.
He has no connection to humanity anymore, so like nothing means anything to him anymore.
Right.
So deep.
This is once again, and this is there's so many plot lines that this cuts into, but that's very Herculean. I don't know the larger context once you put it in that larger context, where it's like literally Hercules dies, becomes a demigod, and then just travels around the world and like fixes some things, but sometimes he also just goes places and everyone's like, oh my god, we love you so much, and he's like, thank you, and then he goes to another city. So, you know, there's some overlaps with that.
I mean, basically, this episode ends once he shows up. He's like, Bulma, can I have the Dragon Balls to make a wish? He's like, yeah, that cat punched me in the face. And also, Bulma says my favorite line where, like, Goku explains what's been happening. She goes, that's a lot of information. Which brings back to what Phil said about it being meta. Like, I feel like they were, like, nodding at the audience, like, yeah, you know, we get it.
This is a lot to deal with. We'll simplify the plot soon enough.
Yeah.
The Greek chorus here will be the world's richest woman. Can we play a segment?
You know what we can do is, how would Krillin fare?
How would Krillin fare?
How Would Krillin Fare is a game where we inject Krillin into a fight that has just taken place, and we play out the scenario of how he would fare in that fight. I think the big fight of the episode was at the beginning.
Rock, paper, scissors. I think it makes the most sense to have Krillin do the rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, so we're between that and the fight between Vegeta and Beerus. I think we know how that one ends for Krillin. Krillin dies
badly.
Immediately. So let's go into how would Krillin fare in the rocks, paper, scissors fight with Beerus.
Okay.
Katie, what do you think?
I think he would, Bulma would signal at him and he would be like, I got this. And then he would turn around and Beerus would have already thrown his shot and he'd be like, too late. And he'd be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then they would all die.
All right, Alex.
All right, that's probably the most realistic one, but it's important to consider in the Dragon Ball universe, you only win rocks, paper, scissors if you really want to win it. Like, it is a game of skill in a certain way. And so Krillin would be showing up, and his family's there. Yamcha's going to be the father to his child now after last episode when they made an agreement. And he would go to throw the rocks, paper, scissors, thinking hard about everything that his family's been up to up until now, and then he'd just like do some sign they don't even do, like just do Destructo Disc or something, and they just have to be like, oh, you didn't even do the game right, and then they all die, and no matter how you do it.
All right, Phil?
I honestly have no greater input than that. Seems pretty thorough.
Well, I think Krillin steps up to the plate, gets up on stage, ready to throw down, ready to do it, ready to save the Earth, but then he and Beerus can't come to an agreement about how they count off rock, paper, scissors, right? This is a much more realistic version of a rock, paper, scissors tournament. They can't figure out if it's rock, paper, scissors, shoot, rock, paper, scissors says shoot, or this weird one that they do on the show, rock, paper, scissors, 1, 2, 3, shoot.
They did, I think, 1, 2, go.
1, 2, go. Even
they
weirder.
Said go. No, nobody shot.
I mean, whatever
this
it is.
This isn't even the same game that I played as a child. I don't understand what this is.
The point is that they spend 20 minutes trying to figure out which version of it they're going to do, and then doodle-doo, and the credits roll.
Yeah, we've been doing this for a minute now, and this was the first episode I was shocked that it was ending because, I really felt like so little happened.
Yeah.
This was really going places.
But, interestingly enough, so little happened, but it also just flew by.
Yeah, this wasn't as grueling as, say, some of those Fever Dream, let's list everyone's name episodes.
Yeah, I think this certainly stacks up much better than, what was it, episode 4 that we were on Garbage
Where
Island?
Pilaf goes up to the ship for the first... Oh, wait, there's a Pilaf moment in this.
Oh, that's right, we did.
Yeah, Pilaf escapes the ship, and then he realizes he's forgotten his leftovers, and so they have to reevaluate whether they want to go back to the ship, and then you don't see them make a decision, but they really stretch that out, so we have to mention it.
Thank God they brought us back to that. I really was wondering what Pilaf and gang were up to.
Crew.
Just in keeping with the classics, there's whole sections of the Odyssey where they just name where everybody's from for 2 chapters, and that's it. So, that happens sometimes.
That feels just like the show.
But one other thing is, this is being written now, which is, there's more of an expectation that you're going to binge on a TV show than there was when it was just, like episode per episode on TV when we were kids. So like maybe they're just less concerned about packing more into one episode.
Look, the story doesn't have to make sense. No one's watching.
I think it's more like they made an order for like 300 episodes and they're like wrote 10 minutes of plot.
Fill them out, boys. Fill them out.
Oh boy. Well, I think we're coming to the end of time here.
Oh boy.
As we do.
What
I keep
happens
saying it
after?
that way.
What is that, Ginyu Force guy here? Keep tuning in, folks.
Let's do a quick little round of predictions, rate the episode, and get the hell out of here.
Cool,
Katie,
cool.
what's going to happen next?
Goku is going to get the Dragon Balls to make a wish, but he's going to accidentally drop them in the ocean. And we're going to have a whole episode of everyone splitting the water open and using their powers to find Goku's fuck-up balls.
All right. Alex, what's happening next?
Okay, no, this is the big twist, and it's where Goku comes in and plays his full hand as the hero. He makes Beerus believe he's going to give him what he wants to find the Super Saiyan God with the Dragon Balls, but he uses the Dragon Balls to wish for 3 hands so that while playing Rocks, Paper, Scissors, he can do every sign at once and never lose.
Very nice.
Okay.
Phil, what's going to happen next?
I think in the next episode, Beerus does destroy Earth, and then every episode after this is just a black screen. No one's going to see that coming. It's going to be great. They named them all anyway.
I think we are going to find Dragon Balls. We're going to summon Shenron. They're going to say, Shenron, what is a Super Saiyan God? And Shenron's going to say, I don't know.
That wasn't an answer.
Okay, let's rate the episode out of 7 Dragon Balls. Katie?
Oh, I'll give this 4 out of 7 Dragon Balls. It wasn't terrible, but I also just don't care.
Okay, so out of enjoyment, I would give this a 2, but out of concept, I would give it like more than 7. So I'm probably gonna round down to around 5. There are no episodes of any TV show just about rocks, paper, scissors anymore.
If you wanna look at this episode too intellectually, I'm gonna put it at a 5 as well. 3.5 being the highest on my schedule, so it's kind of a curve, you know.
Okay.
It's a parabola.
Yeah, it's a parabola. It's very complicated. No, 1 out of 7, I would still say 5. It's pretty.
All right, and I am going to give this one, I think, 2. 2 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
I see where you're coming from there.
Honestly, it started out very strong. We had some beams, we had some Super Saiyan, we had some fighting. That was pretty sick. But then it really fell off the rails with this rock, paper, scissors thing.
Well,
I'm not feeling too good about the
maybe,
future right now.
Maybe if you just read the Odyssey, you would like it more.
Perhaps so.
Yeah, we're just missing the larger cultural context of this episode.
Yeah.
It's not a show for idiots.
All right, I think it's time to close this one out. Phil, thank you for joining us. Where can the people find you online?
Mostly Twitter. I'm at Stamato.
At Stamato. Alex.
Okay, you go on Twitter. You type in at PTAKJOKES. That's Patak Jokes. That's my name.
Katie.
You can follow me at Katie Rose on Twitter or at Oh Hello Katie Rose on Instagram.
All right, and you can find me at Jeremy Thunder. You can find the show at Ballin Out Super. On Instagram. We're at Ballin Out Super. Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, and all that stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Super! Wow! Wow! Wow!
I just got here. What did I miss?
Hello, folks. Welcome to Ballin Out
Super!
Hi. My name's Jeremy Hammond, joined as always by Katie Rose Leon.
Hello.
And Alex Patak.
Get your ducks off me roost.
This is going to be such a hard episode.
For the listener at home, Jeremy is visibly flustered with me today.
He looks like he's crying.
Just because I showed up obscenely late and
yeah, Alex
and
showed up.
I'm a train wreck.
Completely, he missed the episode. All of it, every single second of it. As the credits rolled, he got here to record.
I was in a different room watching Yu Yu Hakusho, and I'm going to keep doing that. It's a great show.
Great. Well, joining us today, we should let you speak now, is a contributor to The Reductress, Emma Phipps.
Hi, what's up?
How are you? How are you feeling today?
I'm good. I'm a little confused.
How confused would you say on a scale of 1 to 10?
Well, not that confused because I did watch some Dragon Ball Z growing up, so like I'm used to just a lot of reaction shots.
So then, in that case, can I then revise my question to ask you, on a scale of 1 to 7 Dragon Balls, how confused are you?
Ooh, I would say like 4.5 Dragon Balls confused.
Fair
so
enough.
like really squarely in the middle there.
And see, we are now, what, 9 episodes into this show. I still feel about 4.5 Dragon Balls confused every single time we watch this. So you said you watched a little bit of the show when you were a kid.
Yeah, my older brother was really into it, like I think right when it was on Cartoon Network and like kind of popular. But it really stressed me out because it seemed to me like it was just a lot of guys standing around and screaming.
Yeah.
You're
It's
not
like-
wrong.
Yeah. So it wasn't my favorite.
It's the 7-Eleven parking lot of shows.
So you watched a little bit of it. Were you into anime like overall?
I was, yeah.
What were your who were your guys?
Oh God.
It's a safe space. Don't worry.
My favorite one was this one that was like never on Cartoon Network or anything. It was called Fushigi Yugi.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Super. My sister like found it and showed it to me, and it was like this. We had to watch this weird dubbed version. It was just like, I don't know. I was just really, really obsessed with it for like a
What's
year.
it about?
It's about these two schoolgirls who get transported to another dimension, and they're like, they have the ability to like summon gods or something, and they have to go around and recruit like warriors to their side who will help them summon the gods. And
Fushigi Yugi.
Yo.
My like true nerdness right now is like so mad I don't know this show because I'm like I should know
It
this.
sounds so familiar. Too.
Yeah.
I'm sure this resonates with the Dragon Ball fan base, but the best anime is the ones they don't show on TV, so you can tell your friends about it, and it sounds like you're just in a fever dream at all times.
I think I was
No one else
mixing
has
it up
seen these
with
things?
Yu Yu Hakusho.
It's just, honestly, it's a show that's just full of like beautiful anime boys, which is why I liked it.
Hello.
Oh, yes.
Beautiful, brooding.
That's
pushing
What is your
boys.
favorite type of anime boy? Because you know there's like multiple types.
My favorite. Well, okay, so we're looking at this image from Fushigi.
Yeah, I
Yugi. There's
pulled up a
guy
picture
down
of
on the-
Fushigi Yugi.
There's a guy down on the bottom left here. That's Tamahome. He's very brooding.
Bottom left. Here
Bottom
we go.
left here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he
He's
looks
got
like
this
he is.
beautiful blue-black hair. He's just
Dreamboat.
dark. He's just a dark, brooding figure.
Yeah, I
Who's
always
this fellow with the cockatoo hair?
I can't actually remember his name.
He's got to be a monk character. There's always a monk character.
he is a monk character.
And they
And
always
then
have
actually,
a black hole in their hands.
This character is actually trans.
Oh.
His sister died really tragically, so he like assumed her identity. He's like a really, really interesting.
Like a Ranma sort of a thing.
Yeah, and then this guy is just like, he's just real sassy. He's like Gambit from X-Men. He's just like, he's got spice to him.
He has too much
So he's just
style.
my other favorite.
For the listeners at home, we're looking at a fellow with orange hair and
He's winking.
And he's winking at us.
and
you
he's
know?
winking at us.
So I
Yes,
feel
that's
like my
correct.
favorite anime boys are two sides of one coin, which is like very brooding and dark, but like, or very sassy and
You know, I'm the same way. I always like what I call the cool glasses type, where they're all emotionally distant and mean. I wonder why, because they have a heart of gold in there.
Who's this king?
Oh, yeah?
he's a king.
He is a king.
Yeah.
I should have guessed from the crown and robe.
You were correct that he is a king. And I
Every
can't remember
king.
who the little kid is.
That's
or the
fine.
big
That's
guy with
you.
the headbands. That's me. I'm in the show.
Or this woman here in the center.
She is the schoolgirl that can summon the gods.
And the rest of these are gods?
No, those are her, like, I don't even remember. See, they're like her fighter squad or whatever.
Wow.
They're her pals that are there to protect her and defend
that's
her. And
her
help
fighter squad?
Oh, God.
Classic mistake. The best part of every anime boyfriend is they have fun personality quirks, but they also take human lives.
Yeah, no, these are all stone cold killers for sure.
That's why I have
The winking one has a sword.
Yeah, he does.
That's why I have so much problems with online dating. Yet, on one date, has anyone slayed a foe for me?
Yeah.
That's such a turn on, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just like at the bar. I'm like, when are you going to summon your god sword?
Yeah.
Slice open one of these soft boys standing in front of me at the bar.
Chivalry is
27,
dead.
6'3", I will kill for you. At Red Lobster.
Well, fantastic. Welcome to the Fushigi Yugi podcast.
All right,
We talk
yes.
only about Fushigi Yugi.
Hell yeah.
None of us have seen
Much
the show.
better show.
Kings have to wear yarmulkes. It's Fushimi Yugi podcast.
Oh boy.
Everyone look up this picture so you get the joke.
Okay, let's get ourselves back on track here to something at least minorly Dragon Ball related.
I would like to know what happened.
Yes, Alex. Well, Alex, why don't you tell us what did you get up to last night?
Last night, I got drunk again and I watched Black Snake Moan.
Oh God.
Which was very wild, and Justin Timberlake's in it as like a soldier boy who's too horny, and then his wife is too horny, and then Samuel L. Jackson's a blues player who hates horniness, and he chains her up in his house, and it's pretty fucked from a sexual politics standpoint, but also fucking crazy Samuel L. Jackson with a chain.
Fantastic. What do you
10
rate it out of 7 Dragon Balls?
14 Dragon Balls.
Oh wow.
Must see. Go see now.
Fantastic. Well, I guess that means we get 2 wishes.
That's a good math.
Emma, why don't you take a wish?
Ooh.
Perhaps that we start
Shit.
this episode for
Yeah,
real.
maybe that could be good.
I wish I knew the plot of this episode.
Okay, Katie,
We can make
run
that
us
happen.
through it.
Here I am to grant your wish. The title of this episode is Thanks for Waiting, Lord Beerus. Super Saiyan God is born at last.
Hell yeah.
See, this has a good episode title. This sounds like it would be good.
Yes, well, much like most things, it is misleading.
Like most things, it is shit.
Are we getting into it? Should I start?
Yeah, get us started.
So we open up. We're still on the boat.
Yeah, episode 6.
No, we're on episode.
6 on the boat, 9 overall.
Yes,
6 on the boat. 6 on the boat. Yeah, so that means that our buddy Dan
rum is
Chamberlain.
Oh God. Yeah.
Our pal Dan Chamberlain was correct about how long we would be on this boat.
Well, if we
Wait, did he say at least 6 or did he say exactly 6? Because
no.
I feel like on the next episode, you guys will still be on this boat.
Yes, he said 6 to 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as long as we're off by 8.
So he's still, yeah.
So then in 2 more episodes, we'll be.
We'll find out.
We will know whether Dan was right, and we will be presenting him with an edible arrangement.
Yeah.
Those are always more expensive than you think.
Yeah,
Well, that's why there's 3 of us. We're all gonna pitch in and make him a nice card because he's a real sweet boy that got us off the boat. Because if
like
we get past 8
$1,000.
episodes, that means we're on the boat.
What if they're on the boat for 26 though? Then I win. Then you buy me an edible arrangement.
Correct.
That's true.
All right.
Yes.
Do you have to pitch in for your own edible arrangement?
Probably.
Yes, of course.
It's
You're a
only
host
fair.
of this show.
Hey, I'll pitch in and eat it, huh, guys?
Oh,
We're
boy.
having fun.
Oh, boy.
We're having
Right.
fun
Oh.
podcasting.
So, Katie, what happened in this episode?
So the children bring up the Dragon Balls onto the deck, and Whis and Beerus comment how they're like, they have wish orbs.
Yeah, they call them wish orbs.
Yeah, they do.
And Whis makes a size joke. He's like, they're much smaller than the ones I've seen before.
Oh, he does make that
What
joke.
the fuck? What?
Yeah.
I didn't catch that.
Which I would guess maybe is referring to the Namek Dragon Balls, which, as you recall, are the size of bowling balls as opposed to our little softballs.
Oh, yeah.
But another notable from that scene, Beerus is drinking a glass of orange juice, which, as we learned in the last episode, is a sexual innuendo of some type.
It's
because
because orange juice is like cum. So,
Oh, yeah, of course.
right.
I can't believe I didn't see that.
You know, cat jizz.
Boy,
always-
is my face red.
Catches.
Catches.
It's bright orange.
Oh, God.
I've never been to a doctor, but I know what cum looks like.
So we get some terrible animation. There's a lot of like weird upshots of Goku having a very tiny head and a large body that was
Yeah, and
obviously
weird, like, pointy, thin arms.
It was really upsetting.
This is one of those episodes that the quality of animation is wavering so dramatically from scene to scene, because we do see Shenron later, and Shenron looks amazing.
They blew their load on Shenron.
They just came all over Shenron.
And it was orange.
Speaking of which, then they summon Shenron, and Pilaf and crew are still here, you guys, and they see it, and they decide to go back to the boat.
Yeah,
Can we
what are they
talk
gonna do?
Can we talk about Shenron for a minute? Because he always looks really good.
Yeah, he does.
He's the queen bee of this show.
He's fantastic, and I noticed this thing that I guess I'd never really thought about before. But you know how every time we see Shenron, his head is kind of hovering, right?
Right, wrapped
And
around
then-
his like body is like circled over
over itself for a million years.
Right, and it's moving forever, right? It's continuously moving.
He just keeps coming out.
He's the eternal dragon.
We see the bottom of him, yeah.
What?
He's like, we see the bottom of him coming out of the balls in this episode, and we see him just kind of being produced out of the balls.
Yeah, it's like a magician pulling scarves out of his sleeves.
I do not like
stop.
that.
It's kind of cool though, because you picture this scenario where perhaps somebody hasn't thought through their whole wish yet,
And he's just
and they're still trying to figure it out. And by the end of it, Shenron's taken up like a quarter of the earth.
Yeah, speaking of which, there was something I found very upsetting in this episode is that they decided to make it humorous.
Yeah.
Yeah, they tried.
They tried really hard.
They gave it the old college try.
No. It's
Does
like
Bulma fuck Oolong now?
no, not the episode itself. Like
they've been
tried,
building up to.
Wait, I thought you didn't see it.
No. Well, I've read some fan fictions, and
cool,
there's a lot of guesses.
No, what they did was they
want
tried
that
to make
corkscrew.
Shenron funny.
Oh!
They had Shenron crack some jokes and like get all like
He got shy when he saw Lord Beerus.
Yeah,
he was like, "Oh, hello, Lord Beerus."
Oh, hi, Lord
I
Beerus.
did not like it. I did not like it when the dragon broke kayfabe. You're supposed to be like, really impressive, and all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not lower down." It sucked.
Shenron drops all the books he's holding.
Shenron definitely has been stalking Beerus's MySpace for a couple of days. He
Yeah.
knows who's his top 8 is.
I don't like the idea of Shenron having an inner life.
No, that
And I
sucks.
don't like the idea of Shenron existing when the balls aren't together. I always thought of him as just like a mechanism. He's just magically produced by the balls. He's really more of a manifestation
like a
of the
genie.
magic than anything. Yeah, I don't like the idea of a genie inside of his lamp just thinking about like, I hope I don't run into somebody.
likes me.
This is the same problem they have in Pokemon when they go in the balls. Like, what do they do in there?
Yeah.
Did they think? Is there a little couch? I always imagined a little couch.
That's adorable.
Well, I mean, in Digimon, they
So
do
sweet.
imply there is like a living space.
Yeah.
But that's a whole other show.
In
And
the digital world.
world.
Sorry, I need to do another take on world so we get it right.
So basically, Beerus is real annoyed that the Super Saiyan God hasn't showed up. And Shenron literally says to him, "It's a whole thing."
Yeah,
He's colloquial now?
Yeah, so
The tone of this show is all over the place.
Yeah.
It does not know what's going on inside of itself.
No. So Shenron is asked, can you summon us a Super Saiyan God? And he says, well, I can't really summon it per se.
I can't do it right now.
It's kind of a whole thing.
Yeah.
How can you make a person, man?
And yeah, so he explains that it's based in mythos, and in order to do it, 5 Saiyans will join hands with righteous hearts.
Yes, 5 Saiyans with righteous
and
hearts
they have
join hands.
And they will...
They argue over, does Vegeta have a righteous heart
Yes.
or not?
When, as we all know, Trunks has the most righteous heart.
Because he's righteous, dude.
You could actually do the Trunks voice acting.
I
It's
am
very
fucking
impressive.
gunning for that #1 spot. Hook me up, Funimation. I got nothing else. I know Digimon Tri is coming out in small chunks. Listen.
You want to do a Trunks crossover and a Digimon?
I really do. Yeah, so we learn a really important fact in this episode, which is Goku doesn't know how to count.
That's right, yeah, that's a really sad moment
Oh,
for
no.
Goku.
His son must be so disappointed.
His
Counting
son-
is his life.
He's a bean counter.
He's a bean counter. That's all he knows.
Yeah, and so they all join hands to try and shoot energy into Goku, and then Whis is like, yo, it says 5 Saiyans into 1 Saiyan, so technically you need 6 Saiyans, and Goku's like, oh, man!
That's one more than we have.
Right? He has to check in. Right?
And
Yeah, he looks back at Gohan, and Gohan's looking at a calculator like, he's right.
Damn it, we ran the formula. We don't have 6 friends.
Oh my god, we forgot a really important line where they're like, maybe Vegeta isn't righteous enough, and Chi-Chi's like, you've misjudged Vegeta. He takes his family on vacation.
Lavish vacations.
We never look at Hawaiian shirts together. After you punch our kid.
Bahama.
So guys, they need one more Saiyan. Where are they gonna find it? Oh, I know. In the unborn child inside of Videl.
No.
Videl
Yes.
steps up and she says, I wonder if the Saiyan inside my belly counts.
Oh, yeah. Her catchphrase.
And you know what's even better is
She always says that during sex with Gohan.
I gotta say, the Christian overtones in this episode make me
really
very
out of
uncomfortable.
control. It was something really enjoyable. Was earlier on when they were first trying to figure out how to get the righteous hearts and all that. Goku says something along the lines of like, "Well, we'll see how this pans out."
He's a bad boy.
And so they all join hands with Videl, pointing their powers at Goku. And
Videl's stomach starts to glow yellow, implying that a fetal Pan is turning Super Saiyan.
First, it does not do that, and he goes, maybe Vegeta isn't righteous enough, or I can blame the unborn baby.
Yeah.
Goku is such a sociopath in this episode. Can we talk about what a monster he is?
Hey guys, I need someone to point my finger at when everything doesn't go every little bit my fucking way.
Maybe it's my unborn grandson. Fuck you, kid.
He's always smiling, and everything's so tense and scary.
Yeah, he acts like the world isn't at stake, but then also at the same time, everybody else acts as though they don't have confirmed existence of an afterlife.
This is true, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when the world's gonna end, they're all like, "Oh no, we're gonna have to go to that place that we all know exists and is kind of fine."
They've all died before. They've all died.
Yeah. So, Videl's magic uterus starts shining with the light of God, and then she also kind of goes Saiyan because of that, and they shoot.
Yeah, so we see this kind of like this zoomed out shot of the circle of them all holding hands, and something incredibly notable is that Videl has yellow hair now.
Oh.
Videl, a complete human with no superpowers at all, who can like kind of fly, I think, is now a Super Saiyan.
That doesn't make any sense.
But doesn't it a little bit?
Except for the Saiyan in her belly.
In her womb, yes.
Yeah.
Well, but at this point in the series, we've had Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Ultra Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 3. In GT, we see the Super Saiyan 4. Now we have a Super Saiyan God. Like, the rules of Super Saiyan are so flimsy and weird.
I would like to interject here. I believe she does have a superpower. The power of motherhood and birth. The wonder of carrying life.
Yeah, sometimes after you've carried life for around 15 years, you get a little bit older, your hair turns blonde because you don't know how you feel about yourself anymore. That happened to my dad.
I'll tell you what, she has another superpower, the power to interact with society.
Whoa. Yeah, so basically the rest of the episode is mostly gasp acting. There's a lot of reaction shots.
So many.
The
Just
same,
a lot of breathing and reacting and breathing.
Yeah.
It's the same 3 shots over and over again. They really blew the load on Shenron. Like, it's literally... I don't think it had to be the same animation every time, right?
Yeah, it definitely was just back and forth. It's like, oh.
I feel so uncomfortable right now. Then
was that Beerus?
It was Beerus. When he's surprised.
The Super Saiyan God. Meow.
Then the water turns to piss, and then the sky turns to farts. And then it starts raining a golden shower down upon everybody.
I have no understanding of what is happening.
Yeah, why don't you walk us through this moment?
Golden light came from the heavens, and then the clouds started turning into piss clouds, and then the ocean turned into piss, and then it rained piss from the piss clouds.
Oh.
And I can't describe it any more accurately. I'm not even being funny. That's just what happened.
Piss clouds.
It's just everything turned yellow.
It was just true.
Bright, ugly yellow.
It wasn't like golden. It wasn't pretty. It was piss yellow.
It's that dark kind of piss yellow where you're like, I should drink some more water.
Yeah. when you can when you actually smell your piss like
really strongly.
Yeah, and you're like, oh no, something's gone wrong.
No.
It forms a cloud over your head.
Yeah. You understand. But there was a hole in the
It was like it
cloud
turned
as
into
well.
a piss tornado.
It was turning into a piss tornado, yeah.
This
And
is
then
so hard to describe.
There's some choral music I think is important.
Oh,
We
yeah.
get into some straight up Akira like, whoa!
This is exactly what it sounded like.
This is a weird episode.
No, but so
you guys.
there's a hole in the clouds though that's notable because we see it's from Goku's beam shoots up into the heavens, right? And there's a hole left behind, and through that hole we see the sun and moon passing overhead multiple times, and then it starts raining piss, and then it starts hailing frozen piss.
And this is like most of the episode.
Yeah,
this is like
This sounds great. I really wish I got to see this.
And then Beerus is like, do we finally get to see the Super Saiyan God? And then it takes us another like 10 minutes to actually see the transformation. They keep cutting back to everybody
They
as
do,
we
yeah.
do a
It's like,
slow pan.
A leg, a reaction shot. A torso, a reaction shot.
Everyone jizzes their pants on the Princess Bulma, and then we finally get to see Goku's great transformation.
Well, also, can I just say, during that back and forth shot with the reaction leg, reaction butt, reaction chest, like, it's so funny to me that they so clearly understand that we as viewers know that the only thing that will be changing about Goku is his hair.
Yeah.
And for this whole
It's
time,
very
we were all like,
unimpressive.
what's the Super Saiyan God going to be? Maybe it turns his skin a different color. Nope, it's always going to
always
be
the
the
hair.
hair.
His eyes are different.
His eyes are different.
Yes, he's wearing red contact.
He looks like
That
Knuckles.
was the last thing we saw, actually, the eyes.
Yeah, so those in the audience not looking at this photograph, basically all that is different when you turn into a Super Saiyan God is you lose 50 pounds and then you have like maroon hair.
Yeah, he's very lean now.
Yeah, he's very lean. He looks very much like Knuckles from Sonic the Hedgehog.
Or Taichi.
Taichi from Digimon.
Finally, we got there.
Thank you guys. Thanks for going on that walk with me. Was it a nice
What a
walk? It
journey.
was so
This
scenic.
has been Ballin' Out Super. Thank you guys for tuning in. No, this has got to be one of the most underwhelming transformations in the history of Dragon Ball.
Super Saiyan 4 looks so much cooler than this. He turns
Yeah.
into like half monkey, and his hair is also red.
Yeah, there's no part of me that believes that this guy is stronger than Super Saiyan 4.
No, or even 3. 3 looks cooler than this. He has no eyebrows.
Honestly, it just looks like he went to the gym and dyed his hair.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't know why anyone would be excited.
He looks
to
like
see
me
him.
after a breakup. It's
Yeah.
yeah, I just feel like a goddess right now.
Yeah, he's also glowing quite a bit. He looks pretty
He does have a glow.
confident.
When a Saiyan starts to moisturize, your power can double in strength.
He just looks like he's drinking enough water now. Oh, this is so disappointing.
Yeah, this is really underwhelming.
This is episode 9. We've been 4 hours. We've been hearing about the Super Saiyan God, and this is what it's a magenta.
It's magenta Goku.
Magenta Goku.
It just looks like a
Cleaner.
He's raspberry flavored.
We had to ask the ladies of the podcast, how do you prefer your Goku? Do you like the yoked up, no eyebrows Goku of Super Saiyan 3?
I like.
How do you take your Goku?
I like.
How do you take your Goku?
Sharecropping Goku.
Sharecropping Goku
Radish
had
farmer sharecropping.
had the best outfit.
So that's a picture of Super Saiyan 3.
Super Saiyan 3 Goku always looks like he's trying to trick you into his magic show.
He just looks like a pile of bags.
Yeah.
There's nothing human about
I
him
like his
anymore.
neck muscles though. I mean, they're like pillows or something.
Well, you know,
hair.
like famously in wrestling, someone broke their neck and they were so yoked that they lived. And I feel like that's like.
What? This is a real thing that happened?
Yeah, I believe it was Kurt Angle that it happened to.
Kurt Angle broke his neck?
Yeah.
Sorry, and the doctors, like the medical professionals said, he's so yoked.
He's too yoked.
Technically, in the medical profession, we call it being so yoked.
He is just so swole. He survived.
jacked,
This
yeah.
is Super Saiyan 4 Goku.
Looks like some fan art.
Well,
Yeah,
because he's
definitely
furry
is. This
now.
isn't,
It's the animation's too good.
To keep you wanting more.
Yeah, so basically, he dyes his hair, and then the Wave Race 64 music starts playing again.
Yeah, they bring back the wave race.
Which
music.
I'm a fan of. It's always inappropriate, but it's always...
Which actually, now that we're seeing Super Saiyan God, we now understand it's not wave race music. It is Sonic the Hedgehog music.
That's true.
It's completely
Because he looks like Knuckles. And then, he just apologized to Beerus for being late, and then King Kai is a sad, and the episode.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the end of the episode.
What more could you want? You got to watch the piss clouds for 15 minutes.
Gasping and piss clouds.
Alex, I gotta ask you, on a scale of 1 to 7 Dragon Balls, how sad are you that you missed this episode?
Pretty sad. I wish I saw the clouds, and I wish I could express my outrage at his non-yokedness when it happened.
He's unyoked.
So
out of seven, please let's be serious. Out of how many Dragon Balls? I would say 6 whole Dragon Balls of sadness.
6 whole Dragon Balls.
Yeah, I'm pretty sad.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah.
This definitely isn't related to anything else in my life. This is just this episode. I'm so sad.
So we are actually running a bit out of time right now. So I think that we should probably move on to predictions, rating, and then get out of here, right?
Close up the plug bag.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're going to do a prediction, what we think is going to happen next. Just to recap, we saw Super Saiyan God. Goku's become the Super Saiyan God. What do we think is going to happen next? Katie, what do you got?
Okay, so obviously Goku is gonna try and fight Beerus as a Super Saiyan God, but you know what? We didn't see them eat at all this episode, so I think the next episode is gonna be every single person on the boat gets lunch for 25 minutes.
Yeah, Beerus just takes a step back and he's like, now that we know what the Super Saiyan God is, let's all break for lunch.
Yeah, they pull the boat up to a marina mall and they all go to the food court.
Yeah, there's a swim-up bar.
Yeah.
We get a nice little scene with Beerus getting in the water and being like, oh, but I don't like water because I'm a cat.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Emma, what do you think is going to happen next?
Well, I don't think they're actually going to fight next in the next episode because we looked ahead at the episode titles and the next one is not fight related. So
yeah, I don't remember
feel like
what
it's
it is.
just going to be more standing around talking, more reaction shots, probably more discussion of the little Saiyan baby in that lady's womb, and just a lot of like very dramatic shots of a very underwhelming Super Saiyan God Goku.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to disagree with you on one part of that, which is I don't think they're going to be talking about the Saiyan in her belly because that would imply that Goku cares about his family.
Oh, he's a monster.
Oh, he is. Alex, what do you think's going to happen next?
In the next episode, Goku overdraws his chase checking. It has to talk to at least 3 people on the phone, and it doesn't seem like there should be that many, but hey, we're here.
Well, and I think what's going to happen next is Beerus and Whis are going to inspect the Super Saiyan God. They're going to like look him over. They're going to check out all his muscles.
Smell
and what
him.
we're going to learn is that this actually hasn't been a plan for them to find the strongest fighter in the universe for them to fight against. What it's actually been is their quest to find a third.
Yes! Hop on Thrinder.
What nobody realizes about the Super Saiyan God is that it's actually not making him more powerful, it's just making him slender and more hot.
He
and
is
that's what this has
definitely
been about.
like a more Twinkie Goku than
He is. He looks like he'd do much better at a club.
Whereas Super Saiyan 4 is Otter Goku. This is really rounding out the transformations for me.
All right, so let's rate the episode out of 7 Dragon Balls. Katie, what do we got?
I'll give it 4 Dragon Balls.
4 Dragon Balls. Emma, what do we got?
1 Dragon Ball.
1 Dragon Ball. Alex?
I'm gonna give it an extending staff because I did not see it.
It's called the Power Pole.
Oh yes, I'm gonna give it a power pole.
Yeah.
And I mean that as
Hey girl, let me give you that power pole.
And I am actually, I'm going to give this -1 out of 7 Dragon Balls. I'm taking a Dragon Ball out of the mix. I'm going to break it like Vegeta tried to in that one Namek episode. This episode sucked. I'm really upset with the fucking Super Saiyan God. He better have some really cool beams going forward or I'm going to flip the fuck out.
his power. Now he listens to the same music you like.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I think that's about gonna wrap it up. Emma, where can the people find you on the internet?
Find me on Twitter at Phipps Don't Lie. And you can't find me anywhere else. Don't try.
All right, Phipps Don't Lie. Alex, where can they find you?
Okay, also go on Twitter at Patak Jokes, which is PTAK Jokes. It's a real name. Many people have it, and it's proud and Polish.
All right, Katie.
Hi, you can find me at Katie Rose on Twitter or at Oh Hello Katie Rose on Instagram.
And you can find me at Jeremy Thunder on Twitter, at Jeremy_Thunder. On Instagram, you can find the podcast on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and all that stuff at Ballin Out Super. Subscribe to us on iTunes. And I think that about wraps this one up.
Super!
I didn't warn you about
No, I'm just trying to stay awoke.
Uh-oh, Pilaf is back for a second helping of Pilaf.
Hey folks, welcome back to Ballin' Out
Super!
I'm your host, Jeremy Hammond, joined as always by my co-host, Katie Rose Leon.
Help me!
And Alex Patak.
Extraterrestrials made the pyramids.
Oh, we are in a weird place right now.
Emotionally, physically.
Yeah, this is Sunday as hell. We are joined today by one of the hosts of the Book of Yay podcast, Chris Daniels.
Hey, what's up?
How are you doing, man?
I'm trying to get all my thoughts together after that episode of television. I'll call it television.
It's television. It's on Adult
It
Swim.
definitely feels like we've been waking up the whole podcast.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm in all sorts of sleepy moods right now. I don't know what to do with myself.
I'm having a hard time falling asleep on the edge of my seat.
It really feels like for a second there, the show felt like it was starting to get better, and now it's just
There was one beam early on, and that's how you know it's going to be good. But then no second beam.
They
so
held off
not
on the
as good.
second beam. No, I just mean overall, like the past few episodes, like it felt like we had a few good ones strung together in a row, and now it's getting worse.
I have a question. How many episodes are we in right now?
This is episode 10.
This is episode 10.
So
the first one was mostly subsistence farming, and then
a promised vacation,
and
then a list of names,
and then we've been on a boat for 6 episodes.
Yeah,
7 episodes.
This is our 7th.
I got
boat.
excited when I saw the boat. I was like, all right, we got a Titanic situation. This is cool. But then I realized that the boat is really just a farm for all these minor characters to just stand. You know, like they always have that. Like it's usually, I feel like for the Cell one, it was like, you guys go stand on this mountain. Like none of you guys really have to be here, but stand here for the next 20 episodes. And watch.
It's starting to feel a little bit like a Chekhov's gun sort of a situation with the boat, right? Like they keep showing us this boat.
If you introduce a boat in Act 1, it has to go off after they fight.
This party's got to go off.
Yeah, someone's got to sink this boat at some point. Before we get too far off track and start talking about the episode too much, we like to start these shows by talking to our guest about sort of like what your experience with Dragon Ball is. Like, were you were a fan when you were a kid? Were you not a fan?
Huge fan.
Huge fan.
This was like my after school thing. Like it was one of the shows like I had to watch. I know like a common story for a lot of people about like 9/11 was that it was the same day that it was like a premiere for Dragon Ball, for new Dragon Ball Z episodes.
Yeah, I do remember that.
And
I don't remember that.
Oh, I like
everything changed.
Now here's the thing, like I was in school, I was in middle school, and like everything got shut down. Like this principal came to every classroom individually and spoke and was like, we're all going home. And like it was just like as a kid, like still not really grasping what's going on, but I'm like going home early, gonna be able to catch Dragon Ball Z. And I get there and my stepdad had the news on, and I'm like, hey, you mind if we like change this to watch Dragon Ball Z? And my God,
do you remember what was what arc it was that was premiering?
It was like when like Goten and Young Trunks. It was
They were gonna fuse.
No. I'm not even sure it was that. I think it was either the beginning or one of the early episodes of when like Gohan was older and they were getting like about to get ready for that new tournament. It was
He starts teaching Goten to fly, and he tries to teach Videl, and
because that's a whole new. I think there was a break in between that. But
yeah, like it was like the Saiyan Man and like World Martial Arts tournament.
Yeah.
Oh shit, yeah, Saiyan Man. I forgot about him.
Yeah, the great Saiyan Man.
You know what's kind of interesting? The footage of the planes hitting the tower is very reminiscent of the Cell games. And so in a way, it's like he's already watching Dragon Ball Z.
Is this
Do you
window
remember
locked?
Do you remember when Cell blows up the big skyscraper to like
No, I
broadcast
don't.
on TV? That's where they got the idea, I think.
I think my most Goku-ass move in terms of being a glib sociopath is coming home on 9/11 and being mad that K-Rock wasn't on the air.
Oh my god. All right, well, we've gotten ourselves well off track here. Katie, why don't we dive into this episode?
I don't know. Every episode of this is about 9/11 for me. This is our lives.
It's the 9/11 and Dads podcast. And occasionally we talk about Dog President.
Spirit bomb, never forget. Oh, they've forgotten!
Yeah, he hasn't even once thought about using the spirit bomb on Beerus.
No,
that's been the solution to every problem up until this point.
The spirit bomb gets more and more pointless every time though.
Yeah.
There's always, what does it usually hold them back? Like the first time it was a great gesture. Like
yeah, Krillin gets to use it.
And then since then it becomes another way that they kill time. Because how long does a spirit bomb take? Like how many episodes?
Days.
Like how many episodes? Like a whole month might go by before this thing is finished. And then something might happen where he loses focus or whatever, and then or he misses. I'm like, what? Like,
oh, that's funny when he misses though. After all that build up, it's just like, oh, you suck.
That was the great thing in the first time with the Saiyans, that he builds this whole thing up, and this is before they even made it a blue ball. You remember the first time he uses it? It's just like a weird white cloud over his fist.
Yeah,
that rules.
And then he drops it, and then Krillin's like, well, I guess I could do it, and everyone's like, I don't think
Krillin, so. Stay home. As any good hype man will tell you, getting everyone to raise their hands in the air one time, very doable. Anything after that,
they just don't care.
They just don't. Oh. It's like we wrote this beforehand. It's dumb as hell.
Okay. The title of this episode is Show Us, Goku, the Power of a Super Saiyan God. Woo!
And that power is to change your shape very often.
Oh my god.
Become sleeker for the lover in your life.
But then also your fist gets a little pointier. It is actually starting to feel like my prediction from last episode might be accurate.
Yeah, I mean, this episode's dumb as hell, everybody. We're still on the boat. We open up to Goku being like, so this is what it's like to be a Super Saiyan God. And we're like, yeah, we know. We've been here.
Nobody was wondering.
I wonder what Goku thinks about being a Super Saiyan God.
Also, he says that as though he's been thinking about this for a while. Chris, you're just joining us now, but like he literally only found out what a Super Saiyan God even is
like
in
an
the
hour
last
ago.
episode. Yeah, and in episode like timeline, it would be an hour ago.
Typical Goku though.
Yeah,
it's like I'll be a god. All right, I'll do it. Like you just very like whatever.
Yeah, real nonchalant about it. And
you want to make me look like a warm Instagram filter? All right, that's cool.
He does tell you before that while you're becoming a Super Saiyan God, your back is tingly. So we knew that.
And my muscles ache.
Oh my god.
You just have the flu, Goku. This is not a transformation.
Also, I don't really know how I feel about this trend where they get stronger not by training.
Yeah.
Where like fusion was cool, but then like everybody kept fusing. I was like, all right, is there a way for an individual to like actually earn another level? That's the thing. Like none of these levels have felt really earned in a long time. Even like, but you need new levels. Otherwise, by the way that they've set up the structure of the show, it just becomes pointless.
Yeah, like Super Saiyan was I think the last one that felt genuinely earned, right? Because
Super Saiyan 2.
I would say Gohan's was the last one I really felt earned. He trained really, and like they had a cool concept of like actually how you get to that next level.
Yeah,
but it was all about him. It was an internal thing.
Right.
Everything else, I mean, even Goku's was a Super Saiyan 3. Even that, like you didn't really see how that happened.
It happened off camera.
Like it just was.
It just was that. That was it.
I don't remember that happening at all.
Super Saiyan 2 you can only achieve after performing a Linkin Park music video.
Then by
that made sense.
I should be the most Saiyan. I'm so Saiyan that I was mad that Linkin Park wasn't on the radio after 9/11.
But how will I know how numb I feel?
So there's some great lines here. Bulma, as per usual, she's like, she literally says, I thought he would bulk up, but now he's skinny. And then Whis shows up and he's like, well, you know, he's got divine power. It's different.
Yeah, they floated across that line of people all describing things about Super Saiyan God, which was like very strangely reminiscent to the conversation we literally just had in the last episode.
They all listened to the podcast, I think.
Like, wow, he does look sleeker, and someone else is like, he does look a bit like Knuckles.
Yeah, and then King Kai senses it, and then manager from HR calls down, and he's like, "You really dropped the ball," and he's like, "I'm sorry."
Wait. This is what I'm confused about. Why are they mad that he's a god now?
Who knows?
They did not explain that.
It's been since like episode 3 when we first meet Beerus and we first learned about the Super Saiyan God and all this sort of stuff. King Kai and like all the other Kais have been like super weird about it, and they're like, we can't let him figure out Super Saiyan God. We can't let Beerus find out that Goku can be the Super Saiyan God. But never once have they like taken a step
the
back
Super
and been
Saiyan God or a Super Saiyan God?
Also, who knows?
They always say A. They always say A.
I think it's because like the only very thin string of authority they still have over Goku is that they're technically gods and he is technically not. And like now that he's a god, nothing's gonna stop him from coming eating all the rice all the time.
If you think about it though, Goku being a god makes perfect sense just from like how he is as a father standpoint. Like gods are like terrible dads.
Yeah, he's just knocking up swans.
Christian God sent his only son to die and impregnated some lady like just randomly on his own volition. And then like Zeus is the ultimate like terrible bad dad god.
Didn't he eat
because
his
of
kids?
the rapes?
Yeah, he raped a lot of people.
Yeah, always has like ducks and shit.
Or no, it's Kronos. Kronos.
Yeah,
eats his
Kronos
kids.
eats his kids. That guy's filthy. Shout out to Kronos.
Shouts to
you
Kronos.
Crazy for this one, Kronos.
Wait, which game did he eat his kid?
Which game? Not Kronos.
Not Chrono Trigger.
Kronos, the Zeus's dad.
Where's Phil?
I'm thinking
Phil Stamato back in here.
I'm thinking of Kratos from God of War.
Oh yeah.
I was like,
totally
what?
Different.
Didn't actually though, weirdly enough, didn't Akira Toriyama do the character designs for Chrono Trigger?
Yeah, he did.
Just a
That's
weird
why he
tie-in.
looks just like Super Saiyan God Goku. He's made like 2 drawings over 40 years.
So then Goku at one point says, "I can barely control my own body," and decides to do a Kamehameha and blows up the entire ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the collateral damage.
Well, and what was amazing too is that we all independently of one another, while he was charging that Kamehameha up, we all were like, "Oh, you probably shouldn't be that close to the Earth."
Yeah.
Go do this in space, you jackass.
Literally anywhere but here.
Yeah, Piccolo screams, "Brace for impact," and oh my God. Sorry. Quick visual aid here. We have pulled up drawings from was this Chrono Trigger Across?
Yeah, Chrono Trigger.
And it is basically Super Saiyan God.
He has the exact same haircut.
It's the same thing.
Which is not a real haircut.
And look at his arms too. He's got the same sort of like weirdly
lean yet vascular.
Yeah, but like very cut so far in that you're like, is something wrong with his muscles? Maybe.
Maybe it's
now they're better for holding you.
That's like the most fit arm of somebody who like has AIDS. It's terrible.
After this, we get into a bunch of classic sky fighting, and I don't know about you guys, what I notice is Beerus just seems to be straight up just like street fighting him, but in the sky, which is not that impressive in Dragon Ball standards.
Yeah, there's a lot of punching. At one point, he
Slapping.
slaps. Yeah, there's a lot of slapping. But there's that one point where they punch at each other, and Beerus gets the upper hand just
Beerus
because his
has the
arm is
reach.
longer. I don't care for that one bit.
This was height-wise. This is a poor matchup for Goku.
Yeah.
he's in the wrong class. A proper promotional guy would have been like, "Look, man, he's got 4 inches on this dude."
This was
maybe get Piccolo up there.
Yeah, and I think you were totally right with your observation before. Like, this boat is just people reacting to shit. Like, and we keep cutting back to that.
It's a metaphorical boat.
Yeah, and Bulma wants to get closer, so she grabs everybody. Well, the B-list crew, and leaves the C-listers on the boat, and she brings them all into a rocket capsule so they can get closer.
Why are you saying this so casually? She has a spaceship on a boat.
A spaceship on a boat that she rented. We know she rented it because she talks about renting it.
And it is named after her.
So yeah, in this
which
half
I
day,
am not over yet.
Yeah, going to rewind back to something we spoke about in an earlier episode, which is that she had to coordinate a lot in half a day. From the time that she decides to have this boat birthday party, which we see on camera, to the time that the party happens, we learn is half a day. So she planned the whole thing, booked the caterers, painted Queen Bulma on the side of this boat, got all the insurance for the boat, and now we're learning also installed an elevator thing to pick up a spaceship.
A rocket ship in it.
Also, I
follow the money. What is up with this boat? Where did it come from?
She is the richest woman in the world, which means she probably planned most of this.
Yeah.
I think she invited Beerus. I think this goes all the way to the top. This is the Bulma show.
She was like, "Oh, my birthday's gonna be banging.
my God.
My party's gonna be
Somebody's
tight."
gonna die on my birthday.
Okay, I glossed over one of my favorite moments in this episode when Bulma's on the deck of the ship talking shit, and Vegeta sneaks up behind her and covers her mouth.
Oh yeah, well, and in that scene also, I think
Baby
we
hush.
Because Vegeta's a feminist. I'm trying to tell you guys.
I think it's
He's an ally.
It's one of the first times on screen that we've seen somebody actually acknowledge Beerus as a kitty cat.
Yeah.
She just calls him an angry kitty cat.
Knocking him around like a ball of yarn.
Have they done that though? Do they for dog president or dog general or the dragon accountant or whatever? Do they actually acknowledge that they're animals?
There's no continuity at all. They're like, oh, by the way, our president's a dog, but we respect him.
And also, we have regular dogs sometimes.
Yeah. How does that feel?
Pluto situation.
Yeah, so they're in the sky, and they're fighting. And then Pilaf and crew are back because we care so much.
Thank God.
They snuck on the boat, see that the C-listers are there. They're like, what's up? And then Whis is like, I'm still here. Come eat some more with me. Oh, man, I love a good effeminate villain anime laugh.
Yeah, with the big oval mouth.
Man, Whis is really the only person holding my interest in this episode.
Very few, him, the boat story in him. That's probably the most interesting thing going on right now.
But not Pilaf.
No, not Pilaf.
Fuck right off. He has so much screen time for someone so terrible.
Pilaf has more lines than Vegeta.
Yeah.
He has more lines than I think everybody except maybe Bulma and
Goku did a lot of laughing this episode. He had a lot of lines that were like, ooh, my fists are so fast.
Ooh, I flicked you on the head.
Yeah, at one point, Goku grabs Beerus in a headlock and goes, I'm going to flick you on your forehead and give you a neck chop. And Beerus is like, I'm going to kill your whole planet.
I love the neck chop. That was my favorite part. Probably.
Oh, jeez.
The man takes nothing seriously. From potential worldwide destruction to child support, nothing. He takes nothing serious.
Nothing is sacred. He ruins King Kai's house.
Yeah, so there's some more fighting, punchies and stuff, and it's blocked. It's just classic Dragon Ball back and forth. And then finally, Vegeta's smiling on the boat for some reason. Alex has pointed this out. The same voice actor does Vegeta and Piccolo. Piccolo is narrating half this episode, but Vegeta doesn't speak once, which makes me think that they forgot that they put Vegeta in this episode when they were doing the voiceovers.
I have a different fan theory for this.
Do it.
Which is Vegeta doesn't need to say anything because he's watching violence and it makes him smile.
And we are again viewing him from behind, so we can't see the massive erection he has. Although, quick question. I know their voice actors are the same here. Are their voice actors the same in Japan?
Ooh, you got me.
Because I don't know the answer to that, but if the answer is no, then that could explain it that his voice actor in Japan wasn't there that day.
They don't do this by a were they there that day schedule, guys. Although it seems like it is impossible, they plan this out. And they just have a terrible plan, I guess.
You guys, I gotta be real with you. I'm feeling Sunday as hell, and my notes are making less and less sense.
Yo, did you get the quote Whis has when he's talking to Pilaf, and he's like, "To eat like a divine, you must drink some wine," or something.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
I don't think I got it.
Is
that what he's super saying?
That's what he's super saying.
What's the point of having a good meal if you can't do it in style or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Like
Something
real.
like that.
I do have him saying all this fighting stuff is so childish,
Yeah.
and then they throw a sun into the sun.
Yeah. That was a good little moment for Weiss, though. That
Weiss is a Bravo. He's like a Bravo reality star. He is.
Yeah, Weiss is just like, eating with his crew in the hills.
You put him on any Housewives show. He's the best character. Instantly.
He kind of the same haircut as the guy from Project Runway.
Well, and
right?
he is Beerus's housewife, technically.
Yeah, no, totally. Not
On a technical
The
level.
cat has a pet Weiss. Is that it?
Yeah.
Well, I think they're really equals in their relationship, and they pick each other up when the other one falls over. Like, Beerus beats up dinosaurs if they're withholding meat from Weiss. And also, Weiss is the only one who keeps time and wakes Beerus up in the morning.
Yes.
They would fall apart without the other one there.
This is a weird non sequitur, but I saw a thing this weekend. I was floating around on the the Dragon Ball Instagrams, and I saw somebody made one of those
Saturday.
That's how I spend my Saturday. Like those charts that people will make where it's like a month of the year, and it's like for this one it's like pick the month that you were born in, and that's what species you would be in the Dragon Ball world, right? And so it's like January you're a Saiyan, February you're a human, March you're a Namekian, and it goes through all these ones, and then it just says Weiss. For November it's just Weiss.
Wait, what's July? Do we remember what July is?
No, I don't remember what any of them are. I just remember it said Weiss.
There's
My whole life is in flux right now.
Weiss made that calendar.
But he looks like the Kais. He looks like he could be the same species as a Kai.
Yeah, he's blue.
I think he's from a
Yeah.
different show.
He's from Sailor Moon. We've established
I know,
this.
he's so Dark Moon. We can't forget that Goku powers up lava lamp style.
Oh, yeah. He has
That was
weird
awesome.
lava
In
filter
some of
over.
the worst animation I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's real bad.
It's declining really rapidly, and like
I liked the lava.
How long did that take? And it's like it's not even like he didn't even like exploded at the end. They're like nothing. It was just like
He took a break.
Yeah.
He took like a breather after power. It was really strange to watch.
Yeah, it was really poorly timed. Also, so Bulma's spaceship gets knocked into the water.
As you would expect
And
would
then-
happen. I don't know why she was up there.
What are they doing up there?
Why did Krillin bring his baby onto the spaceship to
Yeah.
be near the fighting?
Yeah, you remember 3 episodes ago when he wouldn't fight because he didn't want his kid to be in danger?
Who was Krillin gonna fight?
Beerus. When Beerus first got there before Goku showed up, it was a classic scenario where all the Z-Boys have to fight the bad guy to hold him off until Goku shows up. And at some point, Android 18 gets up to go fight Beerus, and Chi-Chi's like, Krillin, how could you let your wife do this? And he's like, someone's got to take care of the baby.
Don't worry, Yamcha steps up. To
And then
raise the
Yamcha's like,
child.
don't worry, bro. I'll take care of your baby if you die.
That was a smart move on Yamcha though. Yamcha should know by now that he has no place being anywhere near the fight.
And also, if he steps up to protect the child, it'll make Chi-Chi and Android 18 and pretty much all the other neglected women in this franchise want to fuck him more.
Yeah.
And he can use the baby to pick up women who aren't even in the show.
That's true.
I want to see that show. The
Pick up artist Yamcha.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Weiss and Yamcha are
My
both
name-
people who could have their own like reality TV shows.
Yeah. Well, so we'd speculated in the past that we could have like a Weiss No Reservations sort of a show. And I think Weiss Reservations. But then, yeah, Yamcha pickup artist show would be kind of fun. Like
They still have the awkward episode where Weiss is just trapped on a Middle Eastern country in the middle of a revolution.
He's like, this is so childish. So, basically, Goku, after he powers up, finally gets a hit on Beerus, and then he's like, oh, the prelims are over. And then the announcer comes in.
Oh, but no, before that, there is a moment where Goku powers up, they fight a little bit more, he starts landing some hits on Beerus, and then Beerus backs up and he says, aha, now the battle of the gods can truly begin.
Yeah, which makes you question, what have we been watching for 20 minutes?
It's a sham. It's a big sham.
So now the battle of the gods is truly beginning. This is what the movie was about.
The movie skipped the boat portion of the
Wait,
story.
is this the movie?
Okay.
Is Super from the movie? Because I remember like that cat. I've seen him before, but I didn't.
Yeah. So they released 2 movies, which were Dragon Ball Super Battle of Gods, and then
Resurrection F.
Resurrection F.
I mistakenly watched before we started this.
You watched
podcast.
that one too?
That was the one I saw.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So this is all sorts of confusing then. Maybe the Battle of Gods movie is just the boat.
That would be cool. If they edited it out around the really bad fighting, I think it could have a good boat story.
But so they released these 2 movies in theaters that are basically just abridged versions of the first 2 arcs of Dragon Ball Super.
Mm-hmm.
So like people who are watching this now, who watched the movie as well, are just like, oh, so this is when this happens. The point is they spoiled the whole first season of a show that they're trying to revive.
The first 2 seasons.
The first
There's like
2
60 episodes.
Yeah, no. The
Condensed
first
into 3 hours.
every single episode that they're currently airing on Adult Swim is covered in the movies that they released
What the
beforehand.
fuck?
Dumb. Who's buying advertising on this?
By the way, we're taking sponsors for the Dragon Ball Super podcast.
That's right. Hit us up, DB Pins and Goku_official.
And whatever, yeah. I see you.
I see
You guys
on
keep
our
rolling up
Instagram.
into my DMs. Come on down. Oh man.
I write my own copy and connect it to national tragedies. Please message us.
Yeah, and then we get some announcer action for the first time in classic.
Yeah, and so I pointed that out while we were watching, that this was the first time in Super so far that we've had, like, the dramatic ending, music drops out, we kind of, like, float along with whatever's happening, and then the announcer comes in and says, Ken Goku, blah, 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 like they used to do on Z all the time, right?
Yeah.
The fight between the deities set to begin in earnest.
In earnest.
And then it zooms in on Pilaf. The show ends on Pilaf.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
It
yeah.
doesn't just end in peel-off. What it does is the announcer does this diatribe. It's like, all eyes are on Goku, trembling in suspense. Well, almost. And then
Almost all lies.
And then Pilaf is sleepy because he ate too much food, and then it's like a Looney Tunes, like, wow!
We're wasting your money and your time.
So that's the end of the episode. As if to say, like, hey, viewer at home, you may be feeling nostalgic now for the franchise that you know and love, and perhaps this announcer thing was making you feel like maybe the show was taking a good turn. Just to remind you, we still have Pilaf to check in on.
Thanks for viewing. Go fuck yourself. We don't. If you know who this show is for, please call in.
I'm not excited to see another episode.
Well, good news is we're getting to the end of our time allotment here for this episode. What we like to do at the end of these episodes is go through and each of us will make a prediction for what we think is going to happen next.
Okay.
And then we will rate this episode. But first, let's predict what we think is going to happen next. Goku is the Super Saiyan God. He's fought with Beerus. It seems like he's starting to get a little bit of control over his great godly power. And they're floating in the sky, and all are trembling in anticipation, all but one, of course. Katie, what happens next?
Well, now we just get a full peel-off episode, and then at the end, the producers of the show come out and say, I'm really sorry, my kid just really likes this character. If you guys just want to skip 10 episodes down, literally nothing will progress.
Alex, what's going to happen next?
Okay, so Katie's right, but specifically what Pilaf's going to be doing is he's trying to delete Uber and install Lyft on his phone. And he can't get the information the same, so he has to like call support services. Yep, that's it.
All right, Chris, what's gonna happen next?
All right, what's gonna happen next is I'm gonna leave here and rethink if I even really like the show at all. Probably, I don't know. I feel like Vegeta might say something. Goku will die, and then it'll be like a god is dead, but then
Nietzsche comes out.
But then Pan is born. And Pan is she's a baby god. This is I have no idea. This is a dumb show now.
Well, so what I think is going to happen next, we're going to open the next episode on Beerus and Goku floating up in the sky. The announcer is, talking about the anticipation, how ready we all are for the true, earnest battle of the gods.
Y'all ready for the battle of the gods?
Y'all ready for this? And then it's gonna zoom out so far that we no longer can see the boat even. We're so far, and then the camera.
It's a big boat.
It's a big
I was
boat.
like,
Yeah, no. So it's a long zoom.
We gotta
that takes
Google
about
map
10
this
minutes
shit.
of the episode. Then when it's finally done zooming out, the camera turns, pivots behind it, and who do we see? Android 17.
If only.
Who then just like goes grocery shopping.
Because GT is not canon.
GT's not canon.
That whole arc where he's the villain again. Fuck that.
Yeah, no,
never
it's
happened.
Never happened. It doesn't matter. He's now grocery shopping. We're gonna follow him along as he looks at a few oranges and tries to decide between the navel oranges or the cheaper oranges that come in the big bag. See, he's trying to make juice, and he doesn't know if he wants like a higher quality juice or if he just wants
Back
whatever.
to the orange juice on this podcast one more fucking time.
I would see him watch for handkerchiefs. Like he's got to have a bunch.
I loved his style.
Yeah, he has the coolest outfits.
Where does he fit on Boyfriend Watch?
Boyfriend watch. Boyfriend watch.
Who? I spaced
Android
out.
17?
Android 17.
Android 17?
He can get it if he would show up.
What is Boyfriend Watch?
Honest.
Well, Boyfriend Watch is a segment that we do on this show when we're trying to vamp for time for a little bit. And what it is we do a top 3 ranking of who Katie's anime boyfriend currently is as per the episodes. So far, it's been Yamcha with a pretty strong
And
lead.
Piccolo.
And Piccolo had a good shout for it when
Because
Jaboukie
he's
was
there
on.
for you.
Yeah. Because he was there for the kids when Goku wasn't. Anyways,
like a motherfucker named Frank or something.
let's rate this episode and get the hell out of here, shall we? Katie, out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Man, this sucked. I'm giving it 1 Dragon Ball.
One Dragon Ball.
Worse than the vacation episode.
I like the promised vacation.
Yo, pretty disappointed with the vamping. They shot 1 beam, so I liked that. That's I'll give them 3.5 Dragon Balls. So you're halfway there.
3.5.
I give it 1 Earth Dragon Ball after they had already made a wish.
They get a rock.
They got a rock.
They get a rock.
Maybe it's the one with Goku's grandpa in it.
Oh,
we can
it's
only
too far.
I'm gonna give this one 2.
Oh,
2 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Morale is low.
Morale is very
Here on the
low
party
right
boat.
now. This Super Saiyan God thing is not fun. I don't give a shit about what's
That's
going
what I'm
on in this
saying.
show
I'm just
right
waiting
now.
for, like, Vegeta ever says anything, I hope he looks to the camera and breaks the 4th wall and goes, "Who asked for this?"
Oh,
just
my
let it
God.
die.
Well, that's it for this installment, folks. Chris, where can the people find you?
Find me on Twitter by searching Sir Chris Daniels. April 8th, New York Podcast Festival. Bouquets we're going to be on with that Nerders podcast, The Room Where It's Happening, which is like a Hamilton podcast. At the Bell House at 4:30. It's going to be dope.
Sick. All right. Alex, you got anything?
I think I'm gonna go to Macy's later because I have a gift card.
Nice.
Thanks, man.
How much is on the gift card?
It was $100, but I bought a really nice sweater, and
You
now
can get
it's
a
like
pair of
$8.
jeans and a t-shirt.
Yeah, I need a hat. Anyway, so just go to Macy's.
All right, Katie.
You can find me at Katie Rose on Twitter or at hello Katie Rose on Instagram.
I'm going to forgo my plug this week in exchange for saying go see Kaiju Big Battle. Katie and I went to go see it last night. It was a lot of fun.
What is it?
If they're ever in your town, it's a live action giant monster battles in like a wrestling ring.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
super sick. We
I
should have
love-
told you we were going.
Is
Yeah.
It was
it,
a
is
lot
it better
of
than
fun.
Kong?
Fuck.
It was super fun. I love wrestling. I love giant monsters. I love cute, sincere nerds. It's got
Yeah.
all 3.
It was pretty sick. Go see Kaiju Big Battle if they're ever near you.
Oh.
And check out the podcast on Twitter and Instagram and subscribe to us on iTunes and all that sort of stuff.
At Ballin Out Super.
At Ballin'
y'all.
Out Super. That's it for this episode.
Super.
Saying.
People think we're cool. Everyone be nice to Dragon Ball or they'll put us back on the boat.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to Ballin' Out
Super!
where we've just eaten a lot of Mexican food and are all very sleepy. And my name's Jeremy Hammond, and I'm joined as always by my co-host Katie Rose Leon.
I'm tired as hell.
And Alex Patag.
I let my fists do the talking.
And we are all in a weird place right now because we are equal parts tired from eating all this Mexican food and also very excited because this was actually a really good episode of Dragon Ball Super.
Finally happened, y'all.
Finally happened. We're feeling really good. There was sufficient number of beams. There was a lot of fighting. We got a lot to get into, but first I'm going to introduce our guest for this episode. He's a comedian. He's been at the Bridgetown Comedy Festival out in Portland, Oregon. It's Nariko Ott.
Hey.
How are you doing, man?
Good.
How are you feeling? Are you jazzed? Are you juiced up?
I walked a mile to sit down for 30 minutes, it was good.
This is the best we've felt in like a month.
Yeah.
We are all sitting here just smiling for the first time, I think, since we started this podcast.
I can talk to my children again.
I don't even a little bit want to kill myself. I feel very good. This is great.
I still do a little bit.
Obviously a little bit.
Mine's a part of me, yeah.
That's a personal thing.
Yeah, it's an essential.
Unrelated.
We all flirt with the void sometimes.
My depression is also an undefeatable super god.
All right. Before we get into talking about this episode, which I know we all really want to do, we like to start off by talking to our guests a little bit about what their history and experience with Dragon Ball is. Were you a fan at any point?
Yeah. I watched what season did I come in on? I came in on the season where Vegeta and the androids and then Majin Buu and that whole arc. It came on at a specific time in the summer when I was strategically unemployed, and I watched every episode, and it became one of those things where even after you figure out how like one show works or whatever, like no matter what show you're enjoying, you're like, oh wait, they just keep unlocking new mysteries on the Lost Island or whatever the thing is. Even after I was still like, yes, but I will continue watching it. Like I just found it really enjoyable. So
perhaps we'll never find out what that polar bear was.
Yeah, and you kind of don't.
I consider marathons of Dragon Ball Z training, and so you're actually more prepared to watch more Dragon Ball Z after.
That's why I watch mine in the weight suit.
So when was this that you were?
Oh, this was a long time ago. So I don't know. So this is probably like 2005 or something.
2005.
Yeah.
And you were strategically employed. You were like
unemployed.
I love the use of the word strategically.
That's what you said.
Yes, I'm strategic. Yes,
twisting them around to use them against you.
I was by repeating them verbatim.
It's a battle of the gods.
And so were you in comedy at that point?
Oh no, not at all. I played in bands and stuff like for years, and like so I was playing in bands and just I was unemployed and I was just kind of crashing on a racist meth head's couch. And
tell us about this racist meth head.
Stick it to him.
Well, how racist?
His name was
how much
Steve
of a meth
Bannon, and there was just this. It was one of those things where like I had to move out of one place because I couldn't afford rent, so this guy offered me his couch for a little bit, and I was on his couch, and then suddenly he's like, now that you're stuck in his place, he starts to slowly reveal horrible things about himself, and you're like, oh no, I gotta get a job and get the fuck out of here.
No. And was this in like the Portland area?
No, this was in Arizona. This is when I lived in Arizona. I lived in Arizona until like 2011, and that's when I started doing stand up for real, like 2010, 2011.
See, I was going to try to tie this to the movie Green Room.
Yeah, who's the main villain in that? Patrick Stewart?
Patrick Stewart is a main villain, and then the rest are just some skinheads.
He gets got in that movie. It's gross.
That was a really good movie.
Why don't we jump into this episode,
let's do this.
Katie?
Let's go.
We should do a podcast.
Yeah. The name of this episode is Let's Keep Going, Lord Beerus. The Battle of the Gods. And
boy was it.
Boy was it. So we open up on some goofy ska music, and Vegeta's on the boat.
Vegeta's on the boat, as they are wont to remind us.
Bulma's flying in a capsule with the B squad, and Bulma is asking why don't everyone fly to catch up with Goku and Beerus, and they say that their power's all zapped.
They're tired.
They're tired. I gotta say, this was a great Bulma episode.
Yeah.
For me, like, this is like, aside from it being just generally a great episode for like fighting and all the stuff that you like from Dragon Ball, Bulma had some real shining moments. That one later on when she's like, "Why don't you guys just detect their power level? It's like your favorite trick anyway."
Yeah, that's literally what she says.
She's super shitty about them.
Yeah.
Also, great episode for Piccolo nihilism.
Oh yeah.
He says it doesn't matter that we can't fly because nothing matters.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Nothing matters.
Just
Go
slowly
hard.
cutting his thigh off camera.
Now
I
pleasure my Namek hole.
I was gonna say I think Bulma is sort of like is my spirit animal in the Dragon Ball universe, because like I too am constantly irritated yet powerless in the world.
She does, like, at this point in her life, it does seem like she's so sick of the life that she's made for herself. Because she could have left Goku at, like, so many times in the past since she met him initially. She doesn't need this to be her whole clique, and yet here she is, just annoyed as hell by everybody.
They're interesting. They're interesting people.
Eventually, she will become Chi-Chi and just stay at home and cook food and be like, I don't care if the world ends. I don't care anymore.
I'm done inventing.
I'm gonna sweep this one spot.
You know, I used to be a hot tamale. That's what I imagine Chi-Chi says all the time.
She in that voice.
Yeah.
that professory voice.
My dad was the Ox King.
He was important once.
So, you
Yo,
know.
he looks so good for an old man, though.
Yeah.
Anytime they show the Ox King, it's like, you have not lost any gains, and it's been like 30 years. You look like a 40-year-old man.
And he's like wearing a tie with a tank top, like he's like Fat Avril Lavigne.
He's the biggest dilf in the show, bar none.
Yeah.
So we get Vegeta staring stoically, and then we get Goku and Beerus staring at each other in the sky. And then we start getting some good ass Dragon Ball shit. We get a lot of punching. We get
There's a little silly punching for a minute.
You know, Beerus with his single kitty finger. We go on the highway to the cat zone.
Play that jingle.
Highway to the cat zone.
Yeah, so Beerus throws a sun at Goku, and something interesting happens where Goku physically crushes it.
Yeah, that was an interesting little moment because, I mean, up until this point, the way we've understood beams and balls and things has been that they're these, like, sort of, like, energy entities, and we never really thought of them as having, like...
You can
like,
punch them, but you can't, like, touch them.
Yeah, and I always assumed that was, like, he was using his own energy as, like, a deflection of it. But now it seems like it has, like, physical properties.
He hugged this one.
Yeah, you can crush it like an old garbage pail.
He was trying to make a diamond like I do every time I have a feeling, and I just crush it into my heart.
Well, he's a god now, so he can just, his hands are gravity, and he's just smashing a sun into a little white dwarf that he can eat.
The thing about a god's hands is they don't have the same properties as human hands, and that's why the animation is all over the place.
Oh my god, the animation has been so bad.
Yeah,
but...
there was that one particular shot in this one.
Oh my god, it looked like a drawing I made in middle school where like his head was huge, the rest of his body was small. It looked like a chibi drawing.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like when you got those old anime art books, and they would say like adult characters.
I burped a little. I was so excited. Sorry.
They would say adult characters are like 6 heads high, and chibi characters are 3 heads high, and then later you'd be drawing and you'd forget which one was which, and you'd be like, oh, adult characters are 3 heads high, right?
That was when they're in space, so that's after they've been fighting for some time, and then he's head-butted into space.
Right, and so maybe it's because he's in space, and like, when you see in movies when someone's like space mask gets broken and then their head like
they go out in airlock. Well, because there's no pressure to keep... Your body only functions under these systems in very specific conditions, and even if we could get into space and like survive there's factors we can't even account for, and your body just starts falling apart. Like everybody gets sick returning from space.
Right.
Thank you, Alex. Fun facts.
I think you made up all that.
No.
I don't know. But I'm now
a comedian, sir.
I'm now rethinking that scene, and I now think it might actually be a bit legit, right? Because
No. This is Dragon Ball Super. It was just they had like 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're already talking and stuff.
What year does this series from? Like
now, right
is
now.
It? They
it's
just
literally
did it.
This episode that we just watched came out yesterday.
No, I was watching it. I literally was watching it, going, "Well, this is probably what 93, and computers were just invented. They were trying to figure out how to work those in."
Oh my god!
No,
right?
no, this is 2017.
Wow.
Well,
I was grading it on a total curve in my mind, and I should not have.
No, that just blew my argument out of the water.
Jesus.
So yeah.
Since they've been paying Katie to do the animation, it is all over the place.
Listen, I got a lot of stuff going on.
I got this anime podcast that's doing okay.
Yeah, I gotta do a bar show no one will come to and be sexually rejected on the internet.
Don't have enough time to keep all these like consistent like arms and legs in proportion. I can't do it.
Certainly no time for textures on things like snakes.
It's like your way of negging Goku official on Instagram.
Goku official. Why you gotta play so hard to
Sorry,
get?
excuse me. Goku_official.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
We love you, Goku_official. Please keep liking all of our Instagram things.
Okay. We are so weird and off track right now. Okay, so Goku squishes the sun into his heart, and then
as we all do.
Bulma's annoyed. Goku screams and kicks Beerus in the face, and then there's a comical fight scene where they're poking each other in the nose, squishing each other in the face.
Oh yeah.
He bites Beerus's tail.
It has people talking very seriously over it, which is very strange mixed up.
Oh, the power of a Super Saiyan God! As we see him shout in Beerus's ear.
It's like Beerus dipping his balls in Goku's eyes.
Doing a Call of Duty.
All over the place.
Once again, who is this show for?
Who is this for? It's us, apparently. We all loved this episode.
It was rave reviews.
We all said, fuck yeah, out loud several times.
Yeah, and then at this point, Goku's like, you aren't fighting at full power, and then we check in on Kai Planet to get a recap of what we just watched.
Yeah, which I don't need that
anymore.
Bring back Pilaf.
Yeah, what's going on with Pilaf?
We didn't see Pilaf or Whis this episode.
Yeah, Pilaf is supposed to be on his way back to the ship to see what's going on with them their Dragon Balls. What's going on with him?
He got sleepy from all the sushi last episode. That was actually how it ended.
Yeah, so then Beerus shoots light into Goku and he explodes a few times.
Oh yeah, no, that was You're really underselling that part.
Yeah, that was my
like
favorite part.
That was the sickest part. He's like literally turning Goku into energy beams.
What do you think about Dragon Ball? There's like these key fights you remember. Like I remember Tien shoots Cell with laser beams for 4 episodes straight, just into a hole in the ground, and that's all that happens. And like the weird stuff sticks with you. Frieza kicks Goku in a circle around space for a while.
Oh yeah.
And this was a cool thing like that. He was blowing him up from inside his body. It was awesome.
Yeah, or like when Yamcha gets blown up by the Cybermen, that's a pretty memorable. You know, when he like locks onto him and he's like, "Get off of me!" Like, that's a sick.
Yo, you do a good Cyberman, Jerry.
It's also
good podcasting.
It's also good just to see like finally some sick moves happening instead of just straight up fighting.
Yeah, that was super cool.
Something you could talk with the boys about over at the water cooler.
Well, and then that
work.
ends with, so he's like shooting him around like that, and then that ends with him shooting him in the face like that.
Oh, yeah.
And then plowing him down into the little trash island that that Pilaf was on before.
Yeah, he face palms him into Garbage Island, and Piccolo broods, and Vegeta looks mad on the boat.
Yeah.
Sorry, face palm into Garbage Island is what I call going down on a lady. Okay, that's it. I know. Sorry. Okay, that was it. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, fellas, listen to this.
So, I like the ongoing minor thread of this that Vegeta has not said a single word for 2 episodes. He's just standing and looking mad.
What is going on with that? What are they trying to do? They're trying to like remind us Vegeta still exists.
No, he's gonna silent Bob it at the end and like give Goku like all the like knowledge he needs to get out of the second act.
Yeah, just, Goku, there's a lot of really fine trainers out there.
Yeah.
Most of them.
I am so not your friend right now. So anyway,
dying to know what you were referencing.
But it's from the end of Clerks. It's after after she
but they don't all bring you lasagna at work.
Yeah. Most of them just cheat on you. Women.
So anyway,
Kevin Smith has been writing for Dragon Ball for seasons now. That's why the women get owned all day.
Oh, but so what is Vegeta up to? Like, what's he trying to do?
Well, because he's watching the fight.
He's not, though.
Because he has a warrior's eye for it.
He's probably just thinking about something else.
Yeah.
He's just like,
what was that meme I saw yesterday?
Yeah, you know what it is? It's like they're gonna cut back to him, and then he's gonna like look up from his phone, be like, "Oh, sorry, I was reading an article about."
I was reading an article about ethics in games journalism.
What is the format of the shooting star meme? I don't understand.
So Beerus goes down to Garbage Island to survey the damage, and Goku's like in a hole in the ground. And Beerus starts punching him in the face and screaming, "You bore me, I want excitement," which really proves to Jeremy's theory that Whis and Beerus are just looking for a third.
Yes. Yo, but also, just like in a more serious way, like that was a great character moment for Beerus. Like, did anybody else feel a little bit like there was sort of like almost like an unhinged sort of like insanity to him in that moment where like he's just like wailing on Goku and he's just like, "You bore me just like everything else does," and you're like, "Oh man, I like really get this guy."
I've dated this dude.
Yeah. It's the first time I've seen him act like a villain.
Yeah,
because normally he's a cat.
Oh, what's that? Have some yarn.
Yeah, he gets so mad, he screams, "Your power has no effect on me at all." And then he starts ping-ponging Goku into space, and that was pretty dope.
Yeah, that was sick. That was like some,
he headbutts him in the back over and over again into space.
Oh, and did anybody else notice they did that? They did that Zack Snyder trick where like you're watching him do that, headbutt him up into space, and then from the zoomed out they zoom in on it, like how Zack Snyder does when Superman's flying.
That's true.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Get away from me.
Shout out to the amateur cinematographers.
Shouts to Zack Snyder.
And
Zack, do the podcast.
My top-notch directing will totally overshadow the piss poor production value.
But don't worry, guys. We check in with the B list. What are they doing? They're reacting.
Yeah.
Piccolo.
Ooh.
Piccolo is getting a tattoo of the used lyrics.
That's the best part of that scene, though, is that they keep going back and forth between the and then it gets to Piccolo and he's like, "Nothing matters."
Now, I'm coming in late, so Goku, his hair changed pink when he turned into a Super Saiyan God? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
It absolutely was like, so Kurt Cobain on SNL was also Super Saiyan God? I'm trying to follow.
Oh, that was a very on-brand message.
Thank you. I only make 90s references. Very old.
That is
Kurt
fun.
Cobain was around that lean.
That's true. That's true. Put a cardigan on him.
Yeah, put a
Give him
big,
Piccolo's
gray
attitude.
So Beerus punches Goku into space, and he yawns because he's so bored, and Goku's floating around passed out, and Beerus announced that he hates for destruction to happen for a purpose.
Yeah, to happen for a point.
This is...
He's twisted.
He's
like
emo
the
as
Joker.
fuck.
Yeah.
This is deep. This is like the Joker. You know, I'm gonna put on my fedora and fucking feel some ways about stuff.
This is like a combination of like Jared Leto's Joker, with Heath Ledger's Joker.
Whoa.
That was the pitch for the supervillain in the writing room. They're like, what do we do to get someone like Heath Ledger's Joker, but more twisted?
And listen, here's how we're going to take this over the top, okay? The internet's going to love this because he's the Joker, but he's also a cute kitty.
And he knows how to hacky sack.
Yeah.
And he's Polly in space.
Because Beerus hacky sacks a DNA diamond.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It was a little atom. It was a little atom.
And he says, if you don't step your life game up, Goku, I'm gonna blow up the Earth. And
He made it sound like he couldn't stop the ball too. Like he's had this whole thing about like, and you can't stop this one.
You
and then
can't do it, and then he
can.
Yeah.
He did it
very much
really
can.
easily.
I feel like we're really skipping over this part for the folks at home who don't watch the show along with us. Beerus literally does hacky sack this weird little thing.
Yeah, he hacky sack. He does a head bump. He does, he's been alive for millions of years, so he's probably seen fish like 100 times.
Yeah.
He can probably do the bicycle.
Yeah.
And
got a devil stick attack that's coming up right down the line.
Oh my god! And when I say he hacky sacked it, he did it for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It was a lot of screen time devoted to him hacky sack.
I never get off more than like 4 touches. It's very embarrassing. He could do it forever.
You definitely look like, out of all of us, the person who most knows how to hacky sack, Alex.
Thank you so much. I can't really, but that is what I'm going for.
Well, I'm sorry. That seems more like an insult than I intended, and I hope you'll still be my
I took it as an
friend.
incredible compliment. And I'm not single. Leave my Instagram alone.
Yeah, all you 17-year-old boys keep blowing me up. Great, I love it.
Name one person who hacky sacks who's not a millionaire. You can't do it. You can't. They're all
billionaires.
Yeah, unless they got laid to death at a young age from all the hacky sacking. You can't do it. They're too damn successful.
It's called dressing for the job you want, Katie.
Speaking of which, Goku gets that lava animation around him, and it looks really bad, but
They only had to animate it once. So.
yeah. And then Beerus goes to throw a bunch of destroying orbs, and Goku decides to Kamehameha.
Somebody's getting so mad you say that wrong
Every time you do
Hey,
that.
hey,
Goku_official is losing his mind.
I wish a man would come and explain to me how to enunciate this appropriately.
Please do. How do you say Big Bang attack?
And then we see it from 3 angles.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, they love that 3-angle thing to really enunciate.
They had to set up a lot of cameras.
Yeah.
They had to, like, really.
Rico, it's a key to understand. Before the beam where they had the 3 angles, the last time they used it was when Beerus was on a boat and bitch slapped Bulma across the face, which they redid 3 times.
Oh no!
It was not great.
If you weren't uncomfortable the first time, you could see it again in slow motion.
Here it is with her kid watching.
I mean, Trunks has witnessed violence against women his whole life.
Not just that, I'm sure he's witnessed violence against Bulma.
Oh yeah.
But we think it's all good, but then we pan out and we find that Beerus has burned a hole into Goku's heart.
Yeah, that was crazy. And like Goku looks super dead.
Yeah,
In this scene, Beerus represents my ex-wife.
They drain all the color out of Goku's face. He gets like dark around the eyes, and then he just falls the entirety of the distance, like
back into the earth.
Yeah, like
it takes a long time.
It possibly slowly falls to Earth. Yeah.
And then he goes in the water. Everyone watches him fall, and this is the first time anybody's acting as though anything's at stake at all.
Wait, I love this part where he's in the water.
Oh, yeah.
Because his major transformation is like, actually, I love it.
That's right.
And that's it.
He's bleeding to death at the bottom of the ocean with a fire still on him. He goes, I feel great.
Actually, what I heard in the back of my mind is like that Shania Twain song starts playing. It's like, and he's like, I feel great.
Yeah,
I feel like a sand. He loves it. He loves it so much he shoots out of the ocean, and he's like, I'm still here, Beerus. Let's keep going.
For a second, I thought you were talking about the song where she goes, you don't impress me much. And I was like,
oh my God, there's so many Shania Twain songs.
How is this related to the show?
So, you're a Super Saiyan God.
That don't impress me much.
So,
Less wacky music this episode.
Goku gets aroused, excited, shoots out of the ocean. A double rainbow happens. Vegeta smiles, still doesn't say anything.
Yeah, he shouldn't even be able to see it either, is the thing, because he was under the water and in space.
Yeah, and they made such specific reference so many times that you can't sense the power of the Super Saiyan God or the regular God or any gods. And then they still insist on showing us Vegeta just standing there. It's like, I understand what's happening.
This just improves on the theory that he's thinking about other shit.
Yeah.
So Goku shoots into the space on fire. They say, let's keep going. And the announcer comes on.
Let's continue. It's a weird title. It doesn't get you excited for the action. It's like
more of the same.
No change.
Battle of the gods.
Steady as she goes.
Milking this cash cow until it dies.
Well, gang, what do you say we Oh, actually, what do you say we have a little update on Boyfriend Watch?
Okay.
Boyfriend Watch. Boyfriend Watch.
Hey gang, for those of you not in the know, your girl KRL lives a life of loneliness, and I walk around this world just with a heart full of diamonds. So every time I watch an anime, I try to figure out who my number one anime boyfriend is, and we have been having a lot of fluctuation. So currently, we have not seen a lot of my number one boyfriend, which has been Yamcha. He has been MIA. So I do like how sad Piccolo's been.
Yeah, I knew where this was going.
Katie loves a sad, damaged man. I either want them to be sad and ruined inside, or I want them to look bored and annoyed by me.
Oh my god, that must be so hard to find.
So I actually feel like Vegeta has gone up a rank because he's just been looking disinterested and not in my general direction.
Oh my god. Let that be a lesson to you guys out there. If you want to impress a lady in general, just look at your phone. Just don't even pay attention to that.
Go on the front part of a boat and just kind of look into the distance.
Yeah, the mystery will drive them insane. What is he about?
Also, real talk, on a recent date, a man told me he hated it when women had him figured out, and I believe Beerus had a line in this where he was like, you know nothing about me.
Yeah. Don't try to understand me, Saiyan.
I'm like, oh, what's up, though?
That's fucking fantastic.
But yeah, I think, so top 3 right now, we got Piccolo. I don't know. There hasn't been a lot of other boyfriends in this, though.
Yeah, no, we're stuck with a lot of the same cast right now.
We know how I feel about...
Have you considered Beerus?
I think Beerus is up a notch. Maybe he's like 4th. I feel weird because he's a cat, and I'm not into that furry shit. But
yeah, and he's got a thorny penis.
Yeah,
right.
I don't know.
Get used to it.
This is another. We're veering into another topic I know too much about.
I swear to God, I thought it was a Chihuahua. Like I was like, why is there an Egyptian Chihuahua?
Yeah, you're the first person who didn't immediately look at him and be like, why is it a cat?
It looked like a Chihuahua to me. I think it was the ears.
Do you have any opinions, Jeremy? You usually have some good insights on my life.
Well, I think I'm giving. I think I'm gonna give a boost to old Jeets. I think Vegeta is.
Yeah, he's been winning me over. I mean, listen,
because let me tell you something.
Is it something he said or?
He's an old flame.
Oh, well, yes. Katie used to have a cactus named Vegeta when we were kids, which is itself, interesting, but
it's prickly to the touch.
They're hard to hug.
Vegeta has been showing, I think, a real strength in men, which is he's just not talking.
Yeah.
Well, much like
which is like pretty solid. You could really do worse than a physically fit man who shuts the fuck up.
Classic New Englander, just gonna sit on his boat and be stoic.
Yeah.
He's like a character from a Stephen King novel.
Do you think Vegeta has an alcohol problem? Is that just implied?
I don't think he does anything.
I think matches the rest of his personality.
I think he's like one of these hardcore dudes that cut everything out and then got super violent.
Yeah, he looks like he is a vegan straight edge guy.
He's in a K-hole right now. He's in a K-hole.
He strikes me as somebody who owns only, outside of his Saiyan armor, he only owns camouflage shorts and gym shorts and shirts of various obscure.
He has that one Hawaiian shirt.
That's Bulma's
true.
fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the wife.
So current ranking, I would say Piccolo, Vegeta, and then like no one else has really stepped up this episode.
So blank space and then Beerus.
Yes. Mystery guest.
One more observation.
Yes,
naming your cactus Vegeta is a good way to make it like the real Vegeta because neither will celebrate your birthday.
All right, gang. I say we move on to our predictions and ratings and close this episode out. So at the end of this episode, we see Goku can physically regenerate his body right after he had that hole punched in him. The Super Saiyan God power is stronger than we ever could possibly imagine. The fight with Beerus continues.
I could have imagined it.
Up in space. Katie, what happens next?
I think Goku and Beerus take it up a notch, and they just destroy the Earth anyway.
And run off together to train.
Yeah.
Awesome. Alex, what do you think's happening next?
Wow. I would say Goku is going to fight him some more, and then he's going to seem like he's overcoming him, and then it won't be his true power, and that is it. I'm sorry, this was a serious prediction. It's the only episode I've had.
All right, Nariko, what do you got?
Let's see. There's gonna be more hot takes from the B Squad ship. Vegeta. Well, it'll be revealed that he has that locked-in disease from the diving bell and butterfly, so he can only type with his tongue. And then,
hell yeah,
the Elder Kai. Who will actually, he's an aging Hitler that actually has changed plans. I don't know if you noticed the graying Hitler mustache, but he has it. And
no one's put the pieces together on this.
Yeah, and then Beerus does his slackline attack to the tune of some later Les Claypool solo project. Okay,
I
great.
thought it was gonna be yakety sax.
They do not have the rights. That came up earlier.
That's a very expensive
They
song.
need the rights to yakety sax.
And I think the next episode, the fight is going to continue, and that's it. That's the end.
I have a feeling you might be right.
Either that or he'll just charge up for about 2.5 episodes.
Yeah, that would be pretty sick too. I'd be okay with that. All right, let's rate this thing and get out of here. Katie, out of 7 Dragon Balls, what do you give this one?
I'll give it a 6 Dragon Balls. This is the
6
first
Dragon
good
Balls.
episode we've had this entire time.
Hell yeah. Alex, what do you give us?
7 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
7 out of 7. Make a wish, buddy.
Eternal Dragon, keep supplying great content.
Nariko, what do you give us?
I give you 5 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
5 out of 7.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I'm giving this another 7 out of 7.
Whoa.
Pretty fucking solid.
Riding
man.
high.
And I'm giving you my wish, Nariko. What's your wish?
I wish for you to tell me where you got burritos.
We will tell you off mic. Actually, no. Go. Everybody go to Taqueria Topanga in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn. It's great. There's pictures of Dragon Ball Z on the walls. I'm not even kidding.
Damn.
It's fantastic. So that does it for this episode of Ballin' Out Super. Nariko, why don't you tell us where the people can find you on the internet?
Yeah, you can. I was like looking. I'm like, oh shit, where am I at this week? No. Yeah. I'm at Nariko _ot NARIKO _OTT.
All right, Alex.
Okay, at Twitter, at Patak Jokes, that's my name, and also listen to my other podcast where I did use yakety sax without permission.
It's an anarchist podcast. Katie, where can we find you?
You can find me at Katie Rose or at Oholo Katie Rose on Instagram, or you can find me eating burritos.
Hell yeah. And you can find me at Jeremy Thunder on Twitter. You can find the podcast at Ballin' Out Super on all the different social media platforms. Follow us on those things. We post lots of high quality memes.
One of us posts lots of high quality memes.
I make a spicy meme. Check it out. And subscribe to us on iTunes and all that sort of stuff. Thank you. We'll see you next week.
Super!
NBB. nothing but beams.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to Ballin' Out
Super!
Oh my God! So many beams! This episode was insane. Hi, everybody. I'm your host, Jeremy Hammond, joined as always by my co-hosts, Katie Rose Leon.
I'm so psyched on beams.
And Alex Patak.
I killed a man in Detroit.
He sure did. And our guest today is Alex's friend. Give it up for Brandon Scott Wolf, guys. Hi, hello.
Thank you for having me.
Give it up like we're at a live show right now.
I absolutely love Dragon Ball Z Super. I think it's the greatest Dragon Ball Z. I used to wake up Sunday mornings UPN as a youth at 6 a.m. I would walk into my parents' room and go, Mom and Dad, Mega Man's on. And then I'd watch the Mega Man anime based off of the Mega Man video game. And then afterwards, it was paired up with Dragon Ball Z. And I'd be like, I ain't leaving your bedroom. I'm going to watch Dragon Ball Z too. And my parents were like, it is 6:30 in the morning. Please get out of our room. There's a TV in the living room. And I'd be like, but I got to watch it here. And,
they want to watch Dragon Ball Z alone.
Yes, that's what my parents wanted to do. They just wanted to have one-on-one time watching their Gokus and Vegetas kicking each other with knives and beams and
Were
guns,
your parents
I assume.
balling out?
Oh, they were always balling out. My dad was balling out. He had 2 Dragon Balls himself. My mom loved the Dragon Balls. This is getting crass.
This was a very aggressive way to start the show. Usually we kind of just like ease into it. I'll ask you how you're doing. We'll do a little bit of that.
I'm doing phenomenal. I saw some people shooting beams at each other. One was
hey,
a
man,
cat.
To the deep end.
Yeah, one was a cat.
Make some noise, y'all.
It's worth noting for the folks at home, we are all very jazzed up. This episode was insane. There were beam dragons. They were punching each other in the fist a lot. I drank a really big Red Bull before this. I feel really good. How do you guys feel?
I feel great. I feel psyched. Like the show finally is giving us what we want, what we came for, which is space fighting and the world ending, and then it not ending, and then it ending again.
And most importantly, beams.
Beams on beams. I gotta say, when I get into fights, fist fights, or just wrestling matches with roommates, I never use my beams. Has anyone ever cracked out the beam during a grapple?
No, see, as I understood it growing up, when you're first training, when you're first getting into martial arts, what they tell you is to reserve the beams for like a robbery situation. Don't go out seeking trouble.
Don't
with your
end your
beams.
friend's life.
I love the idea of just shooting out lasers from my palms, but I just don't think I'm at that level yet.
Be practical. Punch them in the fist.
Hey folks, Dragon Ball experts, help me out. How do I get to the level where I shoot beams out of my palms?
Well, see, you already are at that level, as we established earlier in this riff.
Everyone is at that level, correct, right, including
at women's
myself.
self-defense, though, they only teach you to shoot beams out of your unborn child.
Oh, boy, those poor unborn children beams.
In women's self-defense classes, they teach you to shoot beams, but instead you shoot them into their dick.
Majin Buu.
Majin Buu. I assume that means you're bad at comedy.
Is just like hit them in the dick so hard. Hit their fucking.
Has anyone else? Any of you folks gotten into actual fights? And do you incorporate your Dragon Ball Z moves?
Yes and no.
Okay, let's hear it out. Let's hear it out.
Yes, I have been.
I host this podcast now.
Welcome to the Wolf Fang Fist Hour.
Wata! It's a lot of watas. That's my attack noise.
You don't know this because you've never watched the show.
Oh yeah, I won't laugh at any Dragon Ball references. That was a good reference. It got a stellar reaction from the co-hosts and the listeners. You can hear them on their trains and their commutes.
So, Brandon, before we let this podcast get completely off the rails as it's been so far, you never watched the show before. You have no experience with the show. Do you remember like people watching it when you were a kid? Do you remember like?
I do, and then I remember people quickly moving over to Yu-Gi-Oh. People were just like, "Oh, we can buy cards for this." The problem with Dragon Ball Z is that they didn't have cards.
That's true. They had action figures.
No,
they had cards, but they were bad.
Yeah.
Was it a game?
Yep. All right. So they had a game where like you'd play moves. Like
Uh-huh.
you'd like be like, I'm powering up, and now I'll punch you in the face.
Okay.
And you spend hours deck making, and they made it very hard to make these decks because none of the cards really went together. But Alex would do it with his 8-year-old brother Chris, and then he'd spend a lot of time theory crafting this deck, and then you go to fight with people, but no one else has the game,
Right.
and then you talk about it on your Dragon Ball podcast 20 years later.
And how did this game work though? Like, from an understanding of like, I played Magic the Gathering.
Was mana involved?
Yeah. Did you have to
there
tap
was
mana?
so much mana. No, well, you had. It came with a plastic sword with a number sheath on it, and you sheathed and unsheathed the sword for how fucking juiced up you were getting.
That's the pull quote. That is the pull quote from this episode we put on Facebook.
Oh my gosh.
Sheath and unsheath the sword no matter how fucking juiced up you were getting.
Well, it's like
Alex Patak.
we've already discussed that this show is for like horned up little boys, and
Yeah.
like, man, what a Freudian.
The twist to this game is if you run out of juice, you just hit your brother because you're bigger than him and he's 8.
That makes sense. Did you ever hit him with a beam though?
Oh, dude, I hit him with all kinds of beams. I hit his friend into a beam,
A
and then he
steel
had to
beam?
leave. I got in a lot of trouble. It
That's
was really bad.
outrageous.
Here's an honest question for you guys. When
I'll
you
be
were
in the other
kids-
room.
When you were very young kids, did you ever earnestly try to shoot a beam?
Oh yeah.
Like, did you ever sit
even
and
a
meditate
question?
or like do push-ups and sit-ups like they do on the show so long, and then just like stare at your hand intently, hoping that a beam would form?
You don't have to do the push-ups to make the beam. You just have to really think the beam out. So, like, you find a corner where no one's gonna see you, and you just make your hands do a little cup, and then you're just like,
I always try to do Sub-Zero type stuff, like ice balls or like Ryu from
Yeah.
Street Fighter. You know, you make those beams, the
totally.
Hadouken beams.
Yeah, there's other
That's
beams. There's
practically
beams
the
outside
same
of.
There's a ton of beams outside of Dragon Ball.
But so in the Sub-Zero context, like what in your life was making you think at that time? Because like in Dragon Ball, right? Like it's more about just like strength and focusing your internal energy and power, and that's what makes the beam. Sub-Zero, I always assumed was some sort of like an ice demon who came from like an ice world, and that's how he was able to freeze people.
I was
Young
hoping I was an
Brain
ice demon from another world, just
Nice.
trying to shoot people with ice beams. Like, how great would that be if just one day you were like, I got powers. I did it.
Sub-Zero's beams come from an evil place because he's a bad ninja man.
That's true. He is a bad ninja man.
And so
Scorpion is also a demon.
Scorpion's the worst demon. I feel like we're supposed to root for Sub-Zero over Scorpion,
Yes.
but they're practically the same, but in a different colored gi.
That's right.
Wow, way to crack out gi. That's amazing.
Yeah, I know.
My
many,
Oh, Mom, I forgot my
unusable
key.
words.
I felt bad for Reptile because at a certain point he wasn't a lizard man. He was just a guy in a green gi.
I'm the green
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, he's like, and I'm also here.
Well, but even worse is after, because Reptile was in Mortal Kombat 3, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe even 2. He might have been that soon. But then later on, they went bananas.
Make an
with
orange
those.
one. We'll
Yeah.
call him Ermac or something,
Yeah,
and then turn
make
him
a
into a
gray
robot
one.
later.
He's smoke.
Is there any characters in the Dragon Ball Z world that are just like the Ermac, where it's like, yeah, you're also here?
Just like a
there's
lazy
a shit
redesign.
ton of them, dude.
Yeah,
It's like
just garbage.
1,000 Dragon Ball characters, and they all stand in one place and get one sentence per 3 episodes.
Yeah, that's really what this. So you saw the boat in this episode. It's kind of a manifestation
boat.
of what is like an endless problem in the franchise, which is that they just have too many characters that we care about.
And it's like,
a
and where is
little bit.
Vegeta? Oh, he's on the boat. He's not going to say anything. He's just going to look at the sky.
Right.
Great. Okay, so we know what he's doing this
Yeah.
episode.
Where's Yamcha? He's on the boat.
Like when you're writing an episode of television, you need like A plot, B plot, sometimes C plot. So like maybe the F plot of the episode we just watched was that Vegeta looks at the sky occasionally.
Yep.
The F plot is always the Frieza plot.
Oh
boy. I love
if you
that.
If you guys knew anything, you would know that the movie that comes after this one is called Resurrection F, and the only reason they call it F is because Frieza's involved, so it's a brand strategy.
That is a big old spoiler for us and everybody listening.
There's an issue I
don't care
have
for that.
with the timeline of this series because Dragon Ball Z happened before this, and then there's like movies and other stuff after this. And in this episode, the main thing that hooked you in was, is the world gonna end?
Right.
And no, it's not gonna end. Of course it's not. So like, why do they even make this?
It did end before.
What?
It ended.
Yeah, the world has ended.
No.
Yeah, this will not be the first time the world ends.
What do you mean the world ends? Did they bring it back? Is there alternate timelines? Please, Alex.
Okay, so they blew it all up like a few months ago for this.
In the show timeline.
In the show. And
in
then,
real life, it was in the mid-90s.
Okay.
That's right.
So they blew up the world. How did they do this?
It's called the end of history. According to Fukuyama, the idea is that history is defined by two ideologies clashing, and so with the prevailing of capitalism over the fall of the Iron Curtain, there was no more history to be made, and so the world was destroyed by a pink alien.
KRL is yawning over here. She's done so.
I have worked at many different comic book stores in my life, and I'm just having like a flashback.
Brag alert.
Like sitting, but I'm just having like a flashback of like sitting behind the counter and like three dudes standing in front of me, just like talking at me, but not to me.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm also here, and I have way better opinions on this than you. This dullard, our guest, doesn't even know Vegeta from Goku. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, I'm lost.
Are you wearing
That is a Wolverine t-shirt.
He's wearing a Wolverine t-shirt, but he doesn't know Goku from
High
Vegeta.
treason.
Listen, there's...
Hang him now!
Does anyone agree with this? This is going to be a bold statement, but it's 2017. We've had so much television made already. We've had so many movies, so much music out there. We can just stop. Like, there's so much... There's so much to get to. I'm like, I saw the first 2 seasons of Breaking Bad, and I'm on like the 4th season of Sopranos now, and like, I got so much ahead of me. Just stop making The Walking Dead. Like, just...
I co-sign this 100%.
Can anyone just pause it for a minute, and I'll just catch up?
But then we would have to think about our feelings.
Yeah, that's a big part I think you're leaving out of this.
I'm only on the 3rd Lord album. Like, there needs to... she just released another one.
I need to be overstimulated, otherwise I'll have to listen to Alex's other podcasts and think about how cruel the world is.
What she's pretty much saying, and I don't want to mansplain anything, but stop making podcasts, Alex. No one wants these.
No one needs to think about the world or Dragon Ball Super, Alex.
I need to catch up on everything. Like, how much Dragon Ball Z is out there? Do you guys know?
Like 7,000 episodes.
Yeah, well,
is it really that many?
It's between the original series Dragon Ball, then Dragon Ball Z. It's about 500 some odd episodes. Then there's movie content. Then there's made for TV little specials. Then there's also
like
Dragon
a
Ball.
Christmas Dragon Ball.
There is, yeah. There's a Christmas one. There's
It's got the numbers.
a couple of PSAs
Yikes.
they made about traffic safety.
Is that real?
No.
It's true, yeah. They made a traffic
No.
safety.
That's
Yeah, totally.
amazing.
Why are we not watching that every
know, right?
week?
That should be what you show people before you show them a new episode. Just be like, we just want to let you know that there's so much content out there that there is a traffic safety PSA.
We should
check it
really
out.
like make some Ballin' Out Super Dragon Ball PSAs.
Oh, totally, yeah.
As Piccolo says, don't hit people.
Keep
That's
it
a PSA,
ready.
right?
Was that your PSA?
Yeah.
What was that? Isn't Piccolo very violent, or is he just like a
No, he is. Yeah, he's quite violent.
passive-aggressive character?
And he teaches children to be violent, too.
What I don't understand in this world, there are like small boys and I guess women who are like teensy and they also fight, and then there are octopi women, and then there's like green boys.
It's
and-
very progressive of you that you keep thinking the main villains of the past were female because they wear lipstick. They are, in fact, supposed to be like space bug dudes.
Yeah.
Bug dudes?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
purple octopus you're talking about is Frieza.
I thought she was, or
He's played by a lady in the American version, which probably
Okay.
throw you off. Also, Frieza does not have a penis, which usually makes you not a man in
Yeah, I guess maybe.
anatomy, but
But then we see the second form when Frieza evolves into his second form and he becomes the big beefy one, and you're like, No, that's
Oh,
a dude.
very
That's
masculine.
a dude for sure.
I mean, you know, gender's a spectrum, so who's to say anything?
Who's to say?
Dragon Ball was ahead of the curve on this.
So are we?
Everything is up in the air, and be what you want, be who you are. If you're an octopus woman or an octopus man, or you don't want to be viewed as a woman or a man, you can be an octopus Z or Z.
Should I talk about the episode?
Yeah,
or?
should we get into the episode? I feel like
Did
we
I
should get
commit a
into
hate
the
crime
episode.
just there? I don't know anymore.
I'm a little concerned that I'm gonna get kicked out of the SJW club because of comments I've made on this podcast.
Yeah, if anybody
about-
hears the horrible Japanese accents you've done on this show.
When I hear SJW, I think Wall Street Journal. Is that insane to me?
No,
Is that insane to anyone
I'm
else?
actually concerned I'll get kicked out of the SSJW club.
What is that?
Super Saiyan Warriors Club.
No. I wanted to groan and feel bad about that, but that was the best Dragon Ball Z joke we're getting to today. That was amazing, everyone. So what did happen? What went on in this episode?
Yeah, let's get into this, Katie.
I mean, I'm gonna do I'm gonna paraphrase.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
The name of this episode is The Universe Crumbles Clash! Destroyer versus Super Saiyan God.
Is it still going?
No, that's it.
How drunk do they sound when they write the
We got our first 3-sentence title, too. It's usually been 2 sentences up until
hey,
now.
So what happened in this episode? Is the fight of the gods. Clash! The world crumbles.
We should start making this podcast 2 parts where we record us the night before when we're all hammered.
It's a good idea.
And then we review it very Sunday as hell.
I really like that the title is insane. It's just God's fighting, space, watch out now, they're punching, beams.
Every episode should just be called Beams.
Beams. Every episode is titled that, but the E's and the A's change. There's
Yeah.
5 A's this episode, and on the following
Sometimes
episode
the
there's
E's are
7.
3s.
Yeah, there's only 3 E's this time, so it's an earlier episode.
Basically what happens is Goku and Beerus, kitty cat meow meow or
He does look like a cat. Is it a he?
Yeah,
it's
he's
a he
a he.
and it's a cat. Yeah,
Okay.
you don't write 'em
Gender
both.
Beerus.
The B-list is still in the space capsule and Vegeta is still on the boat staring.
Well, wait. If we're going to move on from that, I'd just like to, before we move on, the funniest thing ever, Vegeta on the boat in this episode in particular, because in the past we've cut back to him and he's just kind of standing there, just looking off into the center distance. Just
Total badass.
I know what's going on out there. But then this episode, the first time we see him, he's looking directly up into the sky.
Yeah, his head's cocked all the way back.
the way.
They all must. Incredible vision. They must have it. To see what's going on in outer space.
This is a new thing, though. They just threw this in. They're like, oh, by the way, Vegeta can see to space.
Yeah, and not only...
No big deal.
What is he, half hawk?
I miss Vegeta, you guys. I wish
know.
I could hear him speak.
I want him just once to just be like, beam dragons? Really?
This is a question
I
I
wonder
have.
what Yamcha's up to.
For a lot of shows, you're watching just any TV show in general, but it's especially funny to me for Dragon Ball. When do they go to the bathroom? What are they doing? Do they eat lunch? Are they just hanging out?
Oh, no, they eat all the time.
Oh,
Eating
they show
is
that.
well covered.
Okay.
And if only you had seen the first several episodes of the series, which just covers them paying loans.
Yeah.
And
The first 2 or 3 episodes,
Figuring out
just
lunch.
them at an old country buffet. It's just.
But
insane.
kinda, yeah. It was
That
at a
was pretty much
resort.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, they go to a big old
really good.
luau. They go to a buffet. Vegeta eats a giant squid. It's a whole thing. Yeah, we know
Whoa.
a lot about their eating.
I think that the beams are 60-40 urine power.
They're getting rid of it? Wait, is that how they're getting rid of it? They're just beaming it out.
Yeah, you remember when Goku first becomes Super Saiyan God and there was all those piss fart clouds? It's that all the urine
That's
they've
what
been.
it's been the whole time. He's been saving it up.
They're just shooting piss at each other. It's
Yeah,
nuts.
it was like 25 years worth of piss up in that sky.
This theory makes sense.
Yo,
Because I was on a wrestling team in high school, and we always had to sweat a lot. Like, they would lock the door, and then you'd sweat a lot, and then I wouldn't pee for like a day after that. 'cause
Sounds
I
like
had no
child abuse.
Oh, yeah, no, it was. But that's
We
for
were
a different
14 and
podcast.
sweating a lot, and they locked the doors and made us fight until we could get out.
I got headbutted in the stomach by a Navy SEAL.
Just a side note breakaway. My buddy Nick Miller, who none of you know, he is a musician.
I'm bored.
he and I,
Is
we
he in Dragon Ball?
he is, actually he could be.
Is
There's
he
so many
Japanese?
characters.
And
he
Gohan's
is
friend, Nick.
he and I. I'm gonna fight through this with my beams. He and I walked past a karate studio for children, and like we were like, "What's the difference between this and like dog fighting? Like you can just bet on kids and be like, kid fight! It's a kid fight! I'm gonna bet on this!" And just like see the kids wail on each other.
It's not evil unless they use beams.
Back to the episode. What are we doing
What?
over here?
Are we doing that? Okay.
Yeah, we're doing that. We're back to the episode. Vegeta's
So-
staring straight up
yeah,
into the heavens. Whis shows up.
Whis shows up,
And he's like, "You're gonna hurt your neck like that, Vegeta."
yeah, and he puts a little sky TV with his magic Sailor Moon Dark Moon Kingdom staff.
But then Vegeta's
Does
like,
Does Sailor Moon have anything to do with the Dragon Ball?
No.
Okay.
except
minimal.
Okay. Oh, minimal. There's a crossover.
They're like the
They're kissing
gender
cousins.
two sides of the same coin. Like
Yeah, it is kind of like a Dragon Ball for girls sort of thing. But I don't like two things about this. One, the implication that Sailor Moon can't be for guys.
No. I'm just saying like that's how it was like pitched when we were children and stuck in society
yeah,
shackles.
that's true.
I like them both. That's why I'm here.
That's true, yeah, and I like them both too, and also a man saves the day on Sailor Moon all the time, so it's got.
Get
something for
out
boys.
of my house!
Oh no, Katie, you're in Jeremy's house.
It's my house now. I've been sitting on this bed for 6 months now.
We've actually gotten to the part of the plot that I wanted to dwell on the most. Whis-cast. Whis makes TV. He
Oh.
can record it at will
Oh,
through
yeah.
his staff. We need to start doing copy for Whis-cast so they support the podcast.
I'd love to get a job writing for Whis-cast.
I will say Whis was like really killing it. He's been consistently a very interesting character.
Yeah.
I ain't mad that they introduced him.
Yeah, because he shows up to try to help Vegeta watch the fight with his little TV staff, and then later,
And
little
Vegeta's
TV
like,
staff.
nah, I can see it myself. Thanks.
It's got nothing on
Yeah.
Majin Buu's TV staff.
And he saves the supporting cast this
Yeah, that's
episode.
right. When the ship is
Yo,
about
man,
to
your TV staff 4K or what? Can I get that? That's what I would say if I was him.
Brandon, do you want to do a commercial for Whis-cast?
Yeah, commercial Whis-cast would be incredible.
All right, take one, Whis-cast advertising, and go.
When I'm hanging out with friends, I like to turn on the big game. But when I'm watching TV, it just doesn't have the clarity needed. So I get my buddy Wheeze to show up with his staff. Whis-cast in 4K.
It's radical, dude.
Hell yeah, it's Radical Dude saved my bad Whis-cast commercial. That was tight as hell.
That's I think the number one rule of this podcast so far is that the Trunks voice fixes everything wrong. That or say Namek hole.
Also, my go-to, I don't know if you guys are on board with it, but like I'll test it out in a bit, but I'm just going to yell kid fight.
Try that at your show tonight.
Kid fight!
Open
Hey,
on it.
can you just stop saying that as your punchline? It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, yeah, it's my friend Nick's joke. I'm boring everyone. Back to Dragon Ball.
Any of you guys on Tinder, you swipe left, you swipe right, and kid fight.
That's my favorite. Anyone who like has a punchline that like is kid fight, and I'm like, this guy needs to get signed. Someone give him a big bag of money. Are you with CAA, UTA, Gersh? You're famous.
Incidentally, CAA is the sound Goku makes when he's powering up.
Does he yell CAA? Yo, we're getting into industry talk. This is real inside comedy, entertainment, baseball, babies.
Jesus Christ.
Baby.
This is a very far off track episode.
Okay, I'm gonna say the whole episode in like 2 sentences.
All right.
They go fight in Sky. First, the Sky gets charged with particles. Then Beerus and Goku punch each other in the fist 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Supreme Kai's upset that it'll end the world. A reporter calls Mr. Satan on the phone and he lies. Then they do it a third time, punching each other in the fist. Cool dragon beams come out. Both their butts fly back into them. Then they punch each other again. And then Supreme Kai is like, never mind, Goku fixed it. We're not going to die. And
but then they do anyway.
But then they do anyway. And then Supreme Kai gives a nudie magazine to his boyfriend.
Yeah. So let's start.
Are the
with,
gods dating Supreme Kai and the other boy?
Who's swiping?
No, he's like a no.
Also, when the smaller boys fight, do people yell "Kid fight"? Because that's what I want. The dragons did come out of their butts. Is that correct?
No, they completely came out of.
We
their
can
butts.
finally talk about the meat of the episode: motherfucking dragon beams.
Yeah.
Which we all clapped for in real time.
We stopped and clapped because
that shit was cool as hell.
I like the purple one. I thought that one was really good.
I want a holographic T-shirt with that shit on it.
Yeah, hit us up, Goku_official. I know you sell T-shirts.
Goku_official, hook us up. We're looking for a sponsor.
This is the Dragon Ball Super podcast. The Dragon Ball Super podcast.
Sure, we are the number 3 ranked Dragon Ball podcast in the world.
That is quite the brag. Honestly, you should say Dragon Ball Super and then underneath have the tagline, the number 3 ranked podcast about Dragon Ball Z in the world. And even if you get to 2 or 1, still stick with the 3 because it's so good.
We're training to be ultimate number 1.
I assume that's a Dragon Ball reference.
It is.
Also, shout out to Yowie Official.
That's right, Yowie Official, who
If you would
followed
send-
us on Instagram today.
Tell us who your ships are, Yowie Official. I would love to know.
Wait,
Yeah,
Katie,
hit us
would you
up.
like to explain Yowie to Brandon? Because he doesn't know what it is.
So Yowie is the subsection of like manga and anime fandom where mostly lonely women like to see comics of young men kissing and boning each other.
Oh, I'm very familiar.
Let me go ahead and rewind the tape just a second there. You said women. I find it mostly to be teen girls.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know
I
that
also, once again, used to work at many comic book shops. And part of that career choice is being put in charge of weirdos. Like each one, like you just take on some weirdos. And I had several, like for some reason I got all the yaoi women, like jobs, but like women and...
How do you spell that? I need to Google it.
I saw some sick fucking Sonic the Hedgehog yaoi this weekend.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a
Did
sentence.
he have a man dick or like a red lipstick animal dick?
Neither. There was no visible dick. It
Lots
was
of
just
kissing.
Sonic and
Knuckles?
Tails. No,
Ah.
Sonic and Tails, just like really wet kissing.
So
Ooh.
forbidden.
Could you imagine getting
That's why
fisted by
it's so
Knuckles?
good.
That'd be horrible. He's got spikes on his hands.
Speaking of Sonic and Knuckles, though, we pointed out in this episode there were moments where Goku had like an arthritis fist.
Oh, yeah. His fist was
Show-
jacked up.
And they were trying to show like a perspective, I think, so you'd know like his fist is real close to the camera right now. But in
Oh.
reality, it just looked like he had just like I don't know,
Some-
eaten too much
They
salt.
did
and-
Real-
old-timey sailor guy threatening fist pose a lot. Like, I ought to let you have a big knuckle sandwich, you motherfucking cat.
There was some like real deviant art cuts in this episode. Like-
I feel like the only way to make this Dragon Ball Z episode better was if they incorporated.
There are some weebs going absolutely berserk at how many names you're getting wrong in this episode.
Totally fine. Find me on the internet at Patak Joke. Send all the complaints there. I just feel like if we made it like a fun music video, like if you got super high and just watched this, it'd be great. But if you got super high and tried to sync it up to like a Dark Side of the Moon type of situation, it would be even better.
Sir, are you familiar with the art of the AMV?
I'm familiar with nothing. Please clue me in. I must know.
The AMV is an anime music video, and it is a culture that spans all the way back to such years as 1993.
Oh.
Where fans of anime will take, anime videos and they will cut it together with perhaps a Linkin Park or a drowning pool.
Yeah,
Not the
or
drowning pool. Holy
I'm
shit.
honestly very
Hawthorne
on board with
Heights
that.
if you're feeling sentimental.
Yeah, no, it really depends on what
Like
show.
what vibe you're going for. I've
Yeah.
seen some Paramore. I've seen some.
Remember when the Evangelion blew up? That was kind of like when your crush looked the other way.
How often do you guys watch AMV?
a lot more now that I have to make content for this podcast.
I made an
Yeah,
AMV
Jeremy's-
like last week.
What did you make?
I made it was a tribute to so Goku, the main character of this show, back in the earlier days when he was a young man, he flew on this little cloud called the Nimbus, and it was like a little cloud surfboard, and I made a little tribute to the Nimbus cloud to the tune of Jonathan Richman's I'm a Little Airplane.
Oh, wow. That's very fun.
And anyway, that's why I should have custody.
So in this episode, I want to say that the highlight was when the dragons came out. The low light was everything else. And by everything else, I just mean the red fire around Goku.
Yeah.
That was poorly animated.
Yeah, we've
I
been
used to
complaining about
like
that
it.
for weeks now.
What is it?
Well,
Why?
I liked it because it looked so bad. It was kind of like a new thing.
Yeah, it's like vaporwave.
Yeah.
It's like a Windows 95 screensaver.
Like actually, what if all the animators were high as shit?
They can't be animating it with just like hand and pencil, right? It's like
No, this is all
computers,
done
everything.
on computers.
Yeah,
this is 100% on computer.
Because you
I
see,
can tell
like-
you because I'm the animator and I am high as fuck.
Do you animate? What do you do?
She animates this.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is
no.
my TV show.
This is a conflict of interest for sure. I'm Jeez.
They hired me to make this podcast to make it seem more palatable.
CAA will not be pleased we're talking about this. Kid fight!
All right, gang.
Kid fight!
We gotta wrap.
We gotta wrap this up, man. We're already over time. I think we need to rate this episode, predict what's gonna happen next, and close this thing out.
Okay.
We
You know
can
what?
start
Fuck
the
it.
podcast now. Don't worry.
Rating the
Holy
episode.
shit, there's a beam coming from your hand.
I am balls deep in this bit right now.
Oh no. We can't do a segment, Katie.
It's a great segment. I want to hear about it.
No, we can't do the segment.
What?
Oh.
Okay.
Tough but fair.
Okay.
We're
Predictions.
rating the episode. Katie, out of 7 Dragon Balls, what do you give this episode?
I gave it 6 Dragon Balls because there were dragons.
6 Dragon Balls. Alex, what do you give us?
I give it 7 Dragon Balls because there were dragons.
Beep beep beams.
Brandon, what do you give this episode?
I give it a kid fight out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Oh boy, that was
Look at them slapping with their tiny hands.
that was 1 out of 7. Too many callbacks.
I just like seeing kids fight.
And I give this episode also 7 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Oh, we get a wish.
We do get a wish.
2 wishes.
We get 2 wishes, Brandon. You can take both wishes if you'd like. We
Are
tend
they
to give them to the
selfish
guests.
wishes or just what kind
Whatever
of wishes
wishes
are we
you
talking
can
about?
Whatever
kind
you
of
want.
person are
The
you?
only thing you can't do is wish somebody back to life who's already been wished back to life, which I
Okay.
don't think will be a problem.
And it
for
has to
you.
be in the Dragon Ball Z world?
No.
No,
It
make
can be
whatever
your
for
wish
me.
you
You can
want.
also, I think you can't kill people with it.
Yeah,
I feel
Okay.
like that was a
That's
They
rule.
fair.
also broke that bringing people
Yeah,
back
no,
to
they-
life rule immediately.
Yeah, there's no rules. We're already giving you 2 sets of Dragon Balls here. It's kind of a big deal. Let's summon the Eternal Dragon.
Hey guys, I'm a cool dragon now.
The Dragon Talk, the Eternal Dragon Talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Shenron,
actually
why are
lame
you
as
wearing
shit now.
sunglasses?
Oh, I'm too busy fucking all day in my little Dragon Balls.
Do you get podcasts inside the Dragon Balls, Shenron?
Yeah, all I do is podcast and do relatable content online.
Oh, I wish that this episode of Dragon Ball Super podcast would go viral in a positive way. I think a lot of people should listen to it. I think a lot of people should share it. I think a lot of people should have some fun with it.
Nice.
All right.
All right.
Oh, they're rocks now.
Jesus. All right. Let's predict what's going to happen next and get the hell out of here.
Pizzagate is real.
Katie, what's going to happen next?
Hashtag Pizzagate is real.
More beams, and next time I'm going to be more high for this.
All right. Alex, what's going to happen next?
I think that they will blow up the universe, and that will be what Elder Kai needs to finally sperm. We glossed over how horny he was this episode, but that was actually a big part of the plot.
We're so over time, we can't go back. Brandon, what's going to happen next?
I think that they're gonna look at the porn. I think they're gonna look at the porn, and it's gonna be mainly that. And Vegeta is gonna continue to look into outer space until he realizes that Goku needs help, and he's gonna save the day.
I do miss Vegeta. I miss Vegeta.
I do miss
guys.
Vegeta.
I
I think
When is Vegeta coming back?
I gave a Vegeta hot take over here.
I think in our next episode, Vegeta it's finally going to be revealed why we keep cutting back to Vegeta, And the answer is because we're going back on vacation.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Promised.
The
Sounds
fight's
nice.
gonna be
A vacation
over.
would be nice.
They're going to realize that they're equally matched. Their powers are exactly the same as each other's. They're going to say, well, fuck it. Let's go on vacation on this lovely boat. And then we're going to be on the boat for the rest of the show.
Why do we have to fight all the time, man?
All right. Let's close this thing out. Brandon, where can the people find you online?
On Twitter, you can find me at Brandon E.S. Wolf. That's Brandon S. Wolf, and that's pretty much it. Also, follow my mom. Follow my mom on Twitter at Goulash Yum.
Katie?
You can find me at Oh Hello Katie Rose on Instagram or Katie Rose on Twitter.
All right, Alex.
You can find me at datebrandonscottwolf.com. It's the #1 online dating site for dating Brandon Scott Wolf, and I'm hoping to get some traction there and maybe find some love.
Nice. And you can find me at fightbrandonscottwolf.com. It's the #1 site for fighting Brandon Scott Wolf. You can find the podcast on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook at Ballin Out Super. Subscribe to us on iTunes, all that sort of stuff. We're out of here.
Super! Beep, beep, beep!
Beams! Battle of the Gods. Some more?
All right, that'll do.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hello and welcome back to Ballin' Out Super. We're back after a weird 2 weeks off, and I'm excited to find out just what's happened on that gosh darn boat. My name is Jeremy Hammond, joined as always by my co-host Katie Rose Leon.
I'm the girl.
And Alex Patak.
I'm the secret other girl. Ignoring our guest, who's clearly right next to me.
Yes. And joining us this week, writer for The Reductress, Jess Lane.
Hi, guys.
How are you?
I'm great.
How are you feeling right now after this?
You know, I feel like after watching a 30-minute episode, I know absolutely nothing more about this show.
That feels about right.
Yeah.
I don't.
So you didn't miss anything then?
I feel completely neutral, as if the last 30 minutes were a meditative state.
So generally, when we start the show, we like to start by talking to our guests a little bit about what was your experience of Dragon Ball growing up? Did you watch it? Did you know people who watched it?
I was a night owl, so I was always up super late. And so I've definitely watched it when I was a kid, when I was a tween and a teen. But almost maybe as if the reason that I never got into it was exactly what I just experienced right now, was you cannot jump into it.
Yeah, it's a very the bar for entry is definitely a bit high. Were you like an anime person at all?
I'm very selective with the anime that I like, but I have throughout the years collected a small list of titles that I'm a fan of. I was super. Are you laughing at me just saying the word super?
I was hoping you would just be like, I have a few I decided I like. I like Speed Racer. That is it.
No, I was, classic Sailor Moon kid waking up at like 6 a.m. and watching that on like a Saturday morning.
Yeah. Who's your scout?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm Jupiter.
Ooh, that's a good choice.
That's a good call, yeah.
She got rings.
I am wearing rings. I got really into Love Hina in college, which is a super random title. Yeah, right?
Wow.
I'm a big fan of those what are they called, the harem shows?
Yes. Absolutely.
I have no experience with Love Hina, but it seemed like you all had a
The
reaction
name rings a bell, but I don't really remember what it was about. Just that there's just like a lot of ladies.
It was really funny. That was my favorite thing. I really liked comedies.
Yeah, what was the
It was like a really nerdy guy had to live in this all-girls dorm. It was like his it was either like his uncles or his like, for some reason he had to live there, but he was like the nerdiest guy.
Yeah.
So the whole show was him just being like, okay.
It was for people who liked Three's Company but thought it didn't go far enough.
I was gonna say, it seems like anime romantic comedy has gone no further than, what if we had Three's Company but with 5 women?
But sometimes they're from
15 women.
It's true.
Is the Love Hina people are from space?
No,
are they? They're just
they're regular,
very terrestrial,
supernaturally sexy or something.
I'm just really trying hard to bring up Tenchimoyo every episode.
They did fight. Didn't they fight?
Did they fight?
Did they fight?
I don't remember.
This is
I
very
know
important.
that they were badasses. One of them was like really good at martial arts.
Uh-huh.
You know, it'd be great to revisit. Oh, but I read the books because they were also manga.
Right.
Someone right now listening to this knows so much about this show.
Oh,
and
yeah.
thinks we're all idiots.
That's a big part of
our fandom.
Yeah.
But college was a long time ago for me, and I've tried to forget most of it.
Yeah. What? So Sailor Moon, Love Hina,
And then very recently, I've gotten into Attack on Titan, Death Note, and Parasite the Maxim.
Ooh. Hot list.
Yes.
So I've been scolded by you, Alex, many times for not watching Attack on Titan.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping you'll learn.
I've not learned yet. I've not even given it a review. I watched the second episode of Anime 9/11 before I started watching Attack on Titan.
I understand. You're different. And that's why the other kids give you such a hard time. But I'm there for you, and we're going to watch Attack on Titan someday.
It's super fun.
I bet. I mean, it seems very good.
It's got big naked
It is
people
the
in it.
one of all of the shows that I've listed. It is the show with the least humor. The funniest thing are the Titans.
Yeah, and there's that girl who loves food. She's like, there's these Titans, but, you know, I'm a little Titan for tasty morsels.
Yeah, and she's the weirdest. It's
Yeah.
weird that that's comedy.
Have you seen the cooking episode? They have a special bonus cooking episode that's, like, outside of the show.
No, then I have
That's
not.
just like, let's take a moment from our life or death struggle for a minute and impress the colonel with who can cook the best pig.
Have you seen any of the Attack on Titan middle school show?
No, it makes me sad to know it's out there.
There's a show that's all the characters
I don't
from
like
Attack
it.
on Titan, but they're little and cute.
Like a Muppet Babies sort of a situation.
It's a
Yeah.
Muppet Baby situation.
What?
Titan babies, they're
Also-
gonna eat you like food.
Fozzie's there for some reason, but otherwise the same cast.
So let's circle back to Dragon Ball a little bit. So you didn't really watch it very much. Did you know people who did?
Sure, of
Like,
course.
And what was your I'm always fascinated by people's outside perception of it.
I think I thought it was really lame. And I was not cool enough
To think things are lame.
Yeah.
But did you keep this to yourself then, or?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was very gendered in my high school. So it was mostly a lot of boys were into it. And I certainly was the kind of girl who internalized misogyny in a way in which I attempted to be as much like a man as possible in high school.
Yeah, don't look at me, Jeremy.
Well, it's been brought up a lot on the show. This wasn't like a, well, Katie.
Fan theory here.
We're gonna be late because Jeremy threw me under the bus.
So many delays on this bus.
You know, I definitely probably had a crush on a guy who went as Goku for Halloween or something, you know? Like...
Sounds brave. Did he do the hair? No, so he just wore like an orange tracksuit. Was like, hey, I'm Goku.
You know what? When I was in high school, everyone's hair kind of looked like Goku's hair anyway.
No.
Just like the crazy,
sounds like a good high
punk
school.
rock spikes in all
I mean-
directions.
I was picturing the Guido explosion look.
Yeah, it's like all you have to do is just put that into smaller, like larger sections.
Right.
Explosion.
They had a commercial, I think, on Nickelodeon for some Dragon Ball Z toy at some point where they gelled the kid's hair up like it was Goku's, so it's like straight in the air and it's like a foot tall. And you look like you've just been rolling around in glue. You don't look cool at all. Does not translate outside of the spike zone that they all live in.
Do you remember what was it called? Dragon Ball Evolution, that movie that they made, the live action garbage movie that they made.
I
Bow,
went
wow,
to
wow.
that.
I did
Drunk
too.
in the theater.
Yeah.
Oh, live action anime films. Those are great.
It was real bad. I think the Death Note one, people are saying, is supposed to be pretty good.
The Dragon Ball one is supposed to be exceptionally bad.
Well, because it's a Western movie, and I don't think they know what Dragon Ball is.
Yeah. It feels a lot like the worst parts of the Mortal Kombat movies, where like there's an Asian character who like, you know, bows and like flicks his long mustache and the gong plays behind him, and you're like, this is deeply disrespectful at every level. This feels awful.
The thing I'm really disappointed about in the live action Death Note movie is that Willem Dafoe is just the voice of the Shinigami.
Not
And
just
not like he looks like him so much already. Why bother CGIing that?
That would have been so good.
Just put Willem Dafoe in a cool ass suit.
I would fuck with that heavy.
Yeah, for real. I would love that
Like,
so
I
much.
know we're, very PC and concerned with casting.
whitewashing.
But you know what? It's
Yeah.
it's a monster, and
Out the window, yeah, I don't give a
I
shit.
want to see William Dafoe really. Jeremy?
The one last thing on that note I was going to say is that Dragon Ball Evolution has got to be like the only anime adaptation in the history of anime adaptation where like nobody cared that much that it was whitewashed, just because the movie was so bad that was like the least of anyone's problem
Yeah.
with it.
The
All
only other experience I had with Dragon Ball is the really short episodes.
Mm-hmm.
What are those called? Do you guys know? I watched them with my brother. It's like the whole story but very fast.
Oh, yeah, Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Yeah, the Team 4-star. Yeah, fantastic.
Though that was really fun and funny, and I
Yeah,
watched
those are
that
great.
with my brother.
Their imitations are so good.
So good. Did you know on Dragon Ball Z Kai, they're in like the last season of that right now. They're just up to the Saiyan Man saga, right? And there's that part when they're at the World Martial Arts Tournament and they show the movie about Mr. Satan beating Cell. Do you remember this?
No.
Okay, so there's a
Boy,
part,
do I wish I remembered that.
there's a part in the tournament where this blimp comes in and they show a movie where it's like, our glorious Mr. Satan saving the world from Cell. And like all the Z-Boys are there. So like, Satan is just like, yo, don't show this movie, please. Like, these guys are gonna fuck me up. Please don't show this movie. But they do, and it's that weird. They're all in like costume, but then they have like giant cartoon heads, right? And it's just like a weird, horrible.
Oh wait,
reenactment.
yes I do remember this.
Okay,
yes I
yeah.
do. Okay.
So in Dragon Ball Z Kai, when they get to this part, the voices of all the fake Z-Boys in the Cell adaptation are the Team 4-star guys.
Oh,
How sick is that?
so
They got to do
cute.
like a little cameo.
That's really fun.
That's like the ultimate nerd dream.
Yeah, no, those guys are really living it. Someday they'll have men's rights Vegeta.
I really hope not.
Hey, just to confuse everyone more about the level of technology in this society, here's a blimp we still use. Where are we in time?
I think in their timeline, blimps were never fucked up. They just kept advancing.
It's always like a permanent alternative 1998.
Yeah, but with weird capsule technology, also dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs were big in 1998.
They were all over T-shirts. They
I
were
love them.
skateboarding and coming into our homes
That's
and telling
true.
us
Yeah.
about
Four
loving
years
the
deep
baby.
into the Jurassic Park Revolution.
That's true.
So.
We even had a sitcom about.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of the
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs sitcom.
I was trying to make that joke over here.
Oh. Katie, now's the time. Get in there.
No,
Did anyone, anyone ever see the last episode of Dinosaurs?
Yeah, they fucking die.
Yeah.
Very real.
I think every sitcom, the last episode should be the whole world fucking ending.
Well, that is how Home Improvement ended.
Same show, basically.
Very similar. We should get into the episode.
Okay,
We're
all right.
pretty far in
All
now.
right, all right. So the title of the episode is Goku surpasses Super Saiyan God.
Boy, does he.
Boy, does he.
And how?
We open up on our narrators, the Supreme Kais, old and young, looking at the sky, giving context where they're like, remember where we all thought we were going to die? That was a fluke, but is it? And
I used to live in a sword.
My favorite thing in that scene, my favorite thing is that Supreme Kai is like, what happened? I thought the universe was supposed to explode. And Elder Kai was like, he canceled it out. And like nobody is just like, we were just wrong. We thought that would happen and then it didn't. I don't know everything.
I'm just making stuff. I mean, did you see the weird ripples that were happening? I've never seen that happen before.
So Goku and Beerus, Kitty Cat Meow Meow, are in the sky doing their Windows 98 special effects and making a super high concentrated ball of energy with electricity shooting out of it, and it is fucking everything up. And something really important happens here where they cut to Earth to show us how Earth is getting fucked up, and they cut to the luau that was happening that Vegeta left.
I forgot all about that.
Which means
it's the same day.
It's the same day. So we're like, what is this, episode 15?
Yeah.
In
the universe, it's been one day.
It's like 24, right? It's 1 hour at a time, one day.
So to recap, Vegeta went on a promised vacation with his family for beating
episode 2.
Chip's child. And then he storms out, and then Bulma plans a birthday party, rents a ship, invites everybody. They all fly over there. Then they get invaded by space monsters.
This is also just like Home Improvement. It's just families trying to throw birthday parties for each other.
This is a long story Vegeta is telling about why it's not good to go on vacation.
I'm just saying, like, Bulma's got some really good organizational skills. I am very impressed by her time management.
It's insane. So for you haven't seen it, in the second episode, we're on vacation with Vegeta, Bulma, his wife, Trunks, his son. They're on vacation together. Bulma sees this cruise ship out in the water, and she says, oh, I'd love to have a birthday party on a cruise ship. The next episode, she's having a birthday party on a cruise ship, which we assume as an audience is like a few weeks later, perhaps.
Oh, it was the next day.
And so now we've cut back to see the luau is still happening.
She is a lucky lady.
She's the richest woman in the world, and she's married to Vegeta, so...
She has it all.
We cut to Mr. Satan on the boat, who is really... This is a real Herculoid heavy episode.
While we were watching this episode and they kept showing the shot of the boat, I kept on being like, what's this boat about? And could never tell that any of the scenes we were watching were taking place on the boat.
It's a big boat.
It's very nice now to find out that some of those people were on the boat.
Yes.
And as we continue talking, it'll be cool to find out which of those were.
This is what they tell you in the store when you're renting the boat. It'd be like, you'll be taking pictures, people will think you're on the pier because it's such a big boat.
I just go to the boat store, take the pictures on the boat, go home.
Well, they have like these like platforms of grass and like trees and stuff on the boat. It's very well disguised. I could see why you didn't think it was the boat. I saw clips of it on YouTube before we started watching the show. I saw just like random scenes and I was like, oh, I guess they're at like a theme park, maybe.
Oh, fun.
That would be twisted. Just go to a theme park. Have an evil clown villain.
I sure hope that's what's next, is they all go to Six Flags. What was it? Fright Night?
Yeah. Fright Fest?
Fright Town.
Spooky Town. What do you do at Six Flags? Get it together.
I worked at Six Flags for 7 years drawing caricatures.
What? How did this should be the first thing you tell people.
Oh, thanks.
Any podcast.
That's
the rest of my life is worthless.
When was this?
The year 2000 to 2005.
Wow. Woo. And so you're
that math doesn't add up, but something.
That's fine. I'd already disregarded.
Don't look
the first
into
piece.
this.
Yeah.
So you're drawing caricatures at Six Flags. Like what? You have like a little booth, and you just sit there and just wait for people to walk by.
I work for the company. They hire a bunch of kids in high school. They draw terrible pieces of shit for at least a year before they get any good at closing the circle that makes an eye. Like, people are just bad at drawing.
Yeah, of course. But they hire you anyway.
Yeah, that's it. You know, it's a little suburb, and they just hire the high school kids. And then eventually get really good. I got really good eventually, and then, looked down upon all the other shitty artists and stuff that I went to high high school with, who were my friends.
As one is meant to do.
But it's a really good job to have as a teenager. I made so much money because you make commission. It's the best job in the whole park.
Nice.
And it was my first job, though, so I had no concept of what money was, and I spent it all at the diner and at the Delia's in the mall.
That
hell
rules.
yeah, Delia's.
That's the life.
Shout out to Delia's.
Shout out.
And
Had so
diners.
many Paul Frank t-shirts.
Yeah, I'm sure there was a Dragon Ball like body action picture drawn on the wall at our shop. For sure.
Yeah. So, Katie, what happens next?
Weiss is projecting stuff on the boat, and Mr. Satan's like, kind of feels like the world's gonna end, and Weiss is like, oh, it is. And
Wait, and so it was at this point in watching the episode that Jess turned to us and was like, who's that guy?
Hell yeah.
it's Weiss. Well, because Jess says she likes Sailor Moon, and as you'll probably agree with me, I say this almost every episode, Weiss looks like a dark Moon Kingdom character.
Yeah, he's got little Sailor Moon mouth.
Yeah.
That little tiny Sailor Moon mouth.
You got a little Sailor Moon mouth.
Yeah, and like his staff
sailor eye.
like looks like the makeup power wand, not the main one like Sailor Mercury's.
He always looks like he's about to kiss you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I love him.
What's not to love?
Really, like,
he's growing to be my favorite like new character on
He's
this show.
smart. He's snarky.
Yeah.
He's starting to be not just like a new character. He's starting to be my favorite character, full series. I prefer him to Dog President now.
Wow.
I want Weiss President going.
I'm not sure I can support this motion.
Yeah.
I'll be reporting this back to the Dog President.
Also, I found out the other day I was wasting time as I tend to on the Dragon Ball wiki. He's not even a President Dog.
What?
He's a king. He's called like King Fluff.
What?
There was a terrible coup where he takes over.
He was the president, then he consolidated power.
That's why you shouldn't talk shit on Dog President. You'll be thrown in the...
Yeah, I'll be disappeared.
That was during the Frieza saga. They really gloss over it. Civil liberties take a huge hit.
All right. So basically, Mr. Satan offers a pretend all-you-can-eat anywhere for free in the world pass to Weiss as a gift to try and have him save him, and there's a cute banter moment.
Yeah, and Weiss is like compelled by this.
Which is crazy because he's a supervillain. He's been stealing food for literally hundreds of years.
Yeah,
He's a supervillain. He seems to be the smartest, most cynical character.
Yeah.
And honestly, one of the most attractive things about him is that you can still get him.
Weiss is fraught this episode, though. I feel like you're getting up to this point, so I'm just gonna let you keep going. But
yeah, so we go back to the sky struggle. They're still powering up. There's visible destruction on Earth, and then the energy ball explodes.
Oh wait, before the energy ball explodes, when we're seeing the visible destruction on Earth, we see that news crew, and
Yeah.
this is a very short thing I just want to point out, that everyone on the news crew is super Dragon Ball cut. They
looking
all have
good,
huge muscles.
looking good, guys.
Good job, Sully. Those union benefits are fucking killer.
Those cameras don't weigh nothing, you guys.
It's functional strength too, and that's what is very impressive about
That's
it.
true, yeah.
They're PA muscles.
You can see emotional strength in their physical bodies.
That's a recurring theme in anime in general. Like, if you really are an honest person, that shows up as like a part of your tricep that really pops.
The honesty muscle.
So the energy ball explodes. Mr. Satan, throws himself in front of the blast because that's going to do anything. Gohan protects Videl, and Vegeta does not give a fuck about anybody. And,
Vegeta notably not saving his family.
Yeah.
Making a special effort to not move.
Yeah, we see...
This is so unrelated, but I just watched that film. It's like Force Majeure. It's a French film, and literally that scene reminded me of a scene in that, which is literally about a family skiing on a mountain, and there's a controlled avalanche, but it gets out of control and it washes over them. It's a bright white light, and the father runs away from his wife and children. And afterwards, just as it happened in this episode, it turns out that nothing happened. It was just this smoke like the powder from the avalanche, and they were all fine.
And so what's the repercussion for the father in
his wife hates him forever.
He's in the doghouse.
But see, like Bulma
with the president.
But in this case, yeah.
Yeah, Bulma would just be like, oh, that's just my Vegeta. Like,
oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez.
That's why I married you. You don't care if I die.
Death is meaningless in Dragon Ball.
I was going to say, he shouldn't care if anybody
low
dies.
Low stakes.
Is Jeets the name of the Home Improvement like sitcom version
Yeah,
of
I think so.
Dragon Ball?
All right, we're going to have to write that jingle.
Again.
Jeets. Call me Dad.
No.
So, nothing happens, as Jess said, and then Mr. Saint says, "Oh, it must have been the power of love that saved us." And he gets on his cell phone. He gets on his gold iPhone,
which says Satan on the back,
and he answers it as Savior here. And
classic Hercule.
I love that he takes a call and it makes us watch.
Yeah,
like it's live or something.
Oh, and similar to that, during the time when we realize everything's okay, who do we cut back to? Pilaf and crew.
Yeah, still sleeping
in the grass. I really need to know what's going to happen with them. What are they going to do in this story that's going to make it worth how much screen time we've devoted to them?
Maybe they'll die.
Jess, this is 13 episodes in now.
Mm-hmm.
In, I think, got to be 10 out of the 13 now, we've seen these characters. They've done literally nothing.
They're
We saw
side
them.
characters from like hundreds of episodes ago.
Right.
That they're bringing back for some reason. They're getting a lot of time.
A lot of time. They show up, we see them on an island, and they're like looking for food. Then they get on a little boat, go to the cruise ship, get some food, get off of the cruise ship, leave, but then decide to come back to the cruise ship, and now they're sleeping.
This is great.
What could they possibly have to offer this story?
Something for the kids.
Hey, you like this? Is this something you enjoy? I want to make sure everybody's having a good time with my Dragon Ball cartoon. So you got Pilaf loses phone in the ocean.
That's what Akira Toriyama sounds like.
Godfather.
I thought you'd enjoy a sleepy little prince boy. You're a nice little kid.
It sounds like it will be satisfying either if they like have some sort of really grand gesture in the end that like really turns everything around, or if absolutely nothing happens.
I don't know if I agree with you that that will be satisfying.
Dragon Ball is very good at being not satisfying, so I am pretty sure they will have no point.
We have one episode left in this arc. We have one episode left for Pilaf and crew to prove why they have so much screen time.
Oh my god.
Speaking of not satisfying, how unsatisfied does Beerus seem when he's talking to Goku about his power levels this episode?
Oh yeah, that's the next part that happens. We go back to the sky, and like Beerus is like, yeah, I neutralized it because my power is like, you need like 100%, and like I don't even care.
My power is like
honestly
really sick.
Like I wasn't even really trying, but like I would now. It's not a big deal now, but
we're
before.
Like, you know, that's like something you wanted. Like I could do that.
It's like real classic Dragon Ball, like just spitting percentages, but then somehow still being vague.
Yeah. And somehow he knows everything about what's going on.
I thought it had this weird, awkward hookup feel to it the whole time, where it's like somebody's running out of juice.
That's very accurate, especially when he was like, I mean, I didn't want to do it because it was like too easy, but now I definitely want to do it.
If other gods saw. Yeah.
Goku literally says, so this is about protecting your image?
And he was like, no, it's not. I'm going to kill you.
Why don't we ever fight together when we're at the mall?
Just don't tell anyone at school that we fought.
That's such a beautiful relationship. Why don't we fight enough?
This is, what was it, like 5-6 episodes ago now that I speculated that Super Saiyan God was all about finding a third for Whis and Beerus. I think I've been validated on that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, they banter. Then we get some punchies, some cross punchies. getting punched around, up and down, all around. Punch, punch, punch.
Is this when his form changes again?
Not quite yet.
Oh,
but
spoilers.
Oh, yeah. Spoilers!
For right now.
We get a little flat palm barfy barf.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, we get some cool puke.
Yeah, some cool little spitties.
Yeah, he fucking broke his sternum. That was cool.
And then Goku headbutts Beerus.
Yeah, that was sick. That was
Several times.
That's when the episode turned, because before it was another crappy episode, and then he starts Guy Ritchie headbutting him, and this episode got real cool.
Another example of great dialogue. Headbutting is for street fights, not for a battle of the gods.
Yeah.
Puts down script.
Yeah, it feels like an announcement for a regional wrestling group. It's just this is unsanctioned.
Goku's knocked out the ref.
Then Supreme Kai gives some more context. I don't even remember what he says.
For the amount of explaining they do in this episode, nothing is clarified.
Yeah, I feel
of why
like
Goku is any stronger. They just are like, no one knows why. Weird. Indeed.
Yeah, that's right. when Goku asks Beerus why he's still strong despite no longer having the red god power, Beerus says, "It's just real complicated. We don't have time.
I can't get into it now."
Yeah, basically Goku knees Beerus across the room of space, and and then we pan out. We see Goku has gone back to being Super Saiyan from Super Saiyan God, which is crazy because Super Saiyan looks way cooler than Super Saiyan God, but here we are, y'all. And Whis is like, oh fuck, your boy fucked up real bad, but I got this sushi to go. And then Piccolo and Whis share words, and I'm like, oh my god, my boyfriends are fighting.
Yeah, that was a tight little moment.
And then Vegeta breaks it up because we think they're about to go real gentleman style. And then Vegeta just sends a little beam to break it up. Still doesn't say a word. We're at 5 episodes of no talking from Vegeta.
Yeah.
I think that's really cool.
Yeah. He's so mysterious.
That was the last time we played Boyfriend Watch. That was a big big plus for Vegeta. He's physically fit and doesn't talk.
Yeah, Piccolo literally says to himself, is he sending me a message? I'm like, girl, I don't know. What does this text message mean, Piccolo?
Well, actually, we're
thinking about.
Yeah, Beerus is basically like, you're normal again, but like what? Goku's
they
like,
fight pretty good. The yellow and the purple we noted.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the colors are so nice.
Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Purple and gold.
And the fight does get pretty cool there, but
there's some like classic Dragon Ball like panning out, and you just see the beam colors going like bam, bam, bam.
yeah, that's pretty cool.
I really appreciated how no one punched each other in the knuckles.
Yeah, that was very nice.
That didn't make any sense, and it kept happening before.
Kept happening.
My favorite part was when they punched each other and left their fists on the cheeks.
But kept talking.
And
with
then
the
talked
cheek.
for like 3 minutes, and then followed through on the punch. That takes a lot of muscular control.
The only important, and I use that loosely, thing that happens at this end here is basically it's established, even though Goku has gone back to Super Saiyan, he still is so strong now.
Yeah.
And we're
so
like,
strong.
Beerus, why is that he's not the Super Saiyan God, but he's still this powerful? And he's like, 'cause... And
no, he says because your body learned how to be that strong.
Yeah. Right.
And it like remembers.
Yeah, he's been doing his
You
kegels.
have more experience
To
now.
connect this back to the hookup analogy, it's like Goku has trained with a more experienced lover, and his body remembers the moves even in this new situation and new form.
Yeah, and then they were laughing.
They were laughing.
Everyone
laugh at each other.
They're laughing, we're laughing, we're all laughing.
They're laughing, and then they weren't laughing, and then the announcer came on.
Nice. This does beg the question, if Goku is still God powerful in regular Super Saiyan form, all the other transformations are just useless.
Yeah, why are they
don't
doing
mean
it?
anything anymore?
Why bother?
All right, well, gang, we're running out of time here. I think we should try to predict what's going to happen next, rate the episode, and get out of here, shall we?
Okay.
Okay.
Don't start with me, I have to think.
Ooh, Alex is getting in the corner and putting on a special hat.
Alex, what is that hat?
If you look at the hat, it doesn't work.
All All right, Katie, what do you think is going to happen
I
next?
think Pilaf and crew are gonna Voltron into some sort of Super Saiyan robot and gonna absorb into Goku.
All right.
And then Goku will become his ultimate form, which is way more otterish than before, and him and Beerus will make out. And then the world will explode, and the guys are like, "Ah!"
Jess, what do you think is going to happen next?
I feel like they're gonna float in space for a while.
That's a good guess.
Katie's joke was really great. Wait, not joke. Prediction.
It could be both.
Yes, prediction.
They're gonna float in space. Mr. Satan's gonna make a new coupon, but it's just that he's gonna do all the chores around the house. The cat thing's gonna turn into 100 adorable kitty cats that everyone gets to pet.
Alex, what do you think is going to happen next?
Okay, so Goku and Beerus they're having a battle beyond gods in space, and Whis and Piccolo are watching, and they're looking at them, and they're each betting on their boys, and then they're thinking like, what do I have out there that I don't have down here? And then they turn to each other slowly, and then leave to get a delicious sushi roll.
That's so nice.
I like that a lot.
That would be a very nice ending for the show, and I'm gonna cross my fingers.
Yeah, and I think that hat looks very nice on you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Although now you've soiled it with your eyes.
Yeah, but you're done with your prediction, so I think it's okay. Well, I think we're gonna find out why Vegeta hasn't been talking for the last 6 episodes.
I've been pooping.
I was just gonna say. He's just constipated.
I think
Nobody
the fight's gonna
complimented
end.
his haircut.
The fight's gonna end. Goku's gonna come back to the ship. He's gonna be like, "How's it going, Vegeta?" And Vegeta's gonna be like, "I have a very bad cold. I'm sorry."
What's Yamcha up to? I'm only making it worse. I should really go home. I just got so mad at my son.
All right, Katie, out of 7 Dragon Balls, what do you give this episode?
Despite not a lot happening, I was surprisingly watchable. I don't know if it's because we've had a lot of time away from the Z-Boys, but I'll give it a 5 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Nice, not bad. Alex, out of 7 Dragon Balls.
Miss Dem Z boys. I support Katie in all things, but especially this prediction. It was very watchable, but we didn't all stop what we were doing and clap like we did for that last episode.
It's true.
So I'm gonna also give it a 5 out of 7.
All right, 5 out of 7. Jess?
I'm gonna go with a really neutral score based on my neutral experience, but I'll give it a little oomph, and I'll go 4 out of 7.
That's generous, Jess.
Thank you.
Generous Jess. At it again.
I think I'm going with you guys. 5 out of 7 Dragon Balls.
What a reasonable review corner this was.
Okay. Well, I think that's about all the time we have for this week. Jess, where can people find you on the internet?
Oh, I have a website, notjesslane.com.
Notjesslane.com. All right. Alex, what do you got?
I have a website. It's jesslane.com. Check it out. Or go to my website, which is a real one, at alexpatak.com. And you can see all the pictures I had my friend take of me in a blizzard where I'm wearing a bathing suit. So it's kind of like, what's he wearing a bathing suit for? It's a blizzard.
Nice. All right, Katie.
You can find me at Katie Rose on Twitter or at Oh Hello Katie Rose on Instagram. I'm going to join all you very socially awkward 17-year-olds rolling up into my DMs. Keep it coming. And shout out to Joe Strix, who for some reason listens to all of our podcasts.
It's a stretch limousine in Katie's DMs, and we're going to prom.
If I could get out from under this bus.
All right. Well, that was a good enough callback. I'm not gonna plug anything. Subscribe to the podcast. Whatever. We're out of here. Super.
Beam beam beams. I missed it.